Step 1, wake up, really gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, fuck everybody, just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo. Set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 So life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. I always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flaws, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause it's sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.
Wake up, really gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Who need to hear this, but let me put this out here. Stop sparing folks. Hello, somebody. Stop sparing folks. Nobody cared when your feelings was hurt. Nobody cared when you was pacing the flow. Nobody cared when you was sliding down the wall. Nobody cared when you was standing over there with a face full of tears. You had to suck it up, buttercup. But then when it come to other folk feelings, here you are. Want to tiptoe around it. Want to avoid the elephant in the room. I don't want to upset anybody. I don't want to disturb the peace. Stop sparing folk. Ain't nobody spare you when it was your turn. Give it to them real. Give it to them raw. Give it to them uncut and uncensored. This is exactly what it is. This way you had me messed up at. Huh. Yeah. I ain't playing with nobody this season, baby.
Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Get breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.
Good morning, YouTube. I hope you guys are doing amazing today. Today is day 3. I'm still having lighting issues because my main light went out about a week ago, and we've been on the road. So we've had some lighting issues in the rooms and everything else. So what's going on? I'm sitting here in the dark. What can I say? But you guys are important to me. So we're going to roll with it, right? We're going to roll with it. So just to say good morning to everybody in here, just an old lady, the first to say good morning to BHB. Nice to see you, just an old lady, followed by Buffalo Mountain, Tennessee girl. Nice to see you. Heaven 57. Love it. Love it. Good morning, all. Good morning, all. Let me read some of this stuff. Don't forget to thumbs up. We've already got 220 people in the chat already this morning. We're just going to do some commentary. I'm going to talk about a case, and I'm going to be doing a video on a case that I went out to see. Many of you guys know we have a collaborative unit called Heels on the Ground that we've been trying to work on, and for some time, it kind of got, set aside for a little bit, and, we're trying to pull everything together for Heels on the Ground. But one of our members there is House of Williams, which many of you guys know is a trans woman. And there was a situation that happened in Chatham County that basically nobody knew about. I was very surprised, the lack thereof of news reporting, among other things that I cannot stand in Chatham County, but we won't go there. We're going to stay focused. A torso actually washed up in the sugar, at the sugar refinery and stuff like that. I had, I can't show the photos, but I have the legit photos. It was pretty gruesome. I mean, there really wasn't anything but literally from here to above the belly button. Everything else was gone. That's all it was. And I was surprised because, I was hearing about this story. MGL reached out to me. We have a group chat. So we were talking, and she sent me over this message from a beautiful gal named Jennifer, which was actually out there at some point with us at Quentin Simon, when we were in front of Quentin Simon's house. She wasn't, I've recognized her. So I must have run into her somewhere. I'm not sure where. But I do know she was out there one night when it was getting a little cray-cray in front of Quentin Simon's house. As you guys know, we didn't really go out there at night. When we were there during the day, it was mostly peaceful. We were asking questions when we saw the family, but for the most part, we were peaceful, and we only talked to our cameras for several weeks before things just got to the point where they started, doing underhanded stuff to stop the free speech of the people in their community. And that's really the nuts and bolts of it. That's what Chatham County did. They did really slimy stuff to prevent free speech. And that's when we started going out and started rising up, and things got a little more. And I started challenging law enforcement. Either way, we're not going to get sidetracked. There was a person that, come to find out, the person's name is Casey Johnson. And she was killed in Wilmington, North Carolina, and apparently scattered from Wilmington, North Carolina, where, a big portion of her washed ashore at the refineries. And nobody was talking about it. Nobody's talking about this hate crime. Nobody's talking. It's like, Chatham County must be like, oh, well, it's Wilmington's problem. But never I'm sorry, if I am in a community and there are parts washing on shore, I would certainly want, as a community member, as a resident of that community, to know about that. And they have kept this just under wraps. They don't want their community knowing that these types of things are happening. I keep wondering, why do they try to prevent their community from knowing certain things? It's because ignorance is controlled. So they can control, if they have people that don't know their rights, that don't know what they're allowed to do, they can keep them under their thumb. They can keep them controlled. That is everything that I denounce, 100%, everything. So I was really disappointed that this, I mean, even when I was looking for research purposes, if I didn't have Casey Johnson's name, I would have never known about this story. Even when I was told about it, I looked it up. I mean, how often do you have a torso wash ashore? Torso, Savannah, Georgia, right? That should be your key terms, your keywords that you're looking for something like this. Nothing showed up. Literally, I swear to God, nothing. You couldn't put torso. You couldn't even put torso, water, shore, sugar refinery, Savannah, Georgia. Nothing worked. I'm like, what? But I did find it. Good morning. I guess I should finish up. Jessica, SoFlo Mom, Sonia, it's nice to see you, Miss Mama 3. But my Lord, right? And so I go out there with this beautiful gal that takes me around. We found the bridge that, according to a lot of people that were following the flow charts and things of that nature, she took me to the bridge that is believed of where this part went over at. And I'm just like, wow, like this is insane. But, in all fairness, it really wasn't their stuff. It really wasn't anything that they should have been worried about. But either way, that's kind of how it was. And we'll get that video out. It's really sad. This poor woman lost her life, and I don't know the reasons. After speaking to Mallory in the chat, she really believes that this is a hate crime, and I guess the person that was charged is not being charged with a hate crime at this moment, and I think it's a crime that should be charged if they have enough evidence to prove that fact. So getting on with what we're doing here. As you guys see, I'm finally back in Florida. I got back into Florida yesterday afternoon, and I have been eating, garbage food for a little minute. So I'm like, I need some real food. So I ended up going to the steakhouse here, and I ordered a mess of food. I was only able to eat my appetizer. I literally packed up everything else to go. But I did get a cool little picture before I did, right? The whole table is filled with food, but I have food coming out of my butt. So I'm sure I'll be taking care of the rest of today, most likely tomorrow, because I got a 1 pound of prime rib. 1 pound, a full pound of prime rib. And I'm telling you, if anybody knows me, I love steak. I do love steak. I don't eat it often, but I absolutely love steak. But when I go to this particular steakhouse, I will only get prime rib. They have the best prime rib. It melts in your mouth. I love it. It is my favorite. So M&M Racing, nice to see you guys. You know what? Here's another thing that it really kind of breaks my heart. So I was watching the Murdaugh, the Murdaugh trial all the way home. I put my hotspot on because, my cell phone service drops through my drive. And I just I figured that my hotspot would actually drop through the drive as well. But I'm like, I really need to hear this. I really want to hear everything that's going on in this case. Because by the time I get home and listen to it, it's like an 8-hour, 9-hour, day. And then you got to sit and listen. And even if I speed it on 2.0 and speed the whole trial up, the problem is one, I'll be missing something. And two, it's still going to be another 4 to 5 hours of listening to it at double speed. So you're talking about a lot of extra time that I just really don't have just coming back to Florida. Like today, we're going to be running this on this channel. We're going to be running it just live. And I'm just going to let it go because I have today a school board meeting. It's not really anything too major, but it is it is something that I need to go to. So it's a work session. I'm sure they're going to be talking about some stuff that affects our children in our schools. And of course, my haters always say, why is she going to the school board meetings when she has no children? It's because I pay those taxes, baby. If you own a home in any state, guess what? Look at your tax bill. If I'm paying taxes for something, by God, you're going to hear my word. If I'm paying 1 penny for anything, my suggestions are going to be heard, period. And I hope everybody else is, no matter where you come from, what side of the aisle you're on, but that's just how I feel. If I'm paying 1 penny toward taxes, my voice will be heard. I mean, at the end of the day, we've got to deal with the products that our schools produce. And quite frankly, if I'm going to have to deal with them, they need to be, they need to have some common sense. I'm sorry, So the haters can keep hating. I'm going to still keep showing up at my school board. I'm going to still keep helping develop young minds. I'm going to still keep doing what I'm doing to help society in general. I know that concept blows their mind, and they just can't figure out how the heck I do all of this. How can I go from North Carolina to Florida to school boards to county commissioner meetings? I get off my duff, and I don't sit silently by doing absolutely nothing but complaining. If I have a complaint, the difference between me and my haters is I do something with it. I just don't complain about it. So there's the difference. So at the end of the day, we have this whole Murdaugh trial. So I'm going to be wearing my earbuds in the school in this school meeting as I'm listening to them, and I'm going to be trying to make heads or tails of this. So what happened yesterday? Yesterday, they had a lot of the first responders. I have to say, if I was in the jury, I have to be honest. If I was in the jury, I would not like Murdaugh's attorney. I would not like him. He was very disrespectful. Like you can make your point when you're doing trials, murder trials, but to be so condescending to the work they do. He was talking to a sergeant yesterday and say, "Oh, so you're just the tape guy. You just put the tape up." Are you freaking kidding me, buddy? Are you kidding me? So because you are the attorney for Alex Murdaugh, this piece of garbage. Oh, and another thing we're going to go over. Piece of garbage guy. Defrauded his clients, allegedly has a lot of death in his wake. And you're going to be disrespectful to the officers that were there trying to maintain the crime scene. No matter how you turn it, your client's most likely guilty. So no matter how they would have processed that crime scene, it would never quite be good enough for you, would it? That's the kind of stance that I have. So I was really taken back about how just disrespectful his attorney was to the first responders out there just doing their best, and having to see such disgust, just such a gruesome crime scene. Those that were paying attention yesterday heard some pretty, graphic. Now, granted, there are some fleeting graphic nature, I'm sure, that we may hear today as well. So if, this is probably not the trial maybe little ears need to be listening to or anything like that. This is more of an adult type of video and trial that we're going to be doing. So if you do have your children listening, please mute for their little ears, because there are just some things that they don't need to be hearing. Good morning, ZZT. Zelda, nice to see you. Miss Pete. But the other thing that really broke my heart with this case is this disgraced piece of garbage, Alex Murdaugh. His family, including his son, is sitting on his side of the courtroom. When I was listening to, they took a lunch break at like 11 or 12:30 rather, and they weren't coming back until about 2:15 in the afternoon. And I was watching the law and crime portion of this. The reason why we're pulling court TV is they're the pooled videographer inside that courtroom. But yesterday I was watching the Law and Crime channel on YouTube, and they had commentary between this lunch break. And so some of the questions that were asked to the folks that were inside the courtroom was there any family? Hold on, this I could see fire things. Betty, did you see the case of the gay couple who adopted two? Yes, I did. I heard about it. I haven't looked into it. But I do. We were discussing it. I met with Karen, one of my friends in Georgia, and Melanie. got a great picture. Went to a steakhouse with both of them, but Karen and I got to meet at a restaurant prior to, and it was kind of quiet there. So her and I were able to have a lot of conversation, and she was talking to me about that case. And I'm just like, this is horrific, but we will cover or look into that case here in the near future. But for the purposes of today, but yes, I did hear that and how horrible. But again, this goes to where we need a centralized database, because had there been any kind of indication for these folks here, they would have already been in the system. The system is not a perfect system. My centralized database, it's just to stop certain things happening and like state hopping. And avoiding responsibility or avoiding trying to get your children being taken from you. That's really and the safety of the social workers, the workers being able to look at past notes from other social workers from different states, counties, communities, and such. So we just need something. So there's nothing. There's the only thing they've got right now is something voluntary. It's ridiculous. It's a joke. And our child welfare laws have not been updated since 1965, to the best of my knowledge. No meaningful, realistic legislation has done anything to help these children. And quite frankly, I'm going to probably be going to Nashville, Tennessee in a couple of weeks to meet with an attorney. I don't want to divulge too much about who I'm meeting with, or, the purpose of meeting with them is because they're working on new legislation in Tennessee. There was a few other kids that have since passed, and the passing of these kids were completely unnecessary because they were called into CPS so many times, and CPS is in Tennessee is basically saying, well, we can't. They're calling anonymous. We can't really do anything without a court order. No, you can get off your ass and go out there and look at the allegations, because an emergency situation, you most definitely can get that child out of their care within less than 24 hours. Don't play with me. You are lying to the public, and I refuse to allow that to happen one more time. You are killing these children out there and absolutely doing nothing to help them because you're too lazy to go check on a freaking allegation because it was called in anonymously. So what if it's anonymous? We didn't ask for it to be anonymous. I have no problem when I call into CPS. This is Andrew Griffin. I'm calling in for this child. Let those parents come over here to this house. Let them try to intimidate me. I double dog dare them. I have no problem putting my name because I don't abuse the system. I have never once made a call to the Department of Children and Family Services unless it was warranted. And quite frankly, it was only one time, and it happened over 12 or 13 years ago. And it's because I was partying at a house, and they had this little boy. They had this beautiful bedroom, and they had this little boy in his room on a crappy mattress on the floor, and he just strangled his gerbil to death. And I got red bells going off like this is going to be the next serial killer. So you damn right I called that in. That's when you call stuff like that in. I never have a problem giving my name. None. And if anybody else does, then why bother? Because they're not going to do anything anonymously, right? Have balls. If you really believe a child is in danger, you call that in. If you use your name, use your name. I want to call in, but I want to help, but I don't really want to help. Don't bother. Like, seriously, don't bother, right? So anyways, that's their complaint over there at Tennessee, is that they're called in anonymously, and that it takes listen, guys, let's screw the Department of Children and Family Services in Tennessee. You see a child in danger, it is a crime. It is a crime. Who do we call when we see a crime? I don't recall I call a social worker when I see a crime taking place. You know who I call? 911. They're the ones with the authority to arrest parents for putting their children in danger. Quit calling, double call. Call CPS and say, you know what? I don't trust CPS in Tennessee. This child is in danger. You are the law enforcement agent. You can arrest these parents, get your ass out here and investigate, and send a referral over to the Department of Children and Family Services to get these children out of their care so they can have a life. That's what we need to do. Seriously, that's what we need to do. So anyways, I'm meeting with it. I pitched, I reached out to this attorney and I'm like, look, I said, I don't know if this database would help help your client, quite frankly. I don't think that this would help your client at all. But here's something that I'm pitching. I said, this is what, if you're working on legislation, this is really what, I'm pitching. I'm pitching this centralized database. It's going to be, this is going to help. So parents move from state. If they have an active, say they move from Florida to Georgia, if they have an active case in Florida, when they change that driver's license to a community, that triggers a referral over to that new community automatically. Nobody even has to push a button. The button is, so it's going to have to be somehow into the driver's license bureau as well. But when you change that driver's license, it triggers a notification for the new agency that will be overseeing your case to know that you just moved into their community and they need to go out there and do a home check and a wellness check on those children. It also helps social workers, if they have past violence, if there's SA allegations, violent abuse allegations, they will be notified that. So they'll be they'll be able to take certain things, if they're in danger or could be in danger, they can take certain procedures and put them in place to make them safer. So this is a win-win program. So I just briefly pitched it to this law firm that really is working to change laws in Tennessee. And it was just by email. And one of his colleagues did reach back out to me and asked me if I would be willing to come to Nashville, Tennessee and meet with them and sit down with them. So it doesn't mean that it's going to go anywhere, but it's still somebody that's willing to listen and somebody that's willing to try to help. Maybe we can help each other because he needs legislation, certain legislation for the failures of the department for his clients. And, maybe this will be a more robust legislation or bill that can be worked on to be passed. And it starts with one state, then it goes to 2 states, then it goes to 3 states, then it goes to 4 states. Next thing you know, the U.S. government is taking notice. And ridiculous that a linked up database does not already exist. There is something that you can report cases to, but it's a voluntary basis. And I don't know how many people are actually checking that voluntary database. And not only that, but that voluntary database, how robust could it really be to assist these agencies? We don't know. Again, voluntary. That means there's a lot of things falling through the cracks. And the reason what made me develop this idea was the Harmony Montgomery case. When they were complaining that this state and this state weren't talking to each other, and this child fell through the cracks and lost her life at the hands of her father, I kept thinking, I stayed up nights wondering what could have helped in this case, what could have changed in this case, what could have been the defining factor that could have saved this little girl. And it was forced cooperation from state to state. When one parent says that another parent has it and nobody can get a hold of the other parent to check, what? You just stop calling? That is the most disgusting thing I have ever heard in my life. And it's similar to what I just read with this other child that died in Tennessee, where this was so preventable. Absolutely preventable. And they're trying to blame every call comes in anonymously and we got to go through the court system. First, you've got to check the allegations before you ever even approach the court system. Did anybody even check? Did anybody even go out there to make sure that baby had food? Like, that's your only job, is to protect these damn children. Tennessee Department of Family and Children's Services in Tennessee. That's literally your only job. And to hear that there's more people in the same boat, Tennessee. Anyways, I digress. Who saw something, right? But it really does get under my skin. So We need to do something. We have to rise up. That's what this whole platform was developed, not only just to go out and bring attention to these cases, but it is also to make a meaningful difference in people's lives, So guys, I'm not going to be here much longer. We're going to go ahead and pull up the Alex Murdaugh. It's not going to be going on for another hour. I'm just going to live stream it the rest of the day here on the Bullhorn Betty channel while I'm at the my school board meeting. And then we're going to please keep an eye out for 4 and 5 year olds on 4 and 4. Yeah, there are some voluntary reporting nonprofits out there, but this is not something a nonprofit needs to be managing. This is something that our government needs to be managing. And here's why: because of privacy, right? I can't call down there and get information on how they're handling their files because of privacy. So why is a third party able to have access to private notes of these cases? No, you're not going to sit there and say, I can't have transparency, but some third party that nobody knows about has transparency. Like, hello, taxpayer here. So we'll see how that works, but I'm going to go ahead and pull this up. We're going to continue to talk, but I'm going to put it down smaller until I'm done. So I'm going to be, just kind of commentating here just for probably another 15 or 20 minutes. And then we're going to put this up on my page and we're just going to let it roll throughout the day. So if you guys need to leave, if you want to come back and get caught up, go ahead and leave. I will be, once this is over later this evening, I will be sure to be commentating on it. So you're going to want to come back here regardless. So you might as well just watch it here because I'm going to be commentating during the break. If I'm back here in the office, we're going to commentate on everything that we learned because we definitely know they're going to have a lunch break. And typically their lunch break, it seems to be, they come back around 2:15. It seems like they get an hour and a half lunch break. So whenever their lunch break does start, a lot of these children dying or going missing have one thing in common. Most of them are younger than school age. So it's harder to catch the abuse. Yeah, to them. Exactly. And that's why the statistics, like somebody's trying to tell me statistics. They're like, oh, it's 1,800 people that died. Honey, I'm telling you, since the 2019 statistics for the United States of America state that right about 485 children die at the hands of their parents. So whatever hate channel out there, and I know who you are because you want to be on there bragging about it and adding my name to it, you are wrong. You are wrong. You are wrong. I look at true statistics real studies done by universities, not a Google search. Okay. So maybe you should learn how to do research a little better. Just saying. But that's okay. You run with your numbers. I'll run with my numbers and we'll call it a day. Also, I have these hate channels that think, first of all, we know I don't focus on these hate channels. No, don't care for them. Don't even bring their names up, right? Because I don't need their gunk over here. I don't need their stigma. I will never, ever, ever. We are way up here. They are way down here. They're gutter trash. And I'm never going to go on. I don't hang out with trash. I will never hang out with trash. I will never go onto trashy panels with trashy people or lowlives. I will never do it. So no matter how much you try to call me out on your page and how much you say, oh, come over here and have a comment. No, I would never. I don't need you to be successful. Okay? You need me to be successful. I am not giving you the time of day. Get it through your thick, disgusting, brainless head. You are not my people. I have nothing to do with you. I've been paying your bills for the last year. You haven't been paying mine. So big difference there. So keep rolling with your BS. I'll keep being awesome. I'll keep doing what I do. I'll keep passing stuff. I will make sure that there is a centralized database. And what are you going to say at that point, baby? That I'm a joke in politics? Is that what you're still going to try to go with? Is I'm still a joke? Okay. Okay. We'll see how much of a joke I am this year. Anyways, but again, they need me. I don't need them. So there you have it. Anybody that calls out, you see them call out, go in their pants and just let them know they're not worth my time. They're not worth my time. They'll never be worth my time. I stay focused on the victims. They can call me a tragedy pimp all they want to. But if they're calling me a tragedy pimp, think of it like this. Everybody here loves Lifetime. Everybody here loves LMN. Everybody loves Peacock and the Discovery Channel, true crime, right? True TV, the first 48 hours. They make millions upon millions of dollars. Wouldn't they really be the tragedy pimps? I mean, I'm just curious. So what they're trying to say is everything that we all love to watch on TV, because of our haters, we shouldn't. Okay. So next time you want to watch that documentary, turn it off because you might get beat up by a hater. Okay. So instead of them going there, because I know if they started this crap with LMN, their asses would be in a lawsuit quicker than shit, right? Just the name of the game. You talked about LMN the way you're talking about me, you'd be in court, right? But you won't because you know it's true. So anyways, guys, if we got 60 minutes, so about an hour, this will start. You guys can come back. I need to start getting out. I've got to go to my meeting. My meeting starts at 9:00 this morning. Tell BH, do you have how long many of a passers? Had to throw that in there. But it's just, Andrew, can I suggest maybe create a YouTube designated for the central database? Oh, that would be, we could educate people on that channel. Yeah, I can set up a new email address and probably, yeah, I probably could. And not only that, but we still own bullhornbetty.com. Yeah, I own a website that I've never built yet. And I've been paying for the last year and never built it. So that's got to be a goal this year. I need to build we have BHB, and we're going to start pulling in some stuff on there. We're going to be pulling in, I've got to work with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children to try to get their stuff over so we can be seeing who is missing when. There's so many things that we can do to help victims, not just children, but all the victims out there. I just got to figure it all out. And it's just me. So it does take a little time to get stuff rolled out. It's so hard, but you know what? We do so much. I have to be honest with you. We do so much. Yeah, I know Pebbles. You and me both. So you guys can just pop in and throughout the day. Once I get back to the office, you'll know, because I'll probably do something like this, where I'm down at the bottom and you'll know I'm back, and we'll be watching it together. And every time we have a pause or something, a break or anything, we'll start commentating through this of what we learned so we can bring people up to speed. Hiccups. What is going on with me today? Bring everybody up to speed on what's going on. There is Just Samantha says, there is a centralized database. It worked for me. As I said, I'm from PA, and CPS did contact Texas, and the children were checked like everything else. Cracks in the system. I'm telling you, Just Samantha, I have done extensive research on this, and the system I'm asking for is not in place. The system that I am talking about does not exist. Period. It doesn't. And just because Pennsylvania reached out to Texas doesn't mean that system is in place. It means they knew that somebody was moving. So this is not that type of system. This is for people that literally state hop to avoid responsibility. These are people that don't notify the social worker that they're moving. So I'm trust me, I have done extensive and exhaustive research. Now, Just Samantha, if you have a system and you know what the system is, please send it to me. So I can compare what I'm talking about to what you're talking about so you can see the difference. There is no such system that exists right now. There's none. There is no forced cooperation from state to state. And if you don't believe me, I can produce the Harmony Montgomery report, the investigative report, their internal investigation report, and it identifies this very specific issue that does not exist. It just doesn't. So I'm glad it worked for you, whatever system did work for you, but it's not the right system, and it's not forced cooperation, and it's not. It may work with Pennsylvania and Texas the way it is right now, but if you recall, we have a lot more states than just Pennsylvania and Texas. So if we're not, if states and communities are not talking to each other and not sharing files, we need to force them to do so. A voluntary system is not one that I don't like voluntary systems, because nobody, if they're not too busy, they might contribute to it. If they're too busy, trust me, they're not downloading any information in that voluntary system unless they're forced to. You can put a letter template on the website for people to send to the reps. Absolutely. I've still got to meet with my rep here in Florida. I've been so busy, and I have been gone, and I haven't had an opportunity to meet with them. I'm sure I haven't even checked my emails. Like, I was working on meeting with one of my representatives. Anyways, I don't want to. One of my representatives here, and we were working on that, and then there was the delegation meeting. So I went to the delegation meeting and spoke before them about the centralized database, as well as stricter cyber stalking laws here in the state of Florida that focuses on intent. If you're willfully and intentfully trying to harm somebody personally, professionally, or physically, then the crime should go up to a felony. So those are the types of things and initiatives that I'm working for here. And I'm spreading those tentacles out across the United States. And that's something that my haters are just going to have to eat it up. Nani of 7. But I mean, Samantha, I'm not trying to beat you up, but you come in here with some wild, you tell me that you've got this and this help, but I really need you to provide the receipts on that. I want to know what system you're talking about, where it came from. Coming in here and saying, oh, this exists. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. So suggestion is send me proof. bullhornbetty@gmail.com. I would love to show everybody on here that this system exists. Make me eat my words, just Samantha. Love to. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Sloan. Thank you, Jennifer. And Sloan was, could you? Yes, and we will do a template for the website. I just need to build the website first. And once I get the website built, then I think it would be really good. Oh, thank you, Lovebug. Thank you so much. All right. Oh, and then Okie Crime. I think she went to the, I need to get with Teresa and find out what is going on in Oklahoma with Athena and the hearing that they had, but I have not seen her. I need to reach out to her later today. So we'll get an update on that. I got to tell you, if you guys aren't subbed up, I don't know why everybody's not subbed up to Okie Crime News, because she is such a sweet lady that really goes above and beyond. You guys, I can't fill you in on what I mean by that, but it's just, she's a beautiful soul. And when I tell you that, I tell you that wholeheartedly. She is a beautiful soul that does a lot of great work. And she's a smaller channel, and she could definitely use the support of, this was a SO from PA who went to Texas. That's the RSO system. Yes, we need an RSO system for our children. That is exactly what we need. That you're talking like, yes, there are systems in place for that. Of course, that has nothing to do with my children. That has nothing to do with them. Give me just a second. Yes, ma'am.
her dad worked for years and got the Jessica's Law passed. And he might be able to help you.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Mama Bullhorn.
Bye.
Love you. Bye. Mama Bullhorn, always there getting Bullhorns back, right? So she's like telling me about another one and about Jessica's Law, and maybe there might be some. But yeah, we need to find attorneys that are working in this. Thank you, Sonia. We need to find attorneys that are working in this type of field, that are actually working very hard to help our children. You know, it takes a lot. It takes an army for legislation like this. You know, state legislation is an arm wrestle. But when you're going to the big leagues like the U.S., you know, making U.S. law, you're talking about this is something. I agree there needs to be in place. I was just referencing, my own situation. I appreciate it, Jessica, or Samantha. I appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, they have stuff all over the stuff for criminals. And that's the problem I have. You got the what is it? Why am I not thinking this morning? Oh, shoot. I need to start rolling out of here. But you have all the databases for the felons, for the RSOs, for all this, but none for the children in 2023. You have got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. So we are definitely going to try to work on something with that, without a doubt. So what I'm going to do now, guys, you guys can talk into the chat. I'm going to leave the office for a bit. We are going to have this, this up pretty much all day. I'm thinking I need to take, for those, I don't think I necessarily need live day 3, because what I'm worried about is once I leave here, I'm not going to be able to remove the banner. So I'm going to go ahead and remove the banner when I turn on Court TV. And like I said, it's just going to be kicking down. You know, it's got 58 more minutes before it goes live, but it's going to start toggling down. And I'm just worried if I keep this banner down here, this one right here that says live day 3 Alex Murdaugh trial, if for any reason one of those things, one of the boxes is down lower, it's going to cut off what you guys can see. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this large banner. I'm going to go ahead and keep the running banner, because many of you guys know we have a lot of projects coming up. And if you'd like to tip your commentator, your entertainer, the person that goes around this country, you're more than welcome to do that. If you'd like to support a project, we've got a lot of them upcoming, including my trip to Nashville to meet with this attorney. So, you know, and again, not required. The only requirement that I have here is that you hit a like button when you come in, right? That's really the only requirement, and that's free. But people like to do more, and I like to, you know, I don't want to shackle them. If you'd like to do more, please do. Consider becoming a member of this channel. That really does help, believe it or not. It's a monthly contribution, I think of $2 or $3 a month, that you guys can help keep this channel growing, keep this channel moving forward. And it really does help free me up so I can be focusing on these initiatives that really, and I'm really looking for meaningful initiatives. Hold on here. Make sure I didn't miss anything. I was on the wrong side of the screen. Jennifer says Athena Brownfield remains were found. Yeah, they were found. They were found. It was, it's very sad. They were found at the prior property that they were at along the fence line. And the reason why they were able to find them is because Alicia Adams did finally confess as to what she saw. So now, you know, Ivan, I don't even know if Ivan's back. I know they have 30 days to get him. So if he's not back in Oklahoma, he will be back soon. I've never seen them take so long. Like even you saw with Brian Koberger, you know, like they got he was ready to, you know, like he was back in Idaho lickety split. There was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. This whole travel arrangements from Arizona to Oklahoma is kind of getting drawn out, and I don't understand why they're dragging their butt. That man needs to be back in Oklahoma and in an Oklahoma jail, and he needs to be, you know, shaking in his boots when he gets there as well. You know, he doesn't need to be intimidated, shaking in his boots. Just, you know, they need to be talking about this case all the way back. So, you know, scaring the crap out of him. Like he's toast. He's toast. I want him shaking in his boots when he arrives in Oklahoma. So anyways, guys, thank you, Jennifer L. It was great seeing you. I love you, Love Bug. And the people that are watching on Facebook as well as Twitter, thank you for joining. I'm Bullhorn Betty. We're covering the Alex Murdaugh case. I went out to Lowcountry, South Carolina. I got a lot of good information, a lot of good intel. I still have a lot of content that needs to be produced. So I'm trying to figure out how to do that with all this limited time I have. So I roll into town yesterday, go get me a steak, come home, crash out, get up first thing in the morning, get you guys rolling out, and I've got school board stuff. So my life is full as full can get. If I can jam pack one more thing in my schedule, I'm happy to do so. But right now, I think even tomorrow we're going to do a short live in the morning. And I need some R&R. I'm going to go over to my best friend's house, and I'm going to hang out with her and her family for at least several hours. And maybe we'll do another live later tomorrow afternoon. But I need some BFF time. My time at the fair just wasn't enough. So anyways, let me see who else is in here. If there's anything else going on. Yeah, have a great day, Jennifer. And again, just if you guys want to, throughout the day, just periodically pop back in here. We're going to be here all day long, literally all day long. So I'm going to go without further ado. I need to get out of here. I'm going to go ahead and pull this up, guys. You guys have about 53 minutes before everything starts rolling out today. But can't wait to hear what comes. What I thought, and just FYI, I thought the first responders, even though they were being disparaged, I really felt that they handled themselves very, very well with that defense attorney. I really do. I think they handled themselves very, very well. You need an intern assistant. I do. I need an assistant. It's hard. You know what I need? I need somebody that's an editor. I need somebody that can help design my website, that can help make these videos beautiful. But I'm actually working to try to get train myself, right? So I can do it quicker, easier, and better. And I like to learn new things. I used to make videos all the time, but they were house videos. So they were the virtual tours that when you're shopping for homes and you see those beautiful virtual tours, those are the things I used to do. So, the whole documentary, movie editing type stuff is not really my forte. I have enough stuff just to get me by, but I don't have the patience. So, everything like that. But if you guys haven't noticed, Sierra, like Olivia has her own stuff that she edits. Like she works, we collaborate on stuff and she works on her own editing. So she's got her hands full. That's why none of her editing stuff is ever on my page. It's on her page. You know what I'm saying? Because that's her work. We need to kind of have similar stuff like that here. I'll never, ever stop my lives to do these videos. And Olivia's a busy lady too. You guys got to take into consideration, like an hour video takes her probably weeks to edit. Yeah, how is she supposed to be doing the work that I need to do on my side when she's doing the work she needs to be doing on her side? You see what I'm saying? And nor would I task her with that. So anyways, with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and pull out of here. I'm putting my Alex Murdaugh up here for you guys. If you guys want to watch it today, please stay tuned. We will commentate around lunchtime when they go to lunch, but we will get everything rolled out. So anyways, guys, I love each and every one of you. God bless, and we will be back. So just stay tuned and enjoy today. If you guys have questions, again, I'm going to be, let me go back. I know you guys can still hear me, but I'm going to be hit or miss, but I'm going to need somebody to fill me in. I'm sure I will be monitoring this very closely, even at the school board, but there are going to be some times. Hi, Sluggy Sleuth. Nice to see you. Yes, Madalena Kojakari is another case that we're covering. I've put out several videos. I still got a few more videos that need to be put out. I still have the Savannah when I was leaving there, the whole torso thing. I still have that to put out. And what other case did I do? I did, oh, and then Quentin Simon. Like there's stuff on this phone. This phone is broken. And I need to get the screen fixed so I can pull my data off this phone. Actually, I could probably pull it off this phone without fixing it. I just need to get a new Dell because, you know, I work well on Windows, and I've been working, and I love this this Apple. But the problem is I've worked on Windows so long, like all my stuff, it's just not communicating like it's supposed to. And I can't stand the Apple phone because I can't, when I'm recording, I need to flip my camera while recording, and it's preventing me from doing so. So I've got to rebuy a new computer and a new phone. I'm going to probably end up clearing the Apple phone off and selling it to recoup some of the money back for it. I'm not getting rid of the Mac computer. I love the Mac computer, but I do need a Windows computer. So I'm going to be working on getting that in the next month. I'm not sure what type phone I'm going to use. I know people like those Z phones, the Samsung Z. And I was actually with Jennifer yesterday, the one that took me for a tour down at the boat ramp and stuff like that. And she had it. And I really liked the large screen, you know, the fold screen. But I'm thinking that it might be too much for me with that large screen when I'm running and trying to capture different footage, different angles and stuff like that. So I think I'm going to go to the new Samsung Galaxy Note, the Ultra S22. But I like the Note. I like the one that has the little pen in it. See, this was what changed. This is the difference between the Samsung Galaxy and the Samsung Galaxy Note. I get a little pen. And believe it or not, this pen I use a lot. So, yeah, so I was thinking about doing that. So I think I'm going to get the Ultra S22, but I want the Samsung Note. So, and it's got to be a half a terabyte because I can't have storage issues. I just can't. It causes me heartburn to have storage issues. Okay, now I officially need to go. I got to be in a room in 20 minutes and signed up. So I'll see you guys later. God bless you. Enjoy, and I will be back. All right, guys, I'm officially out. God bless you, and stay tuned. And like I said, I will be back 46 minutes. This will be starting. Hi, guys.
Unable to place call on your Bluetooth phone.
It's not letting me. That's okay. So we got one guest in here. I wonder if you guys can see me. I thought I turned my camera off on the other one, but I guess not. So let me go over here. Either way, you guys are probably going to have an empty seat that you're going to be looking at today. Sorry, I've already left the house. She's still aware. Her mic is still on. Nobody will be there. So it's okay. Yeah, nobody's in the house. One guest. There we go. So I figured I'd just ride with you guys since you guys are... Hi, guys. I'm on the way to the meeting, but thought I'd come around here and say hi. Keep you guys entertained a little bit while you guys wait. So once I go into the meeting, you guys will have like literally a half hour to wait, and then it should start coming on. I'm pretty sure they're going to start on time today, so we'll see. Hey. Hey. I'm not sure if you guys can see me on here or not, but at any rate, I'll be clicking off here shortly as soon as I arrive at the courthouse, or not the courthouse, the school board. Yes, for immediate help. Thank you. And don't forget, as you guys are coming in here, to like the channel. We're doing live coverage today. Live coverage. And I'll be listening to, but I won't be able to listen to a good portion of it because I realized I walked off and left my earbuds at the house. So good. Hi, everybody. I'm stopped and I'm hands-free. I don't know if you can see both hands. See, hands-free. Not doing any dangerous activities. Damn haters. So funny. I don't understand why I never get notifications anymore. Alabama Mama of 4, go out there and turn your notification bell to all. If it's on all, turn it to none and put it back on all. Now you can right now, because I've got it set for 20 minutes. You can technically unsubscribe and resubscribe, but you won't be able to comment in the chat room for 20 minutes until you've been resubscribed for 20 minutes. So that's another option for you. For those that are on the replay crew, you guys can actually come here, once we're on replay, once this live is over, that's really the best time to unsubscribe and resubscribe, because then by the next time that we go live, it'll be well over 20 minutes and you'll be able to comment. So that would be my suggestion as well for all those. I've been getting a lot of notifications from people that they're not getting notifications when I'm live, and I'm not sure what that is, but I'm sure it's because they did some changes on YouTube where cussing and words, if it's riddled with cuss words, they went retroactive. So that means even though they put new policies in place, and although we weren't violating any terms of service at the time, they've limited, did add suitability on some of my live feeds, which might have a reason. That might be but every time they do any changes, which they're always doing changes on YouTube, every time they start doing changes, it always affects the notifications. I don't know if they just want people to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing or what. I don't know. I don't care. It happens throughout a lot of different things. I used to think people were accidentally, because I accidentally turned off my notification buttons when I had gotten notified at the top of my phone. And I said no, and it apparently disabled my notifications for that thing for all of it. And so I had to go back and adjust the bell, and then I had to adjust my notifications on my actual phone, so I wasn't notified. That's what I'm having problems with when people are sending me Messenger. I have to go, I get no notifications for like my Messenger or anything like that, because I've got it turned off, because I get so many messengers, people sending me messages that all it does is literally ding, like it'll ding, 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 all day long. And it was just getting too distractive especially when I was doing research. So I turned a lot of my notifications on my phone, because I'm always in those programs anyways, right? So I always go into Messenger anyways. I just go in whenever I'm ready to go in to see them. So I do see them. And yes, my mod's put together. You guys know I'm working on getting much better equipment here on for YouTube, for viewing experience, for more better live broadcasting. And so one of those things is the camera. And so my mods got together and they put a registry together for me so people can crowdfund for that camera. So if you guys would like to help, help the Bullhorn Betty channel grow, consider throwing $1 or $2 on that registry that the mods set up for me for that camera. We've got a lot of stuff, because I'm going to be getting more in line with broadcast equipment for live broadcasting as opposed to just videos, because we are a live, a live channel. And when I'm out there, I want to be able to, zoom in. When we're out there right now, I can't zoom. So if we have something breaking and you guys need to see what's going on, I can't zoom in on StreamYard or YouTube. So I've got to have special equipment in order to do that, so you guys can get the views like you do when they live broadcast on your news. And so that's what we're working on right now. But guys, please tell your friends to, if you guys know people that watch the Bullhorn Betty channel, make sure everybody in there starts getting their notifications, because that's huge. All right, guys. Well, listen, I'm going to let you guys go. We've got a few more minutes before this trial starts. I just figured, since I was riding in here, I would come back on and say hi to everybody and keep you guys, at least, talk to you guys and tell you guys everything you guys need to know. But he was on my local news in Alabama. I make news everywhere. It really does make my haters hate me even more, right? Because I bring the news. That's all there is to it. And there's no disputing in that. I mean, I can come here. I went to one county commission meeting. That I haven't been to county commission meetings in a really long time. I go to one county commission meeting. Guess what? I'm on the 6 o'clock news here. So, at the end of the day, we make the news. We make the news and we break the news. So, anyways, guys, I'm going to let you guys go. I love you. God bless each and every one of you. Until next time, rock it out. Talk to you later. All right, guys. Well, I'm back. I just got up here to the school board. They said they'd need me back in an hour. That the shade meeting is going on right now. So I'm going to go back to the office because I'm only 15 minutes away, and then we'll go from there. So you guys got me. You guys got me for a little minute. Sorry, guys. I'm at a stop. What a crazy day. It's nice. That's what's good about, you know, some of the technology to this day and age. Like, I can literally have something going on at the office and be out in the field all at once. I need to consider that. Maybe we'll roll live one day. Maybe we'll just put all of our videos together. Maybe we'll do a Summer Wells tribute where we take all of her stuff, because a lot of people don't even understand the Summer Wells case, haven't been involved in the Summer Wells case. And now we're hearing, you know, new information coming out, you know, because I just think people forget the details. And at the end of the day, we need to we need to have our details and our facts correct. Thank you. There it is. So all those that are Apple phone users, there is the link if you'd like to become members of the coffee club. Nina says, okay, sounds good. Hi, Bullhorn Betty and everyone. Oh, it's nice to see you. Nice to see you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, today was just a little cray-cray because my one of my activists called me and said, are you going to be at the school board? They're having a work session. You probably need to be there. So I said, what time is it? They say 9. Get there at 9. Apparently they have a shame meeting. I don't know what the shame means, but a shame meeting apparently is not open to the public. So they told me I could wait in my car, and I said, well, how long is the shame meeting? And they said, the shame meeting is about an hour. I'm like, I got things to do. I'm almost tempted to say, you know, watch this, because at the workshops anyways, there's not a whole lot of commentary from the public anyways. I need to make a new badge. This one's already. Miss Lee, I seen that in the first detective that was on the stand. I'm missing something here. Miss Lee, Mama 3, there it is. Pebbles. What drove me crazy was the stone-faced stare he was giving the witnesses, almost as if he was trying to intimidate them. Yeah, and you know what? This is another thing I have is, you know, this family is a very, very, very powerful family in Lowcountry, South Carolina. And, you know, I keep wondering because they were insistent on having it there at the courthouse. That's the courthouse. His entire family had their faces on plaques inside that courtroom. And, you know, I thought it was very smart of them bringing the jury from outside in, as opposed to moving the venue completely. And I think that the reason why the defense agreed to that is because everybody knows the family in that courthouse. The judge knows the family. The you know, and for the jurors, you know, not to know the family and stuff like that, I'm sure it took a little while to find those 16 or 18 jurors, because if I recall correctly, they have 12 jurors and 6 alternates. 6 alternates. That's 18 people that are listening to this these proceedings. And that's because another juror, say somebody gets sick or gets COVID or something like that, they need to be able to remove that juror and put another juror in its place, because they can't have somebody out one day and miss all that information and then be able to still, you know, rule with a day missing. So if somebody can't make it, if something happens, they have to pull another juror that's been there every single day. So they have 6. So a total of 18 people, from my understanding, are listening in on this. And the judge yesterday, when they were showing some of the raw crime scene footage from the body cameras of the first responders, Apparently, it was pretty stinking graphic. Graphic so much so that the judge had to tell the media that they cannot show this, that it's too gruesome to show. But the juror, even though we can't see the jury pool, I don't know what that squeaking is. Maybe it's, I think they're trying to get online now because I keep hearing some noises, and that's not coming from me. So it's got to be coming from the feed. But apparently the people inside the courtroom said that some of the jurors had, their hands over their mouths, that, obviously the images they were seeing were shocking images. So we heard a descriptive narrative of the types of images they were seeing on the body cam footage, and it was something horrific, and it just makes my heart break even more for the victims. It sounds like at least the silver lining is they died very quickly, immediately. So that it is at least, the one good thing that we can take away from it. But what's also heartbreaking is that nobody from the family is sitting on the side of Paul or Maggie. Nobody, not even Maggie's side of the family is there, sitting on her side. Like, what? And maybe that's by design for the defense, not, that they need them on his side. But come on. Like, even Buster, it's just heartbreaking. You're on your dad's side. He's accused of killing your brother and your mother, the woman that gave birth to you. And you can't even sit on her side of the aisle and support her and Paul? Nobody? They get no support whatsoever? It's just, it's heartbreaking for me. It really is. I'm a few minutes away from the house, so I'll be back in the office in just a few moments to do commentary, and then I may have to leave, in about half hour, 45 minutes, and head back up to the school board. I'm trying to decide whether I'm going to do that, because I always believe things happen for a reason. I was up on time. I got there when I was told to be there, and it's an hour, so we'll see. I can watch it online. It's not like I need to be there. Sorry. Good morning, Sandra. Alex kept pulling back the things he had covering his screen, almost like he wanted to see his work. That's a little crazy. Okay, let's not get in a wreck here. Jeez, Jeep. What the hell? These people need to slow the F down. This is insane. It's always the most expensive cars. It's the BMWs and the Lexuses and the Mercedes-Benz that have the lead foot. They don't care who they put in jeopardy when they're driving like a bat out of hell. It's insane. I can tell you guys one thing about me. I'm a cruise control driver. I don't know how many other people in here are cruise control drivers. When I'm on the interstate, I don't use my pedals. I use my gears on my steering wheel. So I'll as stuff slows down, I'll click it down a couple miles. As things go up, I'll click it up a couple miles. And I must drive people, because people think that if they get on my butt, I'm going to go faster. Once I'm set, it's one of those set it and forget it. Like I like to go anywhere between 76 miles an hour to 79 miles an hour, right, on the interstate. That's not too bad. I'm not going the speed limit, so people can't complain and harp on me that I'm driving too slow on the interstates here in Florida. I got to tell you, South Carolina, I thought we had speed demons. They were going 83 in the slow lane. Like, holy crap. Like, I had to stay 83. Like, there is a law that says that you have to keep up with the flow of traffic, because if the flow of traffic even is faster than the speed limit, by you driving the speed limit could injure somebody else, you got to keep up with the flow of traffic. There is that law. And at least here in Florida, at least that's what I was taught when I was getting my driver's license. I remember it like it was yesterday. And I'm like, really? And also, if you don't see a speed sign within, I think it's 2,500 yards, the speed limit is to be considered 55 miles an hour. A lot of people don't know that either, or don't remember that. So anyways, I'm just like I'm in the slow lane, because even like the fast lane in South Carolina was like 90 miles an hour. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I hope you're, oh, that reminds me, Sonia, we need to figure out how to do this, this drawing for the shirts. I'm ordering 4 shirts from Sonia. I just need to keep my butt in Florida long enough to get this rolled out. I'm ordering 4 shirts. I'm paying so you guys can get whatever size you want in whichever design. I think she has like 3 or 4 different Bullhorn Betty designs that she can put on any of these shirts. We're going to be giving those away. But I got to figure out how to do it properly. You know, I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube. So I've got to reach out to YouTube creator support to find out what's the best way to do this. If I need to do it through a third party, or if I can do it online through YouTube. But I'm going to get all the information for that. And then we'll figure out how we're going to do it, because I can just do the drawing. I don't have to use YouTube to, we can use Cash App, PayPal, or Venmo, and do like a wheel of people and do a drawing that way, where we collect the names that go on the drawing off of Cash App or PayPal, and then do it. It's kind of like the tickets will only be like 99 cents or $1 or something like that, maybe 50 cents. I don't know. It's going to be very nominal. But we're going to have a drawing, and we're going to be giving away 4 shirts. And you can, I personally, I have to be honest with you, I love the one that has Dolly, Olivia, and Bullhorn Betty on it that says no justice, no peace. I love that one. Actually, I love all of them. She even has this foul play shirt, Dolly Vision, Bullhorn Betty on it. And then she has a good day. I love that shirt, and God bless her for sending me a long sleeve one, because I'm definitely using it. And so we're going to get some 4 shirts, get those raffled off, or drawing, or do something. I don't know if raffle is really the proper terminology for it, but we'll do something. We'll do something that we can get some shirts out to you folks. And if you guys just want to purchase, I get no proceeds from it. This is just to help our beloved mod, Sonia. So if you like some of her design or her work, you know, reach out to her and get your shirt. I'd rather her get the profit than Teespring, to be honest with you, if you want to look at it that way. I'd rather her, you know, help herself, because she's one of us, as opposed to some company that takes 2 weeks to ship one little item out to you guys, you know? So, all right, guys, I'm going to let you guys go. I'm going to go into the house. I'm driving down my road right now. I'm going to go into the house, and we'll be back in the office. So see you soon. Let me make sure I got you guys clicked off. I can't tell if I got you clicked off or not. Hold on. Well, hello, little kitty. I got the neighbor kitty here. Oh my God, I feel like I haven't seen you guys in forever. Hi. Right? So much. This is the kind of school boards I like, right? You pull up and you pull out, right? Oh, good Lord. 8 minutes. Look, I'm back in time. 8 minutes. And we are going to be watching this trial unfold. I'm very interested in it. This is a crazy case. For those that are just tuning in, Alex Murdaugh is Alex Murdaugh, the man that's right over here. The mirroring of the phone, or the camera. This is actually my left hand, even though it's on the right of the screen. Can you believe that? That's why I get so confused with this camera. But that's okay. That's okay. Anyways, but Alex Murdaugh, his family has reigned power in Lowcountry, South Carolina for more than 100 years. And I call him the man that fell from grace. This is a man that literally had everything. He had money, power, prestige, the family legacy, the family dynasty, and it all came crumbling down when his wife and son were murdered. It was starting to crumble prior to that because in 2019, I believe, is when his son took a boat out and used his older brother Buster's driver's license to get into a bar and get very, very intoxicated and inebriated. We always hear from some people, and it was reminded to me, hey, Okie. Yes, I will. I'll give you a call as soon as I wrapped up here. Or once this, once this starts, I'm just going to put this up and I'm going to mute my mic, and I'll give you a shout out around then. But this is one of those cases where you have literally everything. This is almost like a scripted movie that we would pay money to watch. Alex Murdaugh apparently got on drugs and other substances, and just it put his life in the crapper. His son ended up wrecking that boat into a piling, which one person, Mallory Beach, lost her life. Mallory Beach's family was suing them civilly because he was not, for whatever reason, I don't know if Paul was charged with driving, DWI on the water. I don't know how all that went away. I don't know why he was not properly prosecuted for that crime. Either way, the family had decided to sue the Murdaugh family because, quite frankly, Paul was underage. He was a minor, and so that opened Alex's books, his financial books, up, and he had committed a lot of fraud to acquire the assets that he acquired and to maintain the lifestyle that he had. Was that the reason for the son's death? And everybody says, well, okay, if that was the reason, why the wife? Because I truly believe as soon as that wife saw her son, she turned around and knew Alec did it. And I think that's why she started running. I think that's why she was executed over by the line. Here we go, guys. We're getting started. The volume is up on this. So as soon as they start talking, as soon as the judge starts coming into the courtroom, I will back down and we'll start watching this court proceeding here live on the Bullhorn Betty channel. And one other thing I wanted to say is I heard that there was a nasty rumor going around that I was kicked out of court yesterday at Leilani's court hearing. That is a lie. Actually, I was approved to live stream the proceedings, and I am approved to live stream the proceedings on her defacts and motion hearing. When that motion hearing comes in, I now have permission to live stream it from the courtroom for at least that hearing. I believe Judge Stokes will be ruling on future how the media and recordings are going to be handled in the future for her murder trial, and it may be pooled with 1 or 2 videos. I'm going to try to file a motion into that case that one of those be social media, because what we have right now, and this is where that new camera would come into play, if we had it, I could set this up on the computer and literally live stream it and zoom in and zoom out as needed with that new camera. The new camera is a broadcasting type camera. It is not a camera like Olivia and Dolly have. It's a more meaty camera that eventually I can use broadcasting equipment with to broadcast on multiple things, including our website, because we will be building that website. That website will be for members only. That website will have stories. It'll have pictures. It will have a lot of stuff on there. That's going to be a lot of our work. And I'm actually going to be challenging some of you that are creative writers to actually find a case and write about it. And we will post your written articles on this Bullhorn Betty page. Yeah, you guys can be part of this. It'll be very interesting. We can talk as long as it's true crime or crime related. It doesn't necessarily like every single one of them have to be the result of death. It can just be updated crimes. It can be statistics. It can be anything that you guys want to talk about, as long as it goes to the core value of criminal crime type of articles and things of that nature. I really don't like a whole lot of political stuff, so I'm not looking for political commentary on there unless it's talking about things that are initiatives that could help the victims that we cover. For example, I don't mind being political about the centralized database, because I need political help in order to get that initiative pushed through. So you see what I'm saying, but I don't want like even we did a live here for our members only on the death penalty. I don't even want those commentary perspectives on the Bullhorn Betty channel. It's really whatever we do on that. Not the Bullhorn Betty channel, but the Bullhorn Betty website. Whatever we do with that will be primarily for victims, advocacy for victims, and things of that nature. I'm not going to be charging for that that service, at least for the first year, as we build and get all the kinks and quirks and all the stuff out of it. So we have a good running interface for a website, and then once we get there. Then we'll talk about as a group what fee we want to charge to that. But I'm thinking it's going to be something like 99 cents. It's not going to be something like that. But it's just to keep it's just enough to keep the nasty people off. It's kind of like shelter dogs and stuff like that. When I had dogs, I didn't want to sell dogs. I wanted to give those dogs away, but I realized I had a pit bull breed and people would be fighting those dogs if I gave them away for free. So I did charge a nominal fee, not so low that you couldn't, that it was unaffordable for people, but high enough that nobody would want to spend the money to fight the dog. So it's going to be kind of that same mentality when setting up this website and things of that nature. BHB. Yes, ma'am. I am. I got there. One of my fellow activists told me that they were having a doohickey, sorry guys, I'm trying to think, a work session at the school board that I needed to attend. So I asked him what time. He said 9 o'clock. Well, I get there and I'm told that the SHAE meeting is going on. The SHAE meeting is going to be about an hour long, and that it's not open to the public or media, that it's a private thing. I don't like our school boards having any private meetings. I have to be honest with you. I don't trust them. I trust them more now because I've got friends that are on the school board. But that trust was very not there. So I don't know what's going on here. I guess we're not starting yet. I'm sure we'll start soon. Oh, Joan, it's nice to see you, honey. Paul was released on $50,000 bond and was never detained, due to his family influence. Yeah. And that's the problem I'm having, is this whole family influence. And it really kind of makes me wonder, about this courthouse. At one point when I heard that they were bringing in the jury pool from an outside source as opposed to changing the venue, I thought, wow, that was really smart. You guys even heard me say that. But it wasn't until I actually got there. Like I say, perspectives always change, especially when you get your feet on the ground in certain areas. And then I realized, to the extent of the influence of the Murdaugh family in Lowcountry, South Carolina. And it's so much so that people in Hampton County refuse to even mention their name in any kind of statement, or whether pro or against them. They won't say nothing. And that tells me to the extent of the influence of this very family. And no family should have that kind of influence in any community ever. That is where corruption is bred. That is where it's the breeding ground, right? It's the breeding ground for all the stuff we hate in politics and people of power and influence and money. And that's what we've got here. So as we're looking, we're now at the clock. So it looks like they're getting all the cameras set up. They're getting ready to, get this underway. So they're setting up at 9:30. I believe that we may be starting at 10. We'll see. How likely is it his son killed a young girl and someone besides the dad took matters into their own hands while he awaited trial? There is that, and that is kind of the argument that the defense is taking, is that there's another set of tires, that the first responders muddled up and screwed up the evidence and stuff like that. But one notable thing that I found very hard to explain is, how did he find his wife Maggie? If you watch those body cam footage, the ones that we were allowed to see, the way it was described is his truck, and I don't have it here. I see the judge is now sitting, so I only have a few minutes here, or a few seconds to finish this out. The way his truck, it's pitch black out there. There's no light. She was over by the tree line. Paul had part of his body inside the feed shed, and the majority of his body outside of the feed shed. So she was found there. How did he see his wife some 300, 100 yards away from his son in the pitch black at night, enough to call in and say his son and his wife were killed? He's going to have some explaining to do on that.
Is that loud enough for you?
So they're getting all the microphones and everything set up. We're hearing it in the background right now. I'm interested in finding out. I can already see right now in this particular case, the defense is not in the position to dispute all these allegations. Right now, he's just poking holes into the allegations. He's just poking holes into the prosecution. And right now, it seemed like he was focused on that crime scene and the contamination of that crime scene. And law enforcement is basically saying that, yes, if we did contaminate it, it would have been microscopic in nature. So he kind of repositioned himself to talk about the tire tracks at that location. And one of the first responders did see a faint second set of tire tracks out there that the defense is trying to put a lot of weight on. That means that somebody else was there. We have to remember that, law enforcement or the defense is trying to say, hey, Alex Murdaugh should have been covered in blood. He was not. But we're hearing that there was one piece of white shirt that had a splatter of blood. Why is that spot of blood so important? Because if it's a high velocity splatter, that means he could have only have received that spot of splatter if he was in close proximity to when the gun was fired and shot the individual. And I think we're going to find out that that drop of blood is crucial in this case because it's high velocity splatter as opposed to a drop of blood or a rub mark of blood. Like as if you are leaning over to check a pulse and you get a little transfer blood. That's transferred blood. A drop of blood means like maybe he grabbed his arm, he was covered in blood and he had a little bit of blood on his fingers and it dripped. That would not be high velocity. High velocity blood means it is when that bullet hits the blood almost sprays, and it's a fine mist of spray, microscopic in nature in some cases, but it's high velocity, and there is nothing else that can produce that high velocity blood splatter outside of a gunshot wound. Even medium velocity, as when you're hitting somebody or stabbing somebody, like we're dealing with in the Idaho 4, you've got a spray that comes off of it, but it's not high velocity. It's more of a medium velocity, angry, type of thing, as opposed to something that's right. All right.
Please be seated.
Good morning. Anything before the jury comes in?
Yes, sir. I believe Mr. Fernandez needs to address one housekeeping matter before we bring the jury.
Morning, Your Honor. Just per the clerk's request, I'm going to list out a couple 6 exhibits from yesterday under Captain Chapman's testimony, just clarifying for the record that they were put into evidence and without objection by the defense. That would be 189, 190, 191, 192. Those are 4 pictures that were put in under his testimony, and then 187 and 188. Those were the 2 drone videos.
And what do you want to do with that?
Clerk needed clarification on those numbers because it was unclear that those numbers were part of the record.
Okay.
Anything else before the jury comes in? You can bring the jury.
You can see Alex's sister behind him here. If you guys are just coming in, please don't forget to hit the like button. If you hit the like button, let me know what your number was and where you're from, what state you're from.
The jury is present.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
I also want to let you guys
Ladies
know
and gentlemen, continuing on day number 5.
that
State's
if there's
case,
graphic,
next witness.
if there's graphic
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state of South Carolina
description, I will
calls
be muting.
Detective Laura Rutland.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. You affirm the testimony about to get recorded in this trial shall be the truth to help you God. I do. Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again. Spell your last name.
My name is Laura Rutland, Rutland.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you nervous?
Yes.
Nobody's watching.
You are Laura Rutland.
I am.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury about Laura Rutland, where you're from, where you were born, where you lived, and a little bit of your background leading up to law enforcement, please, ma'am.
Good morning, everybody. I was born in Charleston, South Carolina. When I was about 6 months old, my family moved back to England, where we were originally from. Lived there until I was about 3 or 4 years old. Came back to the United States. Grew up in Somerville, South Carolina. Graduated from Somerville High School. After I graduated, I was working as a dog groomer. Met my would-be my husband. We moved to Port Royal, South Carolina. He was in the Marine Corps, stationed at Parris Island at the time. Then we moved to Bluffton. We had decided, I decided to pursue law enforcement. I've always been a true crime nerd, into mysteries and things like that. So I decided to pursue law enforcement. I graduated from the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy in 2010 and was working at the Bluffton Police Department, where I held various roles. Started on patrol, became a detective. Then I was promoted to supervisor, where I supervised a patrol shift, and then eventually supervised the detective unit at Bluffton PD. My husband and I decided we wanted a lot of kids. So after I had my third baby, I decided to try my civilian job, get out of law enforcement for a little bit with a better schedule. So I briefly worked on Parris Island as a sexual assault victim advocate for the sexual assault response and prevention program. Realized I missed law enforcement, so I wanted to get back. So especially investigations. I first tried Beaufort Police Department, but it would take several years for them to have an opening in criminal investigations. So then I came to the Colleton County Sheriff's Office, where they were seeking experienced detectives. And so I joined Colleton County Sheriff's Office in September 2020. And February 2021, I was transferred to the Criminal Investigation Division, where I currently am now. My main focus is child crimes, which means children of sexual and physical abuse. Those are the cases that I predominantly work, as well as I'm a South Carolina ICAC task force member. And what that means is it's internet crimes against children. And that's a task force that's partnership with the Attorney General's office. And we basically battle online child predators, child pornography, those types of cases. We do rotate homicides in the detective division among 9 of us.
At some point, did you work at Parris Island?
I did, yes, sir.
Tell these folks what you did there.
I was a sexual assault victim advocate for civilians on the base.
And your training in law enforcement's been what, detective?
It's been various things. It's been basic training to advanced training. You name it. I've attended several advanced trainings hosted by other law enforcement agencies, state and federal.
How many children do you have now?
We have 4.
Okay. And does your husband work?
He does.
Does he work at home?
He does. Mm-hmm.
So you started full-time with Colleton in what year?
2020.
Okay. And what was your role when you first started with Colleton County Sheriff's Department?
I started on patrol to familiarize myself with the county.
And then did you work yourself, or not work out, but you become a detective?
I did, yes.
Okay. When was that?
February 2021.
On June 7th of 2021. Well, let me ask before you get there. Where do you, not to pry, don't want the world to know, but they're going to, where do you live?
I live in Ridgeland.
Now, on June 7th of 2021, were you on call?
I was.
Okay. How far is it from Ridgeland to here?
45 minutes to an hour, depending on traffic and what part of Colleton County I'm going to.
Did you receive a call to respond to a double homicide?
I did.
Okay. And where was that? Where were you supposed to respond? Okay.
Initially to the scene, 4147 Moselle Road. But due to my long commute, it was better that I stopped at the sheriff's office first and I be the one to prepare the search warrant for the property.
And who were you coordinating with during that? I mean, who was your boss?
That's Captain Jason Chapman.
And after you'd received the call, did you confer with Captain Chapman?
I did.
And as a result of that, what did you do?
I went to the sheriff's office, prepared the search warrant, was finally able to track down a magistrate. I had to wake him up out of his bed to sign the warrant, and I was able to secure a search warrant for the property.
Okay. And for 4147 Moselle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you do after you got the search warrant?
I notified everybody over the radio that I had the search warrant signed because I wasn't sure if the SLED crime scene unit was waiting on me. And it was still going to take some time to get out there. And then I made my way to 4147 Moselle Road with the warrant.
Had you been out there before to 4147 Moselle?
Never.
When you went out there, did you know what your role was going to be as you were going out there?
I did not.
When you got to the scene, tell us what happened.
So when I pulled up, I noticed there were several SLED agents as well as Colleton County deputies at the scene. I was basically the last one there. And I met with my supervisor, Captain Jason Chapman, and presented them with the search warrant as well as SLED. He asked me if I knew the Murdaugh family, to which I replied I did not. They then asked me if I was familiar with a boat accident that had happened in Beaufort, and my reply was, I've heard of it, but I don't know the details. So with that information, they said, okay, you're going to be assigned as the liaison with the lead SLED agent on the case, who was identified as Senior Special Agent David Owen, and that my task was going to be to assist him with anything he may need that evening at the scene and throughout the investigation.
And I think we've heard prior testimony, but the case was turned over to SLED because of a potential conflict.
That's correct. That was one of the things my captain advised me of when I arrived at the search warrant. He advised me that SLED was going to be the lead agency on the case.
And did you know Special Agent David Owens prior to that night?
I did not.
Okay. But did you get to know him and actually get to work with him some?
I did, yes, sir.
And let's start out with that job. When you first got to 4147 and you got your instructions, who were you going to work with? What were your observations? Tell these folks what you saw.
So the first thing as I approached I'm sure you've all heard the kennels, was the overwhelming smell and a lot of water on the ground by the kennels. And then the first body that I approached was the deceased male. He was laying face down at an angle with his feet inside the plane of the door. There was obvious trauma to the top of his head. He was covered with a sheet, but I could still see the top of his head from underneath the sheet. Obvious trauma. There was brain, blood, hair, skull matter, all within the feed room and the ceiling. There was a deceased female, approximately 30 feet across from where his body was, and she was covered as well. But I had been told that they both had gunshot wounds to their heads. And then from there, we located the 911 caller, Mr. Alex Murdaugh.
Now, did you know, everybody's referring to as Paul and Maggie, did you know Paul Murdaugh and or Maggie Murdaugh?
I did not.
Had you ever seen them before you saw them laying dead on the ground?
No.
At that point, did you walk any of the rest of the scene?
Not at that point.
Okay. Well, tell the folks what you did do after that.
We located Mr. Murdaugh, Alec, standing at the back of there was his Suburban, and then there was, I believe his brother Randy had arrived at the scene at that point, and they were standing behind Randy's truck. Oh, so they couldn't see the scene anymore. So we approached him and asked if he would speak with us. He introduced the man standing next to him as his personal attorney, Danny Henderson, and he agreed to speak with us. By this point, it had started to rain, so we utilized Agent Owen's vehicle to do the interview.
Now, before we get to that, had you made any other observations about bullet holes or shell casings prior to that?
Yes, there were shell casings in front of Maggie's head area, in front to the left on the ground, in between there was like a gravel area in between the two buildings.
Had you seen what's been referred to as the feed room? And
Yes.
okay, what did you observe in there? If anything?
Inside the feed room, I did observe body matter that had been on the ceiling, as well as covered in items inside the feed room. There was shotgun wadding on the floor inside the feed room, as well as droplets of blood on the concrete.
Did you see any holes in the window?
Yeah, there was a window to the back of the feed room that had several holes in it.
I'm going to skip. I want to skip the statement for a second. All right.
Mm-hmm.
After you took the statement, we're going to get into that. Did you go back and look at the scene with either Captain Chapman, and I say the scene, the shelters, the dog kennels? Did you and/or Captain Chapman or anybody else have an opportunity to go back and look?
I did.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen, first of all, why you did that and what were your observations, please, ma'am?
Well, it was such a large scene. I decided to canvas the outer part of the scene. And while I was doing that, keep in mind, it was late at night. It was dark. So we had flashlights. So while I was doing that, I noted some what appeared to me to be fresh shoe impressions in a sandy part of the shed on the left side of the hangar, what we're describing as the hangar. In between some tractors in the wall of the shed, there was several fresh shoe impressions.
And when you say fresh shoe impressions, kind of obvious, but what does that mean?
It means that they had been left fairly recently.
What did they appear to you to be?
They look like a flat sandal, flip-flop type shoe, not particularly large in size, just flat.
Were they one set of footprints or two based on your observation?
It was one set of prints that looked like it went down one direction and possibly came back.
No doubt about that in your mind?
No doubt about that.
So if you watch me now, was it like one set of prints going this way?
Yes.
And then it looked like one set of prints coming back this way?
Yes, because they did overlap each other a little bit.
And and who was with you when you were looking at these?
I was by myself initially, and then I found my supervisor, Captain Chapman, and showed him what I had found.
Where were y'all walking when you were looking at the prints?
We had made the decision at that point, due to the type of incident that it was, and we didn't really know what we had yet, to follow the footprints and see if there was any other additional evidence and find out where that person may have been trying to go. So what we did is we stayed to the left side of the shoe prints, closest to the tractors, and followed the prints down, noted that they stopped at the end of the building, turned around, and came back.
And I'm going to show you what's entered the state's 194. Is that what you're just referring to?
No.
Okay. What does this depict?
That depicts several what appear to be boot prints on as well.
Is this the same path y'all walked?
Yes.
Okay. And let me show you. States 195, do you recognize this?
Yeah, those are the flat, just the flat ones impressions.
I'm sure I can't. Can we start now? Please. Let me show you what's marked States 22. Do you recognize this, and does it relate to your testimony?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, States 22 without objection.
Okay. Submitted.
Are we on? Let me go back to what's just been entered as States 22. You said you recognize that. What is that, Detective?
That's in front of the hangar, the building. So Maggie would be to the right, and the shoe impressions I'm referring to would be on the left.
And getting a little closer view on States 194.
Yes, that's the left side of the hangar.
Can you show in this picture the prints you were talking about, the footprints?
Yes.
Can you come down here with the judge's permission?
Yeah.
Sure, please.
These flat ones. It's hard to see, there's a big flare.
Okay, and let me put in States 195 too, Detective.
Yeah, these flat impressions, these flat ones. Can you all see?
Were those the foot impressions you saw that night? The flat ones?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any other foot impressions beside the flat ones that you saw?
Yeah.
Okay. On evening of June 7th, early morning of June 8th of 2021?
That's correct.
You're positive?
Positive.
And again, when you and the captain walked, how far were you from the sandals?
A foot to the left.
Don't take this any bad way, but could some of those other prints be yours or the captain's, or you don't
It's
know?
possible.
Okay. Now, you were and I'm going to do this without putting it up. This is one of those pictures that we've uncovered, but I'm going to show you States 7. You're a lady.
Yes, sir.
You know what women's shoes look like?
Yes, sir.
Did you go and look at Maggie's shoes she was wearing?
I did.
Okay. Why'd you do that?
To see if they matched the flat impressions I had seen.
And were they similar to you?
Very similar. Yes.
And States 200, do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are the sandals Miss Murdaugh had on.
And did they appear to be similar to the footprints you saw?
Yes, very.
Now, did Mr. Harpootlian or one of the investigators contact you about these footprints?
He did.
When was that?
A few weeks ago.
And did they send you a picture of it?
They did.
Okay, was it the pictures we just put up?
It was.
And did you tell them that, well, what'd you tell them when they sent you that?
That those were not my impressions.
That those weren't your impressions? The
Correct.
others? Voluntarily talked to them?
I did.
Sent you a picture of the shoes?
Yep.
You told them those weren't mine?
Correct.
All right, let's get back to, I think you said Mr. On the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the defendant had said, introduced you to who before you started the interview?
Danny Henderson said he was his personal attorney.
His personal attorney.
Yes.
Did he want his attorney in the car with you?
He did.
Okay. And I believe you said it was raining?
Yes, sir.
So what did y'all do to get out of the elements?
We sat inside Agent Owens with sled inside his vehicle.
And please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury specifically where everybody was sitting.
Agent Owen was in the driver's seat. Alex Murdaugh was in the front passenger seat. I sat directly behind him, and then Mr. Henderson sat to my left.
Please listen to me. First time, was that the first time you met Alex Murdaugh?
It was.
Did he appear to you to be under the influence of alcohol, drugs, or any other intoxicant when you saw him?
He did not.
Did he appear to you to understand your questions and Special Agent David Owens' questions when y'all were talking to him?
He did.
Were his answers to either you or Agent Owens timely?
Yes.
Were they subject matter appropriate?
Yes, they were.
Did you have any trouble understanding the defendant when you were talking to him?
I did not.
Did he appear to have any trouble understanding you and responding to your questions?
He did not. He may have asked twice to repeat a question, but he was understanding what was being discussed.
I'm going to show you what's marked States 153. At my request, did you review this yesterday?
I did.
And does this States 153 accurately reflect the interview you, Agent Owens, had with the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, 153, I believe without objection. No objection.
It's admitted.
And with this Honor's permission and with the help of someone, we'd ask to respectfully publish.
I think it takes a while.
It takes a little bit for the sound comes up. It does. While we're waiting for the sound, is that the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
It is.
Is that you back in the back?
That is me.
Who is that?
That is Special Agent Owen.
Who is that?
Danny Henderson.
All right, sir. All right, Mr. Murdaugh, state your full name for me, please.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Yes.
And spell your last name so that it's correct.
Murdaugh.
All right. Can you go by Alex?
Yes, sir.
And your date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh?
May 27th, 1968.
And your phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
And so what was your name?
Yeah.
All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen, and I'm from Rutland with Colleton County. I'm misled. I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah.
I totally understand. So you don't have any problem with it.
So, just start at the top, take your time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. My boy over there, I could see it was. I could see his brain. And I ran over to Maggie. Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. you know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started trying to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both. I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, you know, I called 911, pretty much right away. And she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John, and I tried to call a little boy, a real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
What all was around Paul when he walked up?
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there was some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence? I know you said the phone fell out of the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, not. No, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them, and Maggie's a dog lover. She fools with the dogs. And I knew she was going to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house and went to my mom's for just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her, no response. When I got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there. So I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul's gonna be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seeds. So I came back up here and drove up and saw and called.
Had Maggie and Paul been arguing over anything?
No.
What was their relationship like?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. How about yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
And yours and Paul's relationship?
As good as it could be.
How old was Paul?
22.
Okay. You know his date of birth?
I do. April 11th, 96 is his brother's. April 14th, 99 is Paul's.
What's Maggie's full name?
Margaret Brandstetter Murdaugh.
And her date of birth, sir?
September 15th, 1968.
Have y'all been having any problems out here? Trespassers,
None
people
that,
breaking in?
none that I know of. The only thing what comes to my mind is my son Paul was in a boat wreck a couple years ago. And there's been he was charged with being arrested for being the driver. There's been a lot of negative publicity about that. And there's been a lot of people online just really vile stuff. But when Paul's out and about, people routinely, I don't think I know the full story, so I don't think they give it to me. But I mean, he's been punched and hit and just attacked a lot. So, but I mean, nothing like this.
Yeah. Any one person in particular or a group of people
I don't know.
that you could think of?
It's not that I know, no, sir.
Has he, other than being assaulted, has he received any direct threats related to the boat accident?
Oh, yes. All the time.
Recently?
Yes, sir. I mean, he gets them all the time.
Okay.
He gets them all the time.
What kind of,
I'm gonna kick your ass, I've never been privy firsthand,
Is that through social media or?
No, ma'am. It's mostly like if he goes out places is what goes out, like somewhere. He's in college, so he goes out, is what I understand. I can find out better details from some of his younger friends on that.
Who's his best friend?
His best friend in Columbia is Will Chapman, Will Loving, Bobby Boyle. Bobby Boyle, Will Chapman, and Paul were getting ready to move into a house together in Columbia.
You said Will Chapman and Will Loving?
Will's with an S, Chapman, and Will with an L, Loving. Okay. Around here, his best friends are clearly Nolan Tootin and Rogan Gibson.
Nolan Tootin?
Yes, sir.
And what was the other one, I'm sorry?
Rogan Gibson.
Have you talked with any of these guys tonight?
Talked with Nolan, yes, sir.
Is he out here?
Yes, sir. I tried to call Rogan, was one of the people he's the boy that I told you lives around the corner. That's very, he's just a good, healthy young man. You mind if I open the door real quick?
Go ahead. Do what you need to do. So is there anybody that you can think of that we need to talk to tonight? Is there a name that comes to mind?
I mean, I can't tell you anybody that I'm overly suspicious of off the top of my head. I mean, this is such a stupid thing. I'm even embarrassed to say it, but it just didn't make any sense. I just hired a guy out here, and he wasn't cutting the mustard, but I hadn't told him this yet. Paul's been working with him a lot. He killed the sunflower seeds in our dove field just recently, which is why Paul was here doing this. He told Paul a story the other day about how when he was in high school, he got in a fight with some black guys. And the FBI undercover team observed him fighting those guys and put him on an undercover team with 3 Navy SEALs. And that their job was to kill radical Black Panthers. And they did that from Myrtle Beach to Savannah. Now, I really don't think this guy, is probably the person, but that's just so freaking.
Yeah, that's kind of a far-fetched
It's
story.
weird, but he was off today.
Okay.
He took his daddy to the doctor.
What's his name?
CB Rudd.
ROWE?
Yeah, and I sent him a message to text me earlier today about the sunflowers, and he called me back when I was on the way to my mom's house.
Did you talk to him at that time?
Briefly, I was on the phone with a lawyer friend of mine named Chris Wilson from Bamberg, so I told him I'd call him back tomorrow, see him in the morning.
When you briefly talked to Mr. Rowe, what was his demeanor or attitude? Or
I mean, it seemed normal. I mean, I asked him about the sunflowers and stuff. You know, I mean, I'm sure he's a little bit.
Where does he live?
I don't exactly know. Somewhere in in Bronson.
Okay. Do you have his phone number?
I do.
You got it with you, was it?
I do. You know, but I do think him and Paul got along pretty well. That's just really, really weird. All right. CD.
Right there. I'm glad.
Yeah, I know. He called me, so I'll do that.
Okay. 843-540-9335. You do that phone in charge. Is that an iPhone?
Yes, sir.
Watch it for a second, please.
Thank you.
When did you tell that story to Paul?
Sometime last week.
Okay.
Sometime last week. My son Paul actually, I really do not think, in all honesty, that it's him, but I know you'll have to check it out. But Paul was so taken aback by it that he sent, I'll find it, I got it on my phone. He recorded him saying bits and pieces of it. But for all this weirdness, I mean, I do think they they got along pretty good.
How long have you been working here?
That's about 3 or 4 pay periods, so 8 weeks, couple months.
Going back to the boat incident, anybody on that boat really have a hard on for Paul that you would think would come after him, or know of any direct threats from people on the boat?
I don't know of any direct threats between any of the people on the boat specifically, but I do think there's been a small amount of yip-yap between a couple of them, but not recently. Most of this was stuff from people that Paul didn't really know. There were some people that he knew distantly, but more times than not, when I learned about it, it was somebody that he didn't know. It's like, for example, he went out in Charleston a couple months ago, came back, he got a black eye. And, he can't defend himself right now because he's charged. So, Paul was a real tough man's man. He
would defend himself, but he hadn't been.
That's right. But
How was he doing? He's everybody.
As far as what?
How was he handling it?
I've never been prouder of him than the way he has handled the pressures and the adversity in that situation. I think I've told Danny that before. I mean, Paul is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful kid. He can do almost anything. He gets along with almost anybody.
Do y'all store any weapons out here?
We don't store them, but they're frequently out here. I need to find out if there were any out here because I know there was a shotgun. There was a 12-gauge shotgun out here. I'll have to find out exactly when that was. I think it got put up, but I'm not positive.
What did that shotgun look like?
It was camouflage. I want to say it was a Benelli or maybe a Beretta. I can't remember which brand it is. I don't think it was out here recently, but I'm not positive.
And the shotgun that you had when the deputies pulled up, where did that come from?
I went to the house and I got a gun, probably overreacting, but.
And was that when you pulled up and saw them?
No, I mean, I came out and, I called 911 first. Talked to them for a little while, and then I told her. That I was going to go to the house.
Okay.
And that I would let authorities know when they got here that I had a gun.
Okay. Do you happen to have a list of all your guns?
I can make one. I don't have one.
Yeah.
I can make one.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, so we can compare if that shotgun was out here, now it's missing.
Absolutely.
Trying to figure that out.
No, absolutely.
And I know living up here in the country, you probably have more than one or two.
We do. We probably have 20, 25 guns,
Yeah. Shotguns, rifles.
pistols.
Any rifles?
Yes, sir.
What kind of rifles?
All kinds.
Yeah.
All kinds. I mean, you name it across the board, we have them.
Okay.
I mean, all of them we have are, in a hunting room in our house.
What was their schedule today? When did they get home?
My son works for my brother, and he was coming home to deal with sunflowers. He got here. He got here pretty early because he and I rode around looking at everything for a good little while, probably 45 minutes to an hour. Maggie had things she did in Charleston, and she had a doctor's appointment in Charleston, and she got back here. It was fairly late.
Was it dark yet when Paul got home?
No, Paul got home early.
Early, okay, so before dinner time?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Lunchtime? Or?
No, ma'am.
What brother does Paul work for?
John Barney.
And what does Paul do for him?
Everything.
Handyman.
Yes, sir.
Was it unusual for Maggie to feed the dogs this time of night or check on them?
I mean, she played with those dogs all the time. And it's especially common for her to, she's been gone for a while, to come and let especially two of them out to run.
So she pretty regularly comes out here in the evenings?
Very regular. Comes out here a lot.
cameras at the property?
I have deer cameras, but none, around up here
Where are they at?
on different deer stands.
Oh, so deep in the woods.
Well, not necessarily deep in the woods. Some of them are in fields and,
Okay.
but there's none that, are near here.
Okay.
What doctor appointment? What doctor did Maggie see you do?
I forget the guy's name. Maggie's been having trouble with her. She's been having trouble with her stomach and her tooth. I'm not positive. It was sort of a routine visit, and I can't remember. She told me the name of it, and I can't. I want to say Gordine is who I think she saw.
So was she back home around supper time? Or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
I don't think she got back quite that early. I think she got back a little bit later than that.
Okay. What did you do today? Were you at the office or?
No, I was home. I came home. Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house. Laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer, and I left to go to my mom's. She said she might ride with me, but she normally doesn't when I go over there. And I think I texted her. And she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
And what time was that?
What time was what?
That you sent her a text message?
Alright, I texted her at 9:08, wanted to check on him, be right back. And then I texted her at 9:47, that must be when I started to come back. I think I called her before that. But let me make sure. Pretty sure that I called her 9:45. And then I tried Paul. And then, no, I think that was riding. I think that might have been right over there. Three. I mean, my calls were right here.
Yeah.
So, obviously this is when I, at 10:06,
Yes, sir. Anybody else want some gum?
You want the water, do that? I'm sorry, I don't need it.
If you, behind Danny's head is a case of water.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I got some right here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, man.
sure we're gonna have much more questions.
I'm available at, you let me know.
What's another number in case I can't get you on your cell?
I don't have a house phone.
Okay.
An office number. I can give you my brother's cell phone.
All right, what's Randy's?
Hey, Randy's is 803-943-8881.
And John?
John Martin's 843-321-5508.
And you said your dad's in the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Which hospital? Charleston or?
Savannah and St. Joseph's.
Is he doing okay or what's?
He's having a really, really hard time. He's got a lot going on. He's doing okay, doing everything, but he's got a lot going on.
Now Maggie's family, where are they?
Somerville.
Have you been in touch with them?
Contacted, yes. I had my brother call Bart, the wife of his sister, and the husband of Maggie's sister, so that they could go and tell Maggie's parents. I felt like they needed to hear it in person, and they were going there and calling me. So they must not be there yet.
Maggie's parents in Somerville?
Yes. And her mom just had a knee replacement surgery, and her dad really has trouble getting around nowadays.
Do you have any other children?
I do. I have a 24-year-old.
That's what you said. What's his name?
Richard Alexander Jr.
He goes by Buster.
He goes by Buster.
Is he here tonight?
He's on his way.
Laura, you got anything?
This one's hard, but when you first saw Paul, you said you tried to flip him over. Was he laying on his back or on his stomach?
Just like he was.
Just like he is, so you weren't able to move him. Okay.
No matter.
Okay. So did he help Maggie a lot out here with the animals?
He helped everybody with everything.
So it was kind of routine for him to be out here as well.
This place is his absolute passion.
Okay.
I tried to turn him, and then I checked, and then I think I already did, but I checked him.
And when you first pulled into the property, did you come from this direction where all our police cars are, or which way did you come in?
I went to the house,
Okay.
and then I came from the house
This way.
straight here.
Okay.
I mean, where my vehicle was parked, it's probably,
Is where it was, okay.
well, no, maybe not exactly, but it was pretty close, because I came back the same route
That's right, because you went back to get your shotgun.
when I came back.
You can see his sister nervously
I can't think of anything else
messing
right
with
now.
her hair.
We'll certainly be in touch.
Thank y'all for everything y'all are doing.
So, just to kind of let you know what's going to go on, we're going to be out here for quite some time. The coroner will take custody of Paul and Maggie.
Can I answer that? Yeah. What? No, we're finished. Let me come out there where I'll be here when he gets here. don't let him come up here. Okay, yeah. I think we're about done. All right, thank you. I'm sorry.
But, in here? Okay.
Yes, sir. I brought my card. Thank you.
So the coroner will come over and talk to you. They'll do the autopsy and everything, and then go from there. But we'll come to you before we leave.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Rutland. Thank you very much.
She's in the white shirt with the speckles on it.
Here, you want this?
Sitting right behind her attorney's head, his attorney's head.
What time was that interview?
I think it was 1 a.m.
Would you dispute 1257?
No, that sounds correct.
Would you describe that as an aggressive interview?
No.
As a part of your investigating procedure, had you listened to the 911 tape prior to this?
We did.
And you say we, who's we?
Myself and Special Agent Owen.
Did you have, can everybody hear? Speak in the mic, please. Speak in the mic, please, ma'am. Did you have that 911 knowledge in your mind when you were listening to this? Had you already heard it?
Yes.
And on the 911 tape, how long had Alex Murdaugh told the 911 operator it's been since he'd seen Maggie Murdaugh?
He's estimated 1.5 to 2 hours.
To 2 hours.
Mhm.
1.5 to 2 hours. And on this tape, your interview, what had he said about seeing Maggie? When was the last time he'd seen Maggie Murdaugh?
That she about 2 hours.
Did he say he took a nap?
He took a nap
Did he say where he went after that?
to check on his mother with Alzheimer's in Hampton.
Did you find that unusual?
I did.
Why?
Just the time of night.
Why?
With her being an Alzheimer's patient, they tend to be worse at night, so I seemed it was strange to go visit.
What time was the 911 call?
It was 10.
Can you speak louder, please?
I'm sorry. I'd have to check my notes.
We'll put the check with it. I'm sorry.
Okay. It was 10. $10:06.
Yes,
This interview was
Grisly.
12:57.
Yes, that's correct.
In your interview, in Agent Owen's interview, did the defendant Alex Murdaugh tell you he tried to turn Paul over?
He did.
And did he say whether or not he had tried to check Paul's pulse and or Maggie's pulse?
He stated he tried to check both.
What did Mr. Murdaugh the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, say about the phone, if anything, that was in Paul's possession?
He stated his phone popped out of his pocket
When?
when he tried to check his pulse.
Did he try to turn him over?
That's what he said.
There's a scene in here where Alexander Murdaugh is looking at his phone. You remember that?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Can you actually see the phone in there and the times and the messages on the video that he's looking at?
You can on the bottom left of the screen.
And what was that in response to that he was looking at that?
When I asked what time, he texted Maggie.
So you saw those on his phone, looking at those when y'all were talking to him in the car?
I couldn't see from where I was sitting, but reviewing the video, I could see it.
Reviewing the video, did you see it?
Yes.
I've got a transcript here, but at the end of the video, toward the end of the interview, did Mr. Murdaugh say again he tried to turn over his son, Paul Murdaugh?
He did.
That he tried to check him?
That's what he said.
And I know I asked you at the first, but I may not have done it too eloquently. Did he first tell you he tried to turn him over?
Yes, he did.
And I figured it out?
Yes,
And his cell phone popped out of his pocket?
that's correct.
And everybody heard it, but then something with it thinking maybe, then I put it back down really quickly, then I went, and you can't really understand the rest of it.
Yes.
What did you think about the phone popping out?
That would seem,
The objection sustained.
Have you ever moved dead weight?
I have.
If we could start the Elmo, please. Judge, these are a couple of these pictures that I think they have this on top of it, just to warn everybody, these are graphic photos. First is number 2. Who's this a picture of?
That's Maggie Murdaugh.
And the defendant say he checked her pulse.
He did.
Did he tell you where?
He did not.
And before I get to it, did the defendant ever tell you he'd been down to the kennels that night in this interview?
No.
After his nap, where did he say he went?
Went to check on his mother in Hampton.
Just again, if you keep your computers covered, please. Defense one. With the court's permission, I'd like for the detective come down, please, Judge.
Yes.
Detective, I'm gonna get where you won't block and I won't block her. Get back over here. Did the defendant tell you he tried to get the pulse of his son, Paul Murdaugh?
He did.
Did he tell you where he tried to get the pulse?
He did not. Just that he tried to turn him.
Say that last
He
thing.
tried to turn him.
And he told you he tried to turn him more than once, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Judge and lady here.
How many times did he tell you he tried to turn him?
Twice.
I think you testified you tried to lift dead weight, right?
I have.
Can you describe what's around Paul Murdaugh?
Blood, brain matter.
And if you were to, where his hands?
Underneath his body.
If you were to check the pulse of his hands, how would you do it?
You would have to try to lift him up and get his arms out from under him.
Underneath
Correct.
and roll it.
Correct.
By the way, where's his phone?
It's laying on the backside of his shorts.
Right there. Popped out, he said.
Yes.
Is that his brain?
That is.
Mr. Harpootling said blown out of his head.
Correct.
Take the pulse at the neck, how would you do it?
You would have to try to lift his shoulder to get access his neck.
This way?
Correct.
Whether you're this way or this way. Well,
Correct.
either underneath or under the head. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that right? Is that
Yes.
right? I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah.
When you saw Alex Murdaugh, when you first came up to him?
Is she gonna sit down?
Okay, that's fine.
Why are you questioning her not in the chair?
Well, I made sure, son. Yeah. Judge, I apologize. I see you. Just go back and sit down.
Thank you.
When you first saw Alex Murdaugh at the car, did you observe him?
I did.
Why?
Just to make mental notes of what he was wearing and how he looked.
What were your mental notes?
That he was clean.
Say that again.
That he was clean.
When you were in the car with him, you were behind him.
I was.
Did you observe his hands?
I did.
Did you see his arms?
I did.
And when you were out on the side of the road beforehand, did you see his shirt,
I did.
his pants,
Yes.
his shoes?
Yes.
Now, when you were at the scene, when you first got there, did you see any footprints in the blood?
No.
Did you see any knee prints in the blood?
No.
Anywhere around the body?
No.
Did you look at his shoes?
I did.
What kind of shoe? Alex Murdaugh shoes. What kind of shoes were they?
They were like an athletic tennis shoe.
Did you see anything that appeared to be blood on his shoe?
I did not.
I want you to look at the ladies and gentlemen of this jury. Did you see what appeared to be blood on Alex Murdaugh's hands?
I did not.
On his arm?
No.
On his shirt?
None.
On his shorts?
No.
On his shoes?
I did not.
How long was this after the 911 call?
2 hours, 2 to 3 hours.
All this fresh in his mind?
Yes.
How would you describe the defendant's hands when you saw him when you were interviewing him? How would you describe his hands?
They were clean. Clean.
How would you describe his arms?
They were clean.
How would you describe his t-shirt?
Clean.
How would you describe his shorts?
Clean.
How would you describe his shoes?
They were clean.
Bad question, though. Was his phone taken that night, Alex Murdaugh?
I believe so.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure. No,
Okay.
sir.
So it may not have been taken.
Yeah.
Now, you were working with, hey, don't stand up. Miss David knows you were working with the Slayer.
Yes.
When you, after this interview, did you go to the actual house at 4147 now?
I did.
Okay. Did you go inside?
Just in the foyer, yes.
Okay. Did Agent Owens go inside?
He did.
Were the defendant's shirt, shoes, and pants collected by Agent Owens?
Yes.
You didn't collect them, he did?
I did not.
Okay. And those are the same shirt, shoes, and pants he was wearing there?
Correct.
And Sled got them that night?
Yes.
Okay. After this, did you assist Sled in some things that came up in the investigation?
I did.
Okay. And I don't believe this would be object to, but you assist him with getting Maggie's car?
I did.
Okay. Some other cell phone evidence?
Search warrants.
Were there a search of some of the areas that you attended?
Yes.
In and around?
Yes.
Moselle?
Correct. Yes.
Search of ponds?
Yes.
You're respectful in the chat.
You assisted Sled at some point throughout this investigation?
Yeah. Anytime they needed anything from the sheriff's office, Agent Owen could go through me or my captain, whether it was storing a vehicle as evidence or using our evidence bay to process anything. I was there to assist in any way that they needed.
And did you assist, I guess, in the helping with Alex Murdaugh's car as far as getting anything out of that car?
No, Sled processed that.
Now, if you just listen to my questions, I'm not going to lead you. I just want to ask you one final question. Is the individual in this courtroom who told you he tried to take the pulse of Maggie and Paul is the individual in this courtroom who told you he tried to turn Paul over. Told you that once, twice? Is the individual in this courtroom that you took that statement from, that we saw in this video, in this courtroom, and is the individual you described as clean from head to toe in this courtroom?
Yes, he is.
Please point him out for the jury.
He's sitting at the defense table wearing a grayish brown jacket and a white shirt.
Your Honor, we'd like the record to reflect he is, she has pointed out the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
It does.
Thank you, that's all.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, guys. So we are at break right now. Her, in my opinion, her as a character witness, not a character witness, and a witness for the state, describing her conversations with Alex Murdaugh. This is something that I take interesting. First of all, listen to this. So what she actually described was that prior to her even being out there as a detective, she almost went through this this questionnaire to make sure she didn't know who this family was, had no connection to this family. So to me,
It's a courtroom. That's not an invitation for conversations.
Okay, so I guess the courtroom started
Until a recess takes place. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
Okay, so they're being recessed for 10 minutes. It's going to give me some time to commentate here. So a lot of information came out with this witness. One of the notable things that I saw right at the very beginning is that the SLED team questioned her at length to make sure she did not have any contact or any knowledge of this family to hinder her ability in this investigation. So because she didn't know the family, she hadn't seen them, she was able to be an investigator. This is all the night of Paul and Maggie's death. So that tells me right there, even though they were handling Alec with kitten gloves, they were making sure that the Colleton County Sheriff's Department was separated from this investigation for conflict of interest purposes because of the family name, the family legacy. So that was one of the things right up front. Another thing that I noticed right up front was the fact that it appeared that Alex Murdaugh was actually trying to point the finger at this being orchestrated upon his son because of this boating accident that had happened years before, and speaking about how his son was coming home with black eyes and getting into fights and things of that nature. But we don't know for a fact. This is only Alex Murdaugh's opinion of those things. Now, we do know that Paul drank heavily. We heard of this Timmy, his alternate personality when he was drunk, and Timmy would come out. So some of this stuff could be explained if he was drinking and got into some kind of altercation while he was under the influence. And that's what I'm saying for Paul. Not to disparage his name in any way, but we are speaking of fact here as I'm bringing you guys all up to speed that are tuning in. Another thing is I thought was really good is that, you know, Alec is talking. He's basically saying since he had been there, he hasn't washed, cleaned, or anything. You know, he everything was a normal day. He went home. He took a nap. He left very late to go visit with his mother. His mother has Alzheimer's, and you know, and I had to think when I realized that she has Alzheimer's, I mimic the concerns of this investigator, because who goes and sees their ailing mother that has Alzheimer's late at night because they have more of a propensity to lash out because they don't remember you. The Alzheimer's is worse at night than in the beginning of the day. So, you know, that timing was a little odd. She also noted that, okay, what does it say? Thank you, Betty Mod Chat, for allowing this to be shown here. Hopefully, yes. Thank you, Ann. Nice to see you. Nice to see you, Rick's Click. But it was the fact that he's saying that he tried to roll his son over. He so much so that the cell phone popped out of his back pocket or one of his pockets. It was noticed, if we recall, the foundational questions were actually the first responders there that was given yesterday. And those first responders basically talk about how much blood was in and around Paul in that feed shed, feed storage area where he was kind of half in, half out. But it's odd because if Alex said what he said, if he tried to roll that body over, if he tried to check the pulse, he would have blood on his hands. He would have blood on his shoes. He would have blood. This is that transfer blood that we were talking about before this went live. And so I think that the prosecution is setting up a great foundation as to, wait a minute, if he did all these things, where is the proof that he did these things? I mean, we're not just talking about Paul. Apparently, he found his wife, some 100 yards away. She said 30 feet, but it's really 30 yards, according to all the information that we got, which is right about 100 feet away from Paul. So we're I'm trying to think now. And he goes through, did you see his clothing? Did you see his hands? Did you see his arms? Did you see his feet? And what was your note? She said he was clean. He was clean. And that's almost next to impossible to be that clean and do the types of things that he said he did prior to reaching out to law enforcement. He never indicated that he went back and washed up. He never, and not only that, but what about the shoes? If he walked anywhere in and around his wife and son, there would be, think about it. Even my shoe. Let's look at my shoe. This whole area, this impression of my shoe, my flip-flop, I guess got a flip-flop on, right? This would have some blood staining on it. She's saying that they collected all of his clothes that he was wearing that night, and there was none. What do you guys have to say about that? I'm curious in your response. Put them down here. It's not all, listen, it's statistically, I know I think everybody's smart enough to know that there are, exceptions to the rule. Okay. But this is for the majority of people with Alzheimer's, majority. And I have to think for them to make that statement, they know the condition of his mother. But we're not doing the 1% of people that this isn't. We're doing the 99% of the people that this does happen to. And Alzheimer's, I personally have experienced it. A lot of my father had early onset Alzheimer's, which, I don't talk about very often. And, it does worsen as the day goes on. I know that from my own personal experience. Now, granted, there are exceptions to the rule, but we're not talking about those exceptions at this moment. We're talking about the standard and the majority of people with this illness. And I have to think that his mother is probably part of the majority, not the minority of the people that it doesn't get worse during the day. She's older. His father was ailing. His mother is ailing. So, yeah, I have to think that they are accurate with that. And yes, there are exceptions. I acknowledge that there are exceptions to that rule, but I don't think they apply here. They could. Oh, thank you, Fig. Nice to see you, Love Bug. Both of them had pulled. Yeah, so there's those things. So I think they're going to have, I'm curious, they're going to be cross-examining, the defense is going to cross-examine this witness here in the near future. And I'm interested in how he's going to explain all of these things away. It seems to me that from the beginning of this, the call, they knew something wasn't right. This didn't sound right. This is a Murdaugh. They know about Gloria Satterfield. They know about Stephen Smith. I don't think they were willing to take any chances, especially with two of them now being deceased. So I think they did the right thing by calling in the SLED team, letting them, turning over that investigation to them. One, they were more equipped to handle this type of investigation. And two, they were unbiased, did not know the family, and that's what they needed in this case. So I think as far as law enforcement and how they were handling this case, even Colleton County Sheriff's Department, I really believe they did the right thing by the victims by handing this case over, so those types of defenses could not infiltrate this case. And by doing so, it's not. So now the defense attorney is kind of just basically being disrespectful to the law enforcement of Colleton County Sheriff's Department. And, kind of the whole, oh, you were just the what is it? The tape guy. You were just the tape guy, as he says it to his sergeant that probably has many years of seniority and great police work under his belt, in talking to him like he's nothing but a peon. And it was very disheartening. But again, Alec is deserving of a proper defense. And I'm glad that his defense attorney is doing this, because it's one less opportunity at an appeal for ineffective counsel. So that's what I like. Phoenix is saying, I'm interested in what staff taking care of his mother has to say. Sundowning is real and taken into account medical practice and safety of the patient. Yes, very good point, Phoenix Rising. And not only that, but was the caregivers there at the time? Was his mother home alone at the time? Probably not. But what did go on when he went over there? Did he sit the entire time with his mother? Or did he, in fact, go do some stuff around the house that were odd at that time of nights? Because I'm looking for that, because we're looking at somebody dumping evidence, right? Where did the evidence go? Where did the bloody clothes go? Where did all these things go? So I really do believe that there are some things here that need to be explained. And right now, in my opinion, the state is really doing the best for this case. So I'm still very interested in learning more, and I'm looking forward to the defense questioning, the cross-examination. That's going to be very interesting as well. So with that, we're going to be coming back from break here in a shortly. I'm going to keep talking. I have been taking notes throughout this questioning today. She noted at the beginning footprints, smaller sandals, followed prints. It looks like it went down. We'll have to go through the photos, which we do have the photos of the property, because I went back there and I got an opportunity to see the scene myself. And so right outside of the dog stuff runs this way. And then there's the feed and the storage for the feed right there. When you're looking out that door, there's like a hangar and a building, an office, or some kind of storage for the equipment out there. But it gives you this nice, big, huge path between the two buildings. And it sounds like these footprints went through that building. It looks like it walked down, turned around, according to this witness, and came back. It appears that the SLED agent, Owen, this witness, and here's another thing. He had enough fortitude and gumption to say, oh, I need my personal attorney out here. Let me get on the phone. I've got my son and my wife laying dead, but let me get on the phone and call my attorney so my attorney can get here to represent me. As an attorney, I've talked about this a lot. That doesn't necessarily always pop up. I think as an attorney, you should do that. We're coming back now. Let's hear what's going on. But again, thank you, Elf Pig, for that nice super sticker. I appreciate it. I love you, Love Bug.
Before the jury comes in, I want to review a few of the rules of court and rules of procedure with counsel. First, Rule 20 of the Rules of Criminal Procedure provides that there shall be no objection, no argument on objections unless requested by the court. And that's Rule 19. Rule 19? 18. Rule 18. No argument on objections unless requested by the court. Rule 18, there we go. Rule 18B. Then Rule 43H of the Rules of Civil Procedure, which is applied to the Rules of Criminal Procedure through Criminal Procedure Rule 37, I believe it is. 37, yes. And that is that only one counsel for each party shall examine or cross-examine a witness. And by extension to that, the court's order, and that's Rule 611 and the procedure established in the courts of this state, the examining counsel only shall make objections. If Mr. Griffin is going to cross-examine, Mr. Griffin makes objections. Likewise, with the state's attorney general, not any and everyone can jump up and object and argue. Any questions about either of those rules?
Your Honor, I understand the rule. So, as with the witness, they were attempting to get to testify about blood in the water yesterday, I objected, and it was a speaking objection. I apologize. But when I object, will you, and sometimes invite argument, or I'm trying to preserve objections in the record. And I'm just wondering, and since he doesn't get an appeal, that's not his concern. How would you like me to handle that?
Well, the objection speaks for itself. If the parties wish to place something on the record at some point in time after a witness after the examination is over, the court will give you that opportunity. But if we have speaking objections, if one party makes an objection and proceeds to argue it through a speaking objection, I give equal time to opposing side. So we end up having a debate rather than that interrupts the trial and all of that. I certainly understand the defense's right to make a proper record, and we'll address that as is needed without there being a speaking objection.
For instance, they've listed hearsay, in my opinion, and I object. Should I say objection hearsay or just object?
Yes, sir.
I can do that.
Yes, sir. The legal basis for only.
Not a real advocacy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, I understand. Thank you.
All right. Let's bring the jury.
The jury is present.
Thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Griffin.
Detective Cross, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jim Griffin.
Detective Rutland.
Jim
Rutland.
Rutland, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
My name is Jim Griffin, and I represent Alex Murdaugh. You had testified on direct examination a moment ago that it was, you believe, somewhat unusual for Mr. Murdaugh to go visit his mother as late as 9:06 on a Monday evening. You recall testifying?
I do.
And you were sitting in the car when he was being interviewed, and you recall him saying that his father, Mr. Randolph Murdaugh, had just been put in the hospital that very day,
That's correct.
and that it was an unusual day because Mr. Randolph Murdaugh was not with Ms. Libby Randolph, and she gets anxious when that occurs. You remember that?
I remember him saying
Okay.
something along those lines.
And in that context, you don't criticize a son who goes to visit his mother who has early onset dementia on the very day in the afternoon that the father is admitted to the hospital. You're not here to criticize him for that, are you?
No, I didn't criticize. I just made a mental note that was interesting.
And you walked the crime scene when you arrived, and you made some mental notes and observations that you subsequently recorded in a report, did you not?
I did.
And one of the things that you mentally noted and then subsequently reported was that there was a tremendous amount of blood spatter in the feed room area and around where Paul was murdered. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there was brain matter and organic matter all about the place where Paul was murdered, correct?
That's correct.
And I think you even described that there was matter, that blood that went up to the ceiling and to the door and
That's correct.
And you also told the jury that Alec was clean. And you're referring to his shirt was clean, correct?
Correct.
His shorts were clean, correct?
Correct.
You remember the litany of Mr. Metters? Shorts, shirts, shoes were clean, correct?
That's correct.
He was clean, correct?
To my visual eye, he was clean. Yes.
And to your visual eye, it did not look like he had just blown his son's head off in the confines. Is that correct?
I didn't say that.
Well, let me ask you, in your mind's eye, that night on June 7th, did he look like someone had just blown?
Again, I can't say that for sure. A lot of things would come into play to affect that. Distance is one of them.
Well, certainly if he appeared that way on the night of June the 7th, you, a sworn law enforcement officer, you would have initiated process to take him into custody, I suspect, wouldn't you?
No, that was not my role that evening. I was just assisting.
Well, one of the things you did that evening, Ms. Rutland, was you obtained a search warrant, did you not?
I did.
And that was your first official duty in connection with this double homicide investigation, right?
That's correct.
And I'm going to show you Exhibit 3, Your Honor. I shared it with Mr. Metters during the break and asked the witness to identify it. You recognize Exhibit 3?
I do. This is the search warrant I got that night.
Your Honor, we'd move Exhibit 3 into evidence this time, I believe, without objection.
No objection. It's admitted.
I have it. So tell the jury, please, Exhibit 3 is, well, first, let's just talk about a search warrant. What is a search warrant?
It grants us the right to search a certain item that may be potential evidence in a case.
And this search warrant was for what property?
4147 Moselle Road in Islandton, County of Colleton, State of South Carolina.
And it covers the whole roughly 1,700 acres for the whole property, does it not?
That is correct.
And it covers the house, the residence where you went into the foyer, right?
Correct.
It covers all the outbuildings, correct?
Correct.
And it covers, and it gives you the right to seize any type of evidence, correct?
That is correct.
Let me see if I can get Mr. Elmo to work. Can you turn it on, please? I've got to turn sideways. All right. See if we can read that document. Was there light you can turn on here? That's much better. And can we zoom in? All right. Okay. Got it. Thank you. So, and this is the search warrant, right?
Yes, it is.
And it says description of premises to be searched. And here it's 4147 Moselle Road, Islandton. And then there's a PIN number. What's the PIN number?
That's a property identification number that's assigned to every parcels of real property within the county. It's set by the tax office.
It says the property to be searched are any residences, vehicles, outbuildings, kennels, or sheds, right?
That is correct.
And then it says the description of the property to search and be seized, and that's under the description of property, right?
Correct.
And you prepared this document for the magistrate to sign.
I did.
And here says evidence that may be used or taken during the commission of a crime of homicide to include but not limited any item, tool, clothing, gloves, mask, hats, hoodies, shoes, boots, jewelry, firearms, ammunition, shell casings, gunshot residue, weapons, identification documents, any paperwork, etc. It says any evidence inside vehicles on the property, any evidence found in outbuildings or sheds, any tire, shoe impressions, any and all DNA to include but not limited to fingerprints, touch DNA, etc. Any drugs, narcotics, drugs, paraphernalia, any and all cellular phones, phone records to include incoming, outgoing calls, text messages, voice messages, etc. Then it goes on to talk about photographs and whatnot. It's all encompassing, isn't it?
It is.
And this is basically as broad as a search warrant that you draft because it's a homicide investigation and it gives you carte blanche on the property of the crime scene, right?
That's correct.
And with the search warrant, you had the authority to go in the house and look for unclean, dirty clothes. Did you not?
I wasn't in that capacity that evening. I was assisting.
Well, the search warrant provided that authority to law enforcement, did it not?
It would have, yes.
And you mentioned that you got into the law enforcement business because you're CSI TV junkie of sorts. Did I understand you to say that?
Yeah, I was.
Okay, and you've seen CSI shows where they go and they look in the drains of showers or sinks and to see if blood residue had been recently flushed through there. That's possible, is it not?
It could be.
And that's just not on TV. I mean, that's skills that SLED's crime team has available to them, correct?
I don't know what they have available, but that would be a crime scene unit question.
Right. The and actually there were the clean clothes that Alex Murdaugh was wearing that night, they were seized, were they not?
Yes.
Okay, and the clean shoes were seized, correct?
Yes.
And the clean shirt was seized, was it not?
Yes, it was.
Okay. But that you were in the house when that happened, but you didn't collect the clothes, right?
I did not collect anything. I stood by in the foyer.
And who did the collection? Do you recall?
Special Agent Owen.
And when was he assisted by anybody?
I was just standing by. They went to a back bedroom and I was in the foyer area. It was like an open floor plan.
And And do you recall how, do you recall what Mr. Owen, Detective Owen, Special Agent Owen, apologize. Special Agent Owen, did you observe what he collected the clothes in?
I did not.
Did he collect all the clothes and put them in one paper bag?
I don't recall.
Now, the jury heard the complete video audio of the interview with Alex Murdaugh on the evening, early morning hours of June the 8th, and yet you were asked to repeat some of the things that he said, and I want to, I mean, the tape speaks for itself. I don't want anyone to misconstrue your testimony, so I just want to ask you, are you saying that Mr. Murdaugh tried to turn his son over 2 times on that tape, or that on 2 occasions he described one incident that he tried to turn his son over?
The latter, that he explained twice, 2 different times.
So in answer to your questions, if anyone would walked away thinking that Alex Murdaugh told you that he tried to turn him over 2 times, that would just be mistaken, and we've now clarified it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you never asked, or Special Agent Owen never asked Mr. Murdaugh how he tried to turn his son over, correct? That's what.
Correct.
And so you see Mr. Meadows crawling around on the floor down here as trying to reenact something. But that night, he never was asked specifically, what did you do to try to turn your son over, correct?
That's correct. We did not ask that.
And that night, he was not asked specifically how the phone popped out of his pocket while you were trying to turn him over, correct?
Correct.
And that night, he was not asked specifically how far were you able to move Paul, if at all, when you tried to flip him over, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, did he really even say that I was trying to flip him over to check his pulse?
I'd have to check the transcript, but I believe he said something along those lines.
Or did he tell you where he tried to check Paul's pulse?
He did not.
So we don't know from your interview or Special Agent Owen's interview how he tried to turn him over, how the phone popped out, or at least how Alex describes it, because he wasn't asked, and where on Paul's body he attempted to check his pulse, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions about whether there were knee prints and footprints by Paul's body, next to his body, right?
Yes, I was asked that.
And did you do such a forensic analysis, investigation to see if there were boot prints or footprints around Paul's body?
I looked with my eyes.
Okay. And were you aware that before you got there? Well, what time did you get there?
Can I check my notes?
Sure.
Okay.
You can take this down. Through Mr. Elma. I think I'm through for now.
$12:22 a.m. I was on scene.
Okay, 12:22 a.m. And Paul's body and Maggie's bodies were covered up with a sheet, but still present, correct?
Correct.
So when you were looking at Paul's body, just observing whether there are footprints near him, you couldn't see right next to his body because of the sheet, could you?
The sheet was mostly on his body, not on the cement on the ground next to the body.
Was it a fitted sheet?
No, but it wasn't a queen sheet either.
Okay. Then jury has seen photos of the sheet. Were you aware that Captain Chapman and others went around Paul's body and lifted the sheet up to see if there was a gun underneath him?
Not at the time I was at the scene, no.
Well, I take it you did not observe their footprints anywhere in the area either then, right?
Not that I recall.
And you said that Alex's pants were clean. Remember saying that?
I remember saying that.
What color pants did he have on?
Khaki.
All right. And are you aware of any forensic testing that had been done to the pants to see whether there was blood on the pants
That night?
subsequently?
No, there was nothing done that night forensically.
That night, nothing was done forensically.
Not before I interviewed him, no.
Right. And you just did not observe any blood on his pants or in his pocket?
No, just simply speaking with him like this, looking him up and down, I did not see any blood on him.
And he didn't look like someone who had just been within feet of blowing Paul's head off, right?
Again, I can't say that. There's so many different factors that you would have to take into account.
Now, you did a lot more, I believe, that night. After you left, well, let's go back. When you got to the scene, you partnered up with Agent Owen, correct?
That is correct.
And you saw inside the shed and you observed there was wadding on the floor near his feet, Paul's feet.
Correct.
And when you say wadding, what are you talking about?
The internal components of a shotgun shell.
And then you saw in the rear window of the shed, there were several holes, right?
That is correct.
And you described in your report that you saw large amounts of blood spatter and brain skull matter were on the door to the shed and the items with.
That's correct.
And then you went and examined Maggie's body, did you not?
I wouldn't say examined. I would just say I looked at her.
And well, one of the things that you noticed when you were looking at Maggie's body, I believe you said you noticed there are a few clumps of her hair and a broken ear, a UTV tire, right?
That is correct.
And what's UTV tire?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean by UTV?
All-terrain vehicle, it's like a four-wheeler, side by side.
And and you talked about these foot impressions that you observed, right?
I did.
And I said I was done with Mr. Elmo, but I'm not. Can we put these back up, please? Can you turn on Elmo? It's on. Oh, there it is. How do you zoom in, Doug? Let's just change the color. Make it light. Okay.
I personally believe he cleaned up and disposed of the items when he went and visited his mother or on the way to visit his mother.
I think that's good. Okay. Hang on. May not be a good one.
That was his sister sticking her head behind him.
You mentioned that you told investigators that worked for me and Mr. Harpootlian that the boot prints were not yours in these photos, right?
That is correct.
But now you told the jury that the boot prints are yours.
That's incorrect. Those are not my boot prints.
Okay. Whose boot prints are they?
I don't know.
Oh, so okay. That's why I get to do this. So
Objection to his comments.
Yes, let's pose questions.
So you don't know whose boot prints those are?
No.
All right. Now, one thing about the search warrant that I asked you about earlier, it was, do you have it up there?
I couldn't remember if I gave it back to you or not.
I don't think you did.
Okay.
That's okay. It was never executed, was it?
I handed this off to SLED agents once I was at the scene. Thank you.
You said you handed the search warrant off to SLED agents.
I did.
Okay. But to your knowledge, was it ever executed?
Yes, it was.
Or you think it was executed?
It was.
And why do you say that?
Because the SLED crime scene unit, I was present while they were processing the scene and executing the search warrant.
And so there are two ways that law enforcement can get access to property. One is through a search warrant and one's by consent. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, are you aware that Mr. Murdaugh gave SLED, Colleton County, any law enforcement, FBI, carte blanche consent to search his property?
That wasn't relayed to me. I was tasked with getting a search warrant, so I did.
Okay, and once a search warrant is executed, a return is filed with the magistrate who issued it, right?
That's correct.
And you never filed a return on that search warrant, right?
Do you have, like I said, it was given to SLED, so.
So we'll find out more about that. But to your knowledge, I mean, you didn't file a return. That's all you can say, right?
I don't recall. I have to check my notes.
You heard on the tape, you heard Mr. Murdaugh say, you can do anything, look for anything. Do you remember him just giving consent to whatever you need?
As far as speaking with him, yes, I remember him saying that.
Okay. And you walked back through the crime scene one last time before you cleared the area on the morning of the 8th. Is that right?
You could say that. We were walking around the whole night and staying out of the way of the crime scene unit.
Were you there after the crime scene unit left?
No, I was not. They were still processing when I left.
Okay. Do you know whether or not the crime scene unit left shotgun pellets behind in the feed room?
I have no knowledge of any of that.
20, 30, even more shotgun pellets left behind in the feed room. Were you aware of that?
Said she had no objection.
Objection is sustained.
On Thursday, June 10th, 2 days, 3 days, Thursday, June the 10th, you went with a number of SLED agents and law enforcement agents, went to meet with Mr. Murdaugh, Mr. Murdaugh's brothers, Randy and John Marvin, Mr. Murdaugh's son. And they all agreed to meet, and y'all found a location outside of Barnville, I believe. You remember doing that?
I do. I remember doing that.
And that was during that, I believe you and a SLED agent interviewed Mr. Randy Murdaugh, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Randy Murdaugh agreed to allow the download of his cell phone, correct?
That's correct.
And gave consent, right?
He did.
And Mr. Alex Murdaugh, to your knowledge, gave consent to download his cell phone, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
And Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh did the same, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Buster Murdaugh did the same, correct?
He did.
And everyone gave a voluntary interview that day, to your knowledge, right?
They did.
And then a little bit later, on the Wednesday, June 16th, you assisted SLED when they went out to the Moselle property and went diving, searching for, well, let me ask you, when you assisted SLED dive team, or did you assist SLED dive team on June 16th, 2021?
I did.
And with a search of the Moselle property, focusing on waterways, ponds, the Salkehatchie River access points for evidence from the crime, correct?
That's correct.
Were you looking for the firearms that were used to murder Maggie and Paul?
We were looking for anything that could have been linked to their murders.
And then you utilized ATVs and canvassed the entire 1,700 acres of land.
I did. That was my assignment that day.
And once again, that was done with consent by Mr. Murdaugh, correct?
That is correct.
And then went back the next day and dove another pond on the property. You remember doing that?
I didn't dive, but I was standing by, yes.
You were there?
Yes.
And again, that was with consent, right?
Correct.
And then you were given consent and you did a search of a white F-250 pickup that Paul normally drove, right?
That is correct.
And while you were there, Mr. Davis shows up, and Mr. Davis, you understood to be the caretaker for the dogs, right?
Yes, that's what he explained his job title was at Moselle.
And that, did you observe him doing his work that day?
I did.
Did you watch him wash down the dog runs?
I don't remember that part.
But you were able to look at his tire marks and make an assessment as to whether they appeared to match the tire marks that were seen under the shed portion next to the old airplane hangar, right?
That's correct. He parks under the canopy next to the UTV.
And then on Friday, June the 18th, you had a meeting and you looked at some photos, I believe crime scene photos and autopsy photos at SLED, correct?
I did.
And you made a mental note and you put it in your record that you noticed a few strands of what appeared to be brown hair, unable to determine the length from the photo in Maggie's hands and fingers, right?
That is correct.
And you thought that possibly was indication of a struggle, that Maggie had grabbed someone, had their hair in her hands, right?
I didn't say that in my report, no.
So why did you note it in your report?
Because it was an observation.
Well, you also noticed in your report that there were some injuries, what appeared to be to Paul's face, that like he had been some type of struggle, right?
I noted what to me could have been scratches or a bruise on his cheek.
And we heard some testimony yesterday about a bolo on the lookout for a white pickup that Paul normally drives. I mean, that pickup was found the next morning, correct?
That's correct. It was broken down.
Yeah, and you learned through your investigation that Paul had switched vehicles with his uncle John Marvin, and John Marvin was rushing to Moselle when he got the phone call in Paul's truck, and it broke down on the side of the road.
Yeah, that's correct. It was I believe Mr. Randolph struggled to get in and out of the truck.
Did Colony County Sheriff's Office put out a statement to the press on the morning of June the 8th that there's no need to public to be alarmed?
I don't believe that came from our office. It did not come through CID for approval. I never seen that press release.
So was Alex Murdaugh, your assisting SLED, night of June the 7th, morning June the 8th, was Alex Murdaugh a suspect?
That night, everybody was a suspect.
Everybody? Can you be more specific? Who else were suspects besides?
Well, there was reasons we were asking certain questions. Who his best friend is, who, their routine each day. There were so many different scenarios it could have been that night. So in my view, everybody was a suspect at that point.
Including Alex?
Including Alex.
May I beg the court's indulgence to consult with that?
Thank you, Maria. That's why I always say, is this a closet serial killer?
Oh, yeah. Do we have the exhibit number that's in evidence before we play it? No. Exhibit 1. Your Honor, we're going to play a portion of Exhibit 1. We need to cover our screens. It is a portion of sensitive matter. Can you see that, Ms. Rutland?
I can, yes, sir.
Okay. Well, let's just stop right there. You see how far that sheet is on either side of Paul's body there?
At this point in time, yes, I see how it looks.
Is that roughly how far it was across Paul's body when you got there?
No, because I could see the top of his head.
Well, I'm talking about the width. his body? Was it that far across?
I don't recall how it was because I could see parts of his body, but it was still on him.
Okay. We go ahead and play. Did you notice any footprints of the agent there inside the kennel?
No, I believe he's standing on
In the food room?
in the feed room.
Right.
No, but it was starting to rain.
Okay, you stop right there, please. Can you back it up just 5 seconds? Yeah, play it. Up there. As soon as it goes down, a little bit further. All right, please stop. Was that how far across the sheet was when you observed Paul's body?
I don't remember. Like I said, when I got there, there was SLED agents as well as deputies standing around the scene, and I wasn't sure what had happened before I got there. I don't recall how the sheet was.
Well, was the sheet on Paul's body the entire time you were walking the crime scene?
No, eventually it was removed when the crime scene unit was ready to process his body.
I just want to clear up. When you said Alec was wearing khakis, were you referring to shorts or long pants?
Shorts.
Is this from the video from the interview? Your Honor, we're going to publish a small portion of the video in the car, which is their last exhibit. Well, excuse me, that's from number 1. Those are shorts he was wearing?
Yes.
Are those khakis or green?
Khaki style, green.
Okay. All right. That's all. You can take it then. That's all the questions we have, Your Honor.
And read that right.
Yes, sir.
No, Sandra, only the jurors.
Mr. Griffin asked you about some things you did after your interview the following days.
He did.
And you had mentioned a search warrant was executed. Were you working with SLED after June 8th? He's asked you about them. And did you work with them in executing search warrants?
I did.
Specifically on June 9. And who were you working with?
Special Agent Owen.
And I think Mr. Griffin asked you, there was a truck on the side of the road that went back to a brother, John Marvin.
That's correct.
So that was the white truck
Yes.
that was on the side of the road?
Yes.
And who did it belong to?
John Marvin.
Okay, and that was off the property of Michelle?
That's correct.
So that has nothing to do with this case as far as suspect and this killing does?
No, it did not. We processed to rule it out.
What was that last thing?
We processed it to rule it out.
And he asked you about meeting with these folks and then talking to you. You were working with SLED doing that, weren't you?
I was.
SLED was investigating this case.
Yes.
Getting swabs. Getting swabs from folks? In general,
Yeah.
getting swabs?
I was present when swabs were taken, yes.
I'm
Mhm.
not trying to say
Yeah.
you took them. I'm
No,
just following up on his
that's
question.
correct, yeah.
Were you present when interviews were taken?
I was present, yes.
And who was leading those interviews?
SLED.
Who was in charge?
SLED.
Were they investigating?
They were investigating.
Did you assist SLED with the initial timeline on phone calls?
I did.
On June 12th, did you assist SLED in removing an internal computer black box of a Chevy Suburban?
I did, by standing by.
On June 14th, did you assist SLED in obtaining a search warrant for Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes?
I did.
And was Lieutenant Kent in charge of that?
He was.
Was SLED investigating?
SLED was investigating.
Was that what's referred to as the blue box?
Black box, I
Black
believe.
box? Okay,
Yes.
sorry about that.
Mhm.
Were you with SLED when Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes was towed?
I was.
Did y'all have a search warrant for that?
We did.
I think he asked you, were you with SLED when ponds were searched in the area?
I was.
That's June 16th. Would you dispute that, 2021?
No, that's correct.
And I think Mr. Griffin asked you about a truck that a Mr. Davis was driving out of the shed. Were you able to confirm that the tire tracks in the shed were his?
I did, by looking at them.
By looking at them?
Yes. Mhm.
And I think Mr. Griffin asked you, did Mr. Davis say he was in and out of there a couple times a day?
Twice a day, yes.
So those tracks inside the shelter were whose?
The dog caretaker, Mr. Davis.
And I think he asked you about water. Just remind me, the night you were there, did you see water around the bodies?
I did.
He asked you about some injuries, I think, that you had noted in your report. How did Paul fall?
Face down at an angle outside the feed room.
On what?
On his hands and arms.
Okay. But his face hit what?
The gravel.
Mr. Griffin asked you about how many times the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, had mentioned to turn his son Paul's body on page 2 of the transcript or toward the front. Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. You remember him saying that?
Yes.
You know, I tried to turn him over and I don't know, I figured it out.
Yes.
And his cell phone popped out
Correct.
and I tried to do something
Mm-hmm.
thinking maybe, but then I put it back down.
Correct.
Were his words, I think I tried to turn him over.
Yes.
And later on, I tried to turn him and then I tried to check him.
Correct.
I tried to turn him.
Correct.
He asked you about the sheet on the body. Did you see the front or the top of Paul's head?
I did.
Okay. And he asked you about the sheet over that body. I want to ask you about a sheet. When you saw Richard Alexander Murdaugh, did he have a sheet over him?
He did not.
Could you see his face, his hands, his body, his pants, and his shirt?
I could.
Did he look like somebody who had just changed his clothes?
Yes.
Basis for the objection.
No basis for that opinion.
Response, Mr. Meadows.
I couldn't hear what he said. I'm sorry.
No basis for that opinion.
Did those clothes appear to be fresh,
They did.
like they just come out of the laundry?
It could be.
Objections overruled.
That's all we have. Further questions?
Briefly, Your Honor, Detective, it was raining that night, wasn't it?
It started to rain before we did our interview.
Can you put up that photo of his shorts and shirt that we saw a minute ago? What's that? Waiting for him. No signal. No signal. Oh, here it is. Thanks. So these are the clothes that you saw him wearing, sitting in the car?
Correct.
And it's your testimony, those clothes look like they're freshly washed?
He's sweating and they are dry, so I would say yes.
Thank you.
You may step down. You call your next witness.
Delilah Cericion.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth to help you God? Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Yes, Delilah Cericion, Cirencione.
Good afternoon, Agent Cericion.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, or SLED. I'm currently in the Behavioral Science Unit, but was formerly in the Crime Scene Unit.
Now, did you tell me that the mic cannot be turned up more and it cannot be moved? It's fixed?
Is that better, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. From what time or what dates were you working in the SLED crime scene unit?
I was with SLED Crime Scene from 2017 until 2022 in October.
So on June 7th of 2021, you were working with SLED crime scene?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And did you have an occasion to be involved in the investigation of Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
And what was your involvement in that investigation?
On June 8th, I was requested by my lieutenant, Todd Shank, to respond to the call to medical center to collect buccal swabs or DNA swabs from 2 victims.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what is a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is just a DNA swab. So it's a sterile Q-tip about this size, kind of like a Q-tip you use for your ear, and you swab the inside of the victim's cheeks for a DNA standard.
Do you just take one swab?
It comes in a set of 2 swabs within one container. So 2 swabs for each victim.
So you rub the inside of the person's cheek with that swab?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then what do you do with the swabs?
Then it's placed back inside the sterile container and it's put into a coin envelope where it's sealed, dated, and initialed, and the time of the collection is written on the envelope.
And it is sealed and dated and initialed to ensure that it is not tampered with. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
And if someone else analyzes or manipulates that swab, they should note that on the packaging?
I'm not sure how it goes after it's out of my control, but I chained all that over to Lieutenant Todd Shank once I went back to the SLED Forensic Laboratory.
So where did you turn those buccal swabs in?
After I left the medical center, I went back to SLED to the Forensic Laboratory and did a chain of custody with my lieutenant, and it was then in his custody.
And going back, just to be clear, who did you collect buccal swabs from?
One female victim, Margaret, and one male victim, Paul Murdaugh.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand for a moment.
It appears everybody needs to get some blood flowing in their body. So we are standing per judge's orders.
Okay. May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just to Ciano, I'm going to show you these evidence baggies from SLED. Can you take a look at that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Do those appear to be the buccal swabs that you collected from Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
They are.
And how do you know that?
Both of these have my initials, the date, and a description on them, and they're sealed with my initials and the date.
And looking at those, can you tell if anyone else?
Yes, ma'am. There's a additional lab number, an item number, and 2 other initials on them.
So once you collected those, it would appear that someone from the lab performed analysis on those swabs.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Offer State's Exhibit 102 and 202 for identification purposes only as State's Exhibit 202, 201, excuse me, being a buccal swab of Paul Murdaugh, and 202 being buccal swab for Margaret Murdaugh. And Margaret would actually move to enter these into evidence.
Any objection?
Okay.
They're entered into evidence as those exhibit numbers.
Thank you. Agent Srencion, did you do anything else in regards to this case?
Yes, ma'am. Once I cleared from the Carlton Medical Center collecting the buccal swabs, I was requested by Captain Ryan Neal with the SLED Lowcountry region to respond to the initial scene of the crime scene and collect a cell phone that was collected by their agents via chain of custody.
And whose cell phone did you collect from Ryan Neal? Do you know?
I'm not aware of whose cell phone it was. It was a iPhone cell phone with a clear case.
And what did you do with that cell phone when you collected it?
The cell phone was collected by a chain of custody with Captain Ryan Neal, and then it was placed in a brown paper bag, sealed, and transported back to the SLED Forensic Laboratory, where it was chained over to Lieutenant Todd Shank.
No further. I'm going to show you case exhibits 203 and 205.
Mark for identification.
This is case exhibit 204, which is the cell phone, along with a paper bag here. Can you tell that's the paper bag that you collected this cell phone and put that cell phone in that paper bag?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And how can you tell that?
It's got my handwriting on it with my initials and the date and a description of the cell phone.
This time the state would offer state's exhibit 204 into evidence.
The reason why they're not able to add this into evidence prior to
Mark for identification.
is because she is
Those two
authenticating the information to be entered into evidence.
The phone. Is that the phone or is that the chain of evidence?
State's Exhibit 204 is the cell phone.
I mark for identification, Your Honor. We have no objection to being marked.
For identification.
And Agent Cirencione, if you could take a look at State's Exhibits 205 and 203 and tell us what those appear to be.
Both of these are chains of custody from myself to my lieutenant at the time, and from Captain Ryan Neal to myself, and then from myself to Todd Shank. They're both for the cell phone as well as the buccal swabs.
So those forms show where you collected or received the buccal swabs and the cell phone. Is that right?
They're chain of custody, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ma'am, what is it you do for SWAD? I mean, I understand you receive things, you take buccal swabs, but are you do you transport things, or do you have another role at SWAD?
I'm currently a special agent with the behavioral science unit.
Okay. At this time, in June of 2021, what were you doing?
In June of 2021, I was a agent with the crime scene unit. With the crime scene unit.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You help process crime scenes?
Yes, sir. I respond to the state and process crime scenes, collect evidence, document evidence, write reports, and so on, and testify in court proceedings.
And did you do any crime scene processing other than receiving these items in this case?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. So what happened to, where's that cell phone?
All exhibits, once they've been marked for identification, they remain with the court reporters.
So, and I guess I put this here. You received this cell phone. They didn't tell you it was Maggie Murdaugh's phone, did they?
No, sir.
But you received this cell phone on the morning of what? When?
It was June 8th.
June 8th, the morning after the murders.
Yes, sir. It was June 8th, 2021.
And where was the agent that gave this to you? Where did he meet you?
The initial crime scene.
Okay, at the house, by the dog pens, where?
In the yard near the kennels. And
okay.
Yes, sir.
And when you received it, was it on or off?
I don't recall.
Okay. Are you aware that cell phones can continue to receive information or erase memory after they're, at any point, but specifically when you're trying to preserve evidence, do you know whether to turn it off or leave it on? Anybody instruct you on that?
I'm not an expert with the cell phones, so I'm not sure, sir.
Okay. Secondly, do you know what a Faraday bag is?
No, sir.
Okay, a Faraday bag, for your edification, is something you put an electronic device in so that no one can access it. It can't receive new data.
Objection, Your Honor. Is there a question?
There it is, I'm getting to it. And it can't erase data. Did you know that?
No, sir.
You're in the crime scene. Have you ever recovered phones before?
Yes, we recover cell phones, but they're typically collected directly by computer crimes or the regional agents.
Okay, so in this instance, though, they were not done the normal way, is what you're saying, the usual way. They gave it to you.
This way, it was just directly transferred to myself so I could bring it back to the SLED lab.
And no one cautioned you about putting it in a Faraday bag or not turning it off?
Not that day, no, sir.
So would that have been, and who gave it to you, agent?
Captain Ryan Neal with SLED Lowcountry.
Okay. And he just handed it to you, and you put it in a brown paper bag, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know whether it was on or off?
I don't recall.
And there's a passcode in this bag with it. Do you know where that came from?
I wrote the passcode that I was given on the brown paper bag.
Okay, and then somebody else wrote it on this piece of paper?
I did not write it on that piece of paper.
Okay, just to be clear, you were not asked to handle this cell phone any different than if you've been given a can of pork and beans with it evidence, right? Is that right?
It depends if the pork and beans were evidence, but.
Well, assume there's a can of pork and beans and it's a piece of evidence and they want you to transport it. Did they give you any special instructions about the cell phone as opposed to a can of pork and beans?
No, sir. The cell phone was collected using gloves and directly placed into the brown paper bag, sealed, initialed, dated. A description was written, and it was transported straight to the forensic lab for processing.
And you don't know whether it was open, whether it had been shut down or was still on?
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Can I put this back in the paper bag so I don't drop it again?
Sure.
Thank you for indulgence one moment. Thank you, ma'am.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. And you may call your next witness. Do you have another witness available at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You may approach.
We're having to get started, Your Honor.
Melinda Worley.
I'm not sure about you, but I do have a problem with witnesses being in the audience. That to me seems procedurally flawed. Just to let you know.
Raise your right hand and left hand. Do you affirm the testimony about the recording this trial shall be the truth and nothing but the truth? Won't you take a seat in the witness stand? State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Melinda Worley, Worley.
Good afternoon, Agent Worley.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
I work for SLED
And how long have you worked for SLED?
since August of 2011.
And what is your current position at SLED?
I'm currently a senior criminalist in the latent print unit of the Forensic Services Lab.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your education and training and other experiences at SLED that have led you to this point?
Sure. I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in anthropology from the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga, a Bachelor of Science degree in Forensic Science from Mercyhurst College, a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the University of Florida. And along with the master's degree, I also received a graduate certificate in forensic death investigation. I started at SLED in 2011 in the crime scene unit as a special agent. I followed through the training program that SLED provides in-house. I finished that, I believe it was July of 2012. And at that point, I was able to take cases as a crime scene agent. But shortly thereafter, I also started training in the discipline of footwear and tire tread examination. I finished that training in March of 2014. And so then I was doing crime scene and footwear and tire cases until August of 2022. I transferred out of the crime scene unit to the latent print unit. I also switched from being a class 1 law enforcement officer, I was a senior special agent, to a class 3 law enforcement officer. So now I'm a senior criminalist and a footwear and tire examiner.
And so, I mean, as far as crime scene goes, can you tell us about any special training that you have pertaining to crime scene specifically?
I've taken several courses in bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction, archaeology, forensic archaeology, and clandestine graves, photography.
And back in 2021, you were a crime scene investigator, is that correct?
That's correct.
And now you are in the footwear and tire examination, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and what would be the appropriate title for that?
Footwear and tire examiner.
Okay. And what other additional qualifications do you have to examine footwear and tire impressions?
I've taken 2 40-hour courses related to footwear, and I've completed approximately 50 footwear cases since I was completed my training in 2014. I've testified as a expert witness 9 times, qualified.
Is that in state court?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said about how many, I guess, cases have you had where you have examined footwear and tire impressions? If you could give us an estimate here.
As far as the actual scenes I worked with that had footwear, or just in general footwear?
In general.
I think it's around 50 cases.
Your Honor, this time I would move to qualify Investigator Whirley as an expert in footwear and tire examination.
Says the defense.
No objection, Your Honor. She's obviously qualified.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, where a witness, by virtue of their education and experience, become what the court considers an expert in some field, that witness can give opinions where lay witnesses typically cannot. And this witness has been qualified and now is accepted as an expert witness in the field of, is it footwear examination and what else?
Tire impressions, Your Honor.
And tire impressions. And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Agent Whirley, back in June of 2021, what was your role at SLED again?
I was in the crime scene unit.
As a crime scene investigator?
That's right.
And can you tell us just some of the general procedures of a crime scene investigator who responds to a crime scene?
Sure. We are requested to respond to crime scenes anywhere in the state. When the sheriff's office or police department requests our assistance with a crime scene, we document the scene with photographs and draw sketches, take measurements. We collect evidence, document it, collect it, package it appropriately, maintain chain of custody.
Is there any special kind of protocol that y'all follow?
We do have a protocol manual, yes.
Okay. Do you ever wear any type of gowns or coverings or anything like that out to a crime scene?
We always wear gloves, no matter what. Depends on the scene, I guess, as far as if we're going to wear any booties or anything else.
Okay. Would it be normal protocol to wear booties to an outdoor crime scene?
Not the way we've operated now.
Okay. Why not?
It's not usually, not usually necessary, I guess, as far as watching where you're stepping and not stepping in blood or any tire or footwear impressions or anything. We just don't normally wear booties.
And when you're at a crime scene, are you looking for microscopic evidence?
Well, we don't carry microscopes other than swabbing items at a scene. We would collect potential evidence that way by swabbing it.
All right, let's move on to your involvement in this case. Did you have the occasion to respond to Moselle Road on June 7th?
I did.
Okay. What time did you respond out there?
I believe we arrived around 12:07 a.m.
Okay. And are you aware of what time this the crime occurred?
I'm not sure about the time it occurred. I know the time I was notified.
Okay. What time was that?
We were notified around 10:33 p.m.
Okay. So it took you roughly 2 hours to get out to the crime scene. Why was that?
We respond from Columbia.
All right. So what did you see when you got out there?
The scene entailed the area where the kennels were located. There was a large workshop with an overhang on between the workshop and where the dog kennels were. There was a sort of gravel path driveway between the kennels and that overhang. A the sheriff's office had brought out a canopy to cover Maggie's body to protect her from the rain.
And what were the weather conditions?
It was raining lightly.
What is one of the first things you did when you got out there?
We met with David Owen, Special Agent David Owen, and regional agents to kind of get a little more information about what the scene entailed. And we did a little initial walkthrough to see the sheriff's office had marked some potential evidence. So we walked around to see what was what and see if we could find any additional evidence before we started taking photographs.
Do you recall collecting a shotgun from Agent Daniel Green, or excuse me, Officer or Sergeant Daniel Green?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did that occur?
He had maintained custody of a shotgun, and so he brought it over to my truck, and we put it in a gun box. We took photographs of it and rendered it safe.
Was that gun loaded or unloaded when you took custody of it?
It was loaded.
And did you unload that weapon?
I did.
And why would you do that?
We always render a firearm safe before we transport it.
Agent Corley, I'm going to show you what's already been entered as Tate's Exhibit 4, along with the rifle, or excuse me, shotgun that was collected. Could you tell us what you have there?
One of the 2 shot shells that were in the shotgun.
And that's a shot shell that you unloaded from this gun?
That's right.
Okay, what gauge is that?
This one is 16 gauge.
And the correct caliber for that gun is a 12 gauge?
That's right.
Since Daniel Green collected that gun, did you take a buccal swab from him?
We did, yes.
And why would you do that?
In case his DNA was on the firearm, we would need to eliminate him or know that was his.
Agent Worley, this is Tate's Exhibit 249. Does that appear to be the buccal swab you collected from Daniel Green?
Yes, it is.
And how can you tell?
It has my handwriting, my initials. The seal tape has my initials with my handwriting for the date.
This time the state would offer Tate's Exhibit 249 into evidence.
It's admitted without objection.
Agent Worley, if you can take a look at State's Exhibit 17. Do you recognize what is in that picture?
I do.
Is that a true and accurate representation?
It is.
Got it. This time I'll move State's Exhibit 17 into evidence.
Identify what it is before we do that? I mean, no objection, no objection. Okay.
What is it?
It's the shotgun that I took custody of, and a 12 gauge and the 16 gauge shot shells that I removed from the shotgun.
Submitted without objection.
And if you could, for the jury, could you tell us which shells we're looking at here?
The one on the left is the 12 gauge and the one on the right is 16 gauge.
And those are the shells you unloaded from that gun?
They are.
And you described the crime scene. If you could, State's Exhibit 22 has previously been entered. Could you describe that to the jury?
That's the large overhang on the side of the workshop, the doghouse that's just outside that overhang, and the Maggie's body is lying there underneath that canopy. The kennels are in the background.
How did you discover Paul's body or observe Paul's body?
He was, when we arrived, he was still covered with a pink sheet, but we could tell he was lying face down just outside the feed room.
And when you, how did you process the area around?
We start with documenting the area with photographs, photographing the evidence that the sheriff's office had already marked, do overall mid-range and close-up of each item of evidence, photograph the victims as they were when we arrived before the sheets were moved or anything.
This time I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 24, which is a sealed exhibit.
Thank you, Pebbles.
Does this picture show how you found Paul's body?
After we documented him with the sheet over him and the coroner removed the sheet, yes, that is what it looked like.
And he appears to be laying outside of a feed room.
That's correct.
Did you process that feed room?
After he was removed from the area, we went in the room to process the room.
And if you look at that picture there, it appears that there's something laying on the back of his shorts there.
Yes, that's right.
And what was that?
I was told it was his cell phone.
State's Exhibit 25. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes,
And what is that?
that is the cell phone on the back of his shorts.
This time the state would move State's Exhibit 25 into evidence.
Submitted.
And this is the cell phone that was laying on top of Paul's body.
That's right.
Now, did y'all process the inside of the feed room?
We did.
Agent Worley, I'm going to ask you to take a look. It takes exhibits 26, 27, 28, 30. If you can. 31, 32, 35, 198, 199, 38, 39, 40, 42, 43, 44, and 45, please. Agent Worley, in general, what are those pictures of?
They're all taken inside the feed room. A lot of them are footwear impressions.
And are those true and accurate representations of the feed room as it was the night of the murders on June 7th?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer those exhibits into evidence.
Exhibit numbers again.
Your Honor, that takes exhibits 27, 26, 30, 28, 31, 35, 32, 198, 199, 38, 39, 40, 42, 43, 44, and 45.
They are admitted without objection.
Agent Worley, this is State's Exhibit 27. If you could tell the jurors what they're looking at in this picture.
That's a view looking from the door into the feed room.
And what can we see on the floor there?
There's marker 1 is the shot shell wad. There's also suspected blood and tissue, possible pieces of skull on the floor.
And then looking back at that window.
There were several bullet defects in the window in the glass.
And State's Exhibit 26.
That's showing the feed room also, but it's showing more of the door, the outside of the door.
And if you notice the top of the door, what can you see up there?
It looks like blood, and there's also hair on top of the door.
State's Exhibit 30.
That's behind the door to the feed room.
Okay. And what's back there?
There were two 12-gauge shot shells on the fired shot shells on the floor behind the door, and also there was hair behind the door.
State's Exhibit 31.
That was after we marked the two fired shot shells as markers 9 and 10, and also showing them the shot shell wad at marker 1 in the same photo.
And State's Exhibit 26.
And that's close up of the shot shell wad at marker 1, and there's also a partial footwear impression in blood.
And do we see some little round pellets there?
Yes, there were pellets on the floor.
$32.
And that's close up of the shot shells at 9 and 10.
Were those shot shells collected?
Yes, they were.
Agent Worley, when those shot shells were collected, what did you do with them?
We photographed them first before we pick them up. We packaged them, write the information on the packaging as to what it is, where it came from at marker 9 and 10, date and initial and time it was collected.
And were they submitted to the lab and placed in these big plastic bags?
I transferred them to a crime scene lieutenant.
I'll ask you to take a look at these for me. Do those appear to contain item 1 and items 9 and 10?
Yes.
And also some other items that were collected?
Yes. A way to open them?
No, this time I will have Agent Worley open the bag and remove items 1 and items 9 and 10.
Thank you.
right, so item 1 is what?
That is the shot shell wad that was at marker 1.
And how do you know that is the shot shell wad that you collected?
It's my handwriting on the box, my initials on the seal on the tape.
And then item 9 and item 10.
And these are the two shot shells, fired shot shells at markers 9 and 10. This one is the one at marker 9. It's 12 gauge federal, and one at marker 10 was, I believe, Winchester 12 gauge.
This time, let's take and move items 29, the shot, I guess the shot shell wad, and item 34, the 12 gauge federal, and item 33, 12 gauge Winchester into evidence.
Okay. Without objection.
All right, also in that feed room, we were looking at what appeared to be some bloody footprints. Is that right, Agent Worley?
That's right.
You can see those footprints here in State's Exhibit 27.
You can see them.
About State's Exhibit 35 here.
Yes, there are two right there at marker 1.
So right down in here.
Yes.
All right. So in your training and experience as a footwear examiner, did you have occasion to examine those footprints?
I did.
And did you have some shoes to compare those footprints to?
Yes, I took custody of the shoes that Paul was wearing when I attended his autopsy. I was able to compare those to the footwear impressions in the feed room.
And now how do you do that?
We make test impressions of the shoes after they've been photographed with ink on the bottom of the shoe. I have someone similar who wears the same size, usually wears the shoe and steps on a piece of cardstock paper. We make as many test impressions as we need to make sure I've gotten all the area of the bottom of the shoe. Then I reprint those test impressions on transparencies. It makes it easier to overlay those on top of the photographs of the unknown impressions at the crime scene. And I compare the unknown impressions from the crime scene to the overlays that I place of Paul's shoes.
So you make a transparent overlay and you place it on pictures to determine if they correspond.
That's right.
State's Exhibit 148. What is that?
That is a printed version of the test impressions that we created of Paul's shoes.
And State's Exhibit 199.
That one is the right shoe. The first one was the left shoe.
And there are, I guess, two impressions of each shoe there?
That's right.
All right, so using the impressions you made in the photographs, did you make any determinations?
I determined they were corresponding consistent with the outsole design of Paul's shoes.
We'll look a little closer here. It takes exhibit 38. I'm sorry, there appears to be some kind of shadow here on the Elmo. States 138, is that a picture that you used from the crime scene to compare to Paul's shoes?
It is.
And what did you determine regarding that?
That one was also consistent with the outsole design of Paul's shoes.
States exhibit 39.
Both of those were same outsole design as Paul's shoes.
And we'll go back to States exhibit 40. And if you're standing in the feed room, what position are those shoes facing?
Those are facing the window.
Facing the window.
Right.
Did you also notice the door of that feed room?
I did.
And what about the door?
There was a lot of, I guess, blood, brain matter on the outside of the door, not so much on the inside, interior side of the door. There's a little bit at the very top, and hair on top of the door, but not on the rest of the back of the door.
So States exhibit 42 here. What can we see?
That's a picture of the exterior side of the door. You can see the blood toward the top of the door.
So that would be like the front of the door.
Right.
And States exhibit 43.
And that's also the front of the door.
Okay. And we can see some blood spatter up here in the corner.
Yes.
Would that be right?
That's right.
And then it appears to be hair as well?
Yes,
Is that
that's right.
And we mentioned the defects in the window. States exhibit 44 here.
Yes.
What can we see there? Can you see a hole in that window?
Yes.
And States exhibit 45.
Yes, you can see one of the defects.
Okay. And do you recall how many defects were in the window?
6, I believe.
Later, did you have an occasion to go back out to the scene and re-examine that window?
I did.
At that time, can you tell us what you did when you examined the window?
We went to further document, take more measurements of the area. We scaled the defects and took several more measurements of where those defects were in the window.
I'm going to show you States exhibits 114 and 115. Do you recognize those images?
I do.
What is that?
These are diagrams of the window that I created. One shows the interior side of the window and one shows the exterior side. Shows where the defects are located in the window and all the measurements that we took for each defect.
Your Honor, this time I move States 114 and 115 into evidence.
They're admitted without objection.
Permission to publish. We're looking here at States 114. Do I have that in the correct orientation, Agent Worley?
Yes.
Okay. And can you kind of explain to the jurors the defects we're looking at here?
Sure. There's defects A through, I believe, G, starting from top to bottom.
So, like where it says defect A, defect B, what is that?
Those were the locations of where the bullet defects were in the glass.
So those are holes in the glass.
Right. Yes.
And that is from the inside of the feed room.
That's right.
And State's Exhibit 115 here. What is that?
That is the exterior side of the window.
So those are the same defects, but from looking from the exterior, like from the outside of the room.
Right.
And what was kind of the purpose of that?
In the event reconstruction would ever be done of the scene, it's necessary to have specific measurements to be able to place those bullet defects, those holes back in the window where they were based on measurements.
What else did you recall doing concerning the feed room?
We collected several of the shot shell pellets. We also swabbed the exterior doorknob of the room just for potential touch DNA.
Did you collect those pellets from the feed room floor?
Yes, we did.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch at this time and resume at 2:20. Have a good lunch. Please do not discuss the case.
All right, guys. Well, what is everybody thinking about this case so far? I've got to be honest with you. I was paying very close attention to Alex Murdaugh during this time. And there's a lot of things that I noticed. Hold on, let me see if I can mute this. Can you guys still hear me? Put a 1 in the chat if you guys can still hear me. I just muted my computer. I wanted to make sure you guys can hear me. Hey, Jennifer. Okay, so you guys can still hear me? Okay. Well, I'll put this up in a little screen so you guys can see what's going on there. Nothing really is going on. I just muted it so I didn't have the feedback. It was a little distracting because you can still hear people moving around. I'm going to see if it's still... Okay, it sounds like they finally muted it. So this was, I like the witnesses they brought today. So the first responders was on yesterday. Today is kind of more in line with the investigators. So this is where the defense is going to try to challenge some of their techniques in collecting that evidence and things of that nature. It's just, I expect, like we've already seen the prosecutor, the defense counsel, not the main one, the other guy, I can't remember their names. He came up and he was kind of, well, even the main guy, he was kind of disrespectful. Like, don't you know what this bag is? And why wasn't it collected in this bag? You know, somebody can alter the phone. Somebody can do this. Somebody can do that. But it wasn't until this last witness came on the stand, and I noticed that Alex Murdaugh was shaking more than he has shaked, rocking back and forth. We're noticing that. Some people are stating that it's Parkinson's. I think it's personally nerves, but we don't know his medical history, so I don't want to state one way or the other whether it's nerves or if it's a medical issue that keeps him. But I can tell you, he seems a little more fidgety than usual in this respect. He seems not to want to look at some of the evidence that was presented today. I noticed that he was looking down while his attorneys were looking at the monitor, reviewing everything that's going up there. I can see that his family behind him can see the monitors of defense counsel. You know, the defense, they have their monitor in front of them, because what is required is we can't, as the public online, because of the graphic nature of some of these images, the judge will not allow those to be recorded or streamed as an order of court TV, you know, which is the pooled media. So what is pooled media? Just basically means there's only one videographer in there, and one or two. They may have one or two, but Court TV is designated the pool. That means they can't prevent people from streaming their stream because we're not all allowed to be in there with all of our cameras and such. So you'll notice in the aisle, you'll see basically one person with a tripod and a still photography camera in there, and that's the pooled photographer. So all the images that we can get from that pooled photographer. But Alex Murdaugh is in fact seeming a little more on edge with this last gal that was on the stand. She seems like a heavy hitter. You can tell she doesn't really sleep all that much, or, you know, she's got some pretty extensive bags under her eyes. And that looks like a workaholic eyes to me, if you ask me anything. And she does the footwear impressions as well as the tire impressions. And she was going through some of that. Let's just go over the notes that I took related to this case. Let me pull this back up. I was kind of leaning back listening, so now my chair has kind of got the lean in it. So with the first Detective Rutland, which was kind of an officer, but was assisting the sled team because she did not know the Murdaughs personally, didn't hear about the boating accident with Paul. You know, she was talking about how she noticed there were smaller sandal-like prints that went between the two buildings, which are literally adjacent to that door that Paul was found in. And she appeared that it went down, turned around, and came back. It was only one set, not two. She was part of the interview process with Alec shortly after these killings, along with Agent Owen. With SLED, Alex Murdaugh. So the way it was is in the driver's seat of this car when they did the initial interview, the driver's seat had Agent Owen, Special Agent Owen. In the front passenger seat had Alex Murdaugh. Behind Alec appeared to be Detective Rutland. And then next to Detective Rutland behind Special Agent Owen was Dan Henderson, and that was the personal attorney of Alex Murdaugh. I thought that was a little odd that he would have his personal attorney out there during this investigation. But us in legal profession, we know that we keep our mouth shut until our attorney's there to represent us. So it sounds like he had proper representation from out the gate. He stated several times that he did try to turn Paul over, that a cell phone fell out of his pocket, that he tried to check the pulse of not only Paul, but also his wife, Maggie. It was noted that he had no blood on his hands, no blood on his knees, no blood on his clothing, no blood on his shoes. And I thought that was very profound, because they are setting this up to basically say, well, if you did all these things to check like you told us to check, why are we seeing no blood? Why are you so clean? I saw some audience comments in here that said they believe that, you know, he cleaned up when he went back to get his gun. I don't think so. I really, truly believe he cleaned up and was disposing of evidence on the way to his mother's house. That is why they can't find any evidence like the clothing or the guns in this matter, is because between his house and his mom's house, I believe he disposed of it. I don't think he would have been stupid enough to dispose of the evidence at her home. So he did make a stop somewhere. I'm wondering what the cell records will show. He also went as far as to state that Maggie loves dogs and went out there to check on the dogs, check on the kennels. But later in the statement, when they were talking about the dogs, apparently on the second the second person that came, the one that did the buccal swabs, they kept saying buccal swabs, but they're buccal swabs. And the buccal swabs are the 2 swabs that they do on the sides of the cheek. And I'm trying to see, did I write her name down? I don't think I wrote her name down for some. Yeah, I did. Delilah Circulion, or whatever her name was. She was with a sled. She was part of the behavioral unit. And she's the one that collected the buccal swabs from both Maggie and Paul. This last lady, I didn't grab her name, but she was the footwear and tire impression expert. She's been on the on 9 different state expert witness lists. Thank you, Lady 7-Up. God bless you. God bless you. Also with Detective Rutland, they were asking about, who do they believe? He would not spit out any specific name, only that trying to take the focus off him and put the focus on the fact that Paul killed that girl in the boating accident, and that how Paul, come home with injuries consistent with people fighting with him. He's trying to allege that those fights, black eyes, and things of that nature were a direct result of that death related to the boating accident. But we all know that there is that Paul is not himself when he's under the influence of alcohol. And it makes me wonder, were those fights and bodily injuries unrelated to the actual boating accident, but more related to his condition when he drinks and how aggressive he is when he's under the influence of alcohol? I do not know that. But he goes in to tell, they're asking what type of direct threats he's getting. And are they people that were actually on the boat? He's basically saying, no, it's not the people on the boat. It's people that don't even really know him, this, that, and the other. Then he brings up this incident with black males. Did you guys remember that? Almost alluding that it was a black male that perpetrated this, which just, it gets under my skin, because we've been hearing that in the South for so long, to escape responsibility. It's just, I just thought it was a low blow to go there. And, but he never stated anybody's name, but they kept trying to coax him, kept trying to say, oh, thank you. That's even sweeter. Kept trying to coax him and say, who could be responsible for this? He couldn't come up with a name. So they started asking, like, who's Paul's best friend? And he was talking about Will Chapman, Bobby Boyle, the roommates that were going to be with him in Columbia when he attended school. Then the cross-examination happened, and they hit her pretty hard. Like, they were saying Alex Murdaugh never stated he was in the kennels that day or that night or after his nap. She said no. He went to check on his mother. She thought that was odd. And of course, the defense comes up and says, well, would it be really odd? It was unusual circumstances that day anyways, because his father just got put into the hospital that day. And so this is the first time his mother would have been at home alone. And would it really be uncommon for him to go check on that? Are you really, like he even said, are you really going to, God, what word did he use? Chastise him for going and seeing his mother. He kept saying that word, like chastise or whatever. And then we find out, that here's the kicker with this one. He states to law enforcement agents that he checked the pulse of Paul. And then we find out, how the hell did he check the pulse of Paul? Both his hands are under his person. That means he is laying on top of his hands. But if he would go for the neck, how would he do that? Because the shoulder would have had to be pulled out of the way to check the pulse on his neck. So they made it a point to the defense is going to say, well, he didn't have blood on him. But the prosecution already saw that and started talking about how clean Alex Murdaugh was. That he, there was no blood on his knees, there was no blood on his pants, there was no blood on his shirt, yet he was inside this, horrific scene, which would have had some type of transfer blood. So I think they really hit that home, that at least he's being deceptive in what he stated to first responders as the type of aid he tried to render to both his son and his wife. So I say that that was unbelievable. You know, I think the jury realizes that there had to have been some type of cleanup that happened, because with this gruesome scene, there's no way, even with him coming on it, that he could be not have a drop of blood on him from head to toe, or a drop of blood to the naked eye from head to toe, right? We do know that there is going to be some forensics brought in that does show a speck of blood on his white shirt. But he was wearing athletic tennis shoes, no blood on the athletic tennis shoes. No blood was visible. Clean hands, clean clothes, clean knees, clean pants, clean shirt. Even went as far as to ask him, do they feel like these were just freshly laundered clothing that he was wearing? And she kind of said, you know, it basically he was too clean for the scene. You know what I'm saying? That's the messaging I got from these detectives and the people investigating this case. I have to say that the people that so far that they've brought up for witnesses are doing a great job for the prosecution. Now, this is just the prosecution. We still have a defense side that once the prosecution lays out their entire case, the defense is going to be picking that apart with their witnesses to dispute those facts. This Agent Rutland on cross-examination, he went over that. And he also was paying close attention to, you know, how large the property was, 1,700 plus acres of property, which included the house, the outbuildings. According to the search warrant, they could seize any type of evidence belonging to 4147 Mazzell. And they said, what's this pen? And it's the property ID number that is referenced to that. So this was a very broad, and they brought that up, a very broad search warrant, but they kept alluding, but our client lets you guys have it without it. There is no, in a case like this, I don't see where anybody's going to search a property for evidence without a search warrant, especially in light of who this family was and who they are in any type of murder investigation at all, because it's just a layer of protection for the case by having that search warrant, because they can't later dispute what they find by saying they didn't have the proper search warrant, which, you know, this slimeball attorney would have done if they did not have the proper search warrant. But they did have the proper search warrant. So really all they could say, but my client said you had full reign of the property. Great. Well, the courts tell us we have full reign of the property. So they did a good job there. They wanted to go over like how the evidence was collected. And then they were like, you know, the way the interview went in the sedan with all four of the people in it at the time, about 2 hours after the call about Paul and Maggie were reported. The defense wanted to clarify that he tried to turn them over, or at least alleged that he tried to turn them over once. And even though he said he tried to turn him over several times in that interview, it was really related to just the one incident of him trying to flip Paul over. They also pointed out some glaring issues with that interview. They never asked how he was flipped over, how the phone popped out of his pocket, where he attempted to check the pulse. Those things were lacking in that initial interview. And they asked even further, were there any footprints or knee impressions at all in there? And she said no. Detective Rutledge actually arrived on scene at 12:22 a.m. on, I believe, the 8th, June 8th, I think is when they said, because this happened on June 7th, June 8th in the early morning hours. Paul's truck was still there. If you guys go back there behind the gates, remember I did a video of the entire crime scene, and you can see that truck. If you guys have not watched my videos on this, we did one on Stephen Smith, which is the boy that is believed to have been in a relationship with Buster that lost his life in 2015. It appeared that it was a hit and run, but upon autopsy, it was more blunt force trauma, as if he was beaten to death as opposed to being hit or struck by a vehicle. They have since reopened that case since Alex Murdaugh was charged with connection to his wife and son's death. They also exhumed Gloria Satterfield's body. If anybody knows that story, in 2018, his longtime housekeeper and nanny of the kids had a tragic fall inside Alex Murdaugh's home where she lost her life. And this is one of the clients that he schemed to defraud. He took all the money from the settlement from that court case. Basically, he sued himself. He got his homeowner's insurance to pay a lofty settlement, and then he stole it from the family. This is also where she states that Mr. Davis, and this kind of contradicts this whole Maggie loves dogs and was out there caring for the dogs, because Mr. Davis is actually the caretaker for the dogs. So if they pay for a caretaker of these dogs, why is Maggie out there at 9 and 10 o'clock at night? Those things are really not resonating with me, not making sense, and not believable to me. She was corrected. She calls it khaki shorts. I do the same thing, where they're a khaki style pant or short, and they're of different colors. So you have like the khaki color, you have kind of the army green color, you even have black and brown in this khaki type short. So I knew what she was talking about. And really all they needed for Delilah Circoni, I can't pronounce her name right. Burger King's case. No, I have not, but I will star you and get back to that. And they were only wanting to confirm that she was the one, and guys, listen, some of these witnesses are just to authenticate evidence. So a lot of people don't realize that just because a piece of evidence comes from law enforcement that's labeled their evidence, evidence marker 1 or 2, like they said, you cannot enter that into court as evidence without that evidence being authenticated. That's why they have to say, how do you know this is the right one? And they say, oh, because it followed the chain of custody. I see my initials here. I see where I typed. This is in my handwriting. I know that this is associated with it because it was sealed by me, signed by me, and transferred through proper procedure through the evidence chain. And so that's why you're hearing, that's why Delilah Circoni, or whatever her name is, I know I'm butchering it. The reason why that SLED member, she was a part of the behavioral science unit, but she has collected evidence in the past, so they decided to use her to get those buccal swabs off of Maggie and Paul. And the only reason why she was there, in my opinion, is just to authenticate that those were the buccal swabs that she did collect, so they could enter those into evidence. And this footwear and tire impression gal that was in the middle of her testimony when the judge chose to break for lunch, I think he did that because this is a witness that they are going to that has a lot of information and that they want to dive into, because apparently she is one of the main investigators on this scene. And remember, one of the things that was brought up yesterday was the defense was kind of leaning on the preservation of the crime scene with the first responders, and saying that there was another car out there, and that they, because of their failure to do what they needed to do. Now, mind you, they still have elemental problems here because it did start raining. And if anybody knows anything about forensic, rain is not your friend. So they did come out with some tents to put up over Maggie's body, but they did have elements that day that could have damaged some of the evidence out there that they could have collected because of the rain. So I'm curious as to when the rain came and what preventative measures they did to preserve the collection of the evidence. and anything, because even those shotgun shells and everything like that, you would expect that they would have tested for DNA, not only DNA, but also fingerprints. Because remember, on the back of that, when you have to load your shotgun, you load it, and you have the metal piece that you have to push in to engage in that shotgun. So I'm curious if that had any DNA, any fingerprints on that. But that's really the nuts and bolts of the testimony we heard so far. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to open up the invite. I'm going to open up the panel here for anybody that would like to come up and have any comments about what your thoughts are on this so far. I'll go ahead. Let me get over here on the back side and see if I can just keep it at the top. I'll remove it in just a second. We're still on slow chat, so I apologize. I've got this running, slowing the chat about a minute. I'll probably have to turn that off. We don't really have a whole lot of people in here today. Like I said, the Alex Murdaugh case, for whatever reason, is not really popular for YouTube creators, but it still is an interesting case that I wanted to cover because of all the weird things that are involved in it. So as this kind of just is trickling up, if you guys would like to come on here, please come up and just let me know what your thoughts are. How do you think this is proceeding? Do you think that the prosecution is really laying the foundation? Me as a professional in this kind of work, I think they're doing a great job. That's just me personally. I think they're really setting the foundation. The defense is doing a great job too, trying to poke holes in it, trying to put doubt in the jury's mind. I don't think, in my opinion, the jury, excuse me, allergies. I don't think the defense is really putting holes in it. Me personally, I believe that Alec is not doing the best job at convincing the jury that he did not do it. I think the antics going on in that courtroom, the trial preparation, the crying, the things of trial strategy, I think is falling on deaf ears because he's not really that good at it. He holds his head down. He rocks. That to me is just, even when he appears to be crying, I don't really see any tears, but I do see him dab his eyes every now and again. Now, does that mean he's not crying? No, it doesn't. I mean, there is a way, from that distance, we may not see the light hit that tear just right, but I did see his eyes turn red. And that's like me. Whenever I am ready to cry, the whites of my eyes turn beet red. If I'm upset, they turn beet red. So I did see that once while I was watching this case where his eyes did appear to be actually tearing up. But again, I didn't see really those tears flowing down his face when he was seeing the graphic nature of his son and his wife, which they were showing. I know we didn't see it here on in the public eye, but they were showing some pretty graphic. We could hear some of the pretty graphic nature of the injuries sustained. It seems very horrific. It seems awful. Again, when I started this out this morning, I said the only silver lining that I have related to the victims in this case is it appeared they expired very quickly. With the type of injuries that they sustained, they would have been dead before they hit the ground, so to speak. So it's just a sad realization. Do I think Alec is guilty of this? I do think he is guilty of this. I think he is guilty of a lot of things. I think he's guilty of more than we know. I believe that this was, he did this out of desperation. He did it out of desperation to try to conceal a lot of the stuff that he had already previously done. And I think that he was angry with Paul for exposing him and this family to this liability. I think he adored Buster because Buster was the good child, the perfect child, the one that did all the right things all the time, whereas Paul was the young one, got into trouble a lot, did a lot of stuff because he felt entitled to that because of his family name and his family legacy. And I do believe that that played a role in all of this. I think his father had just had enough of him, and nothing was going to make this go away. And this was his last ditch effort to get everybody off his back. And I truly believe that his wife was not part of the plan. I think she became part of the plan because the story that Alec was trying to put onto her, she knew right away it was a lie. And I think she realized he was the culprit. And when she did that, she took off. She took off on foot and started running for cover. And the only cover she could find were those trees. And as she was running toward cover is when Alec, went into action, grabbed the other gun, pointed it at her, aimed at her, pulled the trigger, and she died right where she laid. I do believe that. I am not going to get off that unless there's some other information that comes out. We're going to know by the end of this case because they have to prove the case. They have to know exactly what happened to both Paul and Maggie, and they have to prove that the only person that could have done it would have been Alex Murdaugh, the father and husband. So yes, I think that the defense has a lot of work left ahead. Now they may have an ace in the hole. We don't know. But based on the testimony we've heard over the last 2 days, it is they have an uphill battle with this case. And again, it upsets me very much that everybody is sitting on the side of him instead of the side of the victims. And I hope that family is forever damned to hell for that. Because at the end of the day, Buster, your mother's life mattered. Your brother's life mattered. And you're sitting there with the person that gunned them down and executed them like they were garbage and didn't matter. And you're sitting and trying to help him. That's a shame. And I'm sorry. Your mom deserved better from you. Your mom deserved better from that family. Your brother did too. So I hope one day when you have an opportunity to look back or review this, I'm telling you, that is the most appalling thing I've ever seen in my life. Buster, you deserve to be on the other side of that courtroom. And I'm sorry, you're too stupid to realize that. It's just upsetting. They matter. So guys, we're going to take a break. I'm just going to play music for a little bit, and we're just going to kind of wind down. I've got a lunch that I've got to be to with a friend at 2:30. So I'm going to get this brought up to you guys as much as possible, but just sit still for a little bit, watch it. Again, this is not a case that's very popular with my crew here on YouTube, and that's perfectly fine. It's still a case that intrigues me. So we're going to keep rolling with this, this case and this trial. I want to know how this is going to end. And we're going to be going back to South Carolina for real live coverage inside and outside of that courtroom. So just sit tight. The only reason why I'm not back up there yet is because my stuff with Leilani was done on Wednesday. I knew I only had Thursday and Friday. They're not going to have court through the weekend. So it's not really going to start back up again until Monday. So I may go back there Monday. I may not. I'm not sure yet. It just really depends on the budget for this trip and the finances. So we do have a front row view right here. It's not costing any of us a dime to do this. So I may just choose to stay here and run it live until I have to go to Nashville to meet that attorney. And we'll just see. But I'm going to go ahead and play some songs. Guys, it's kind of lunchtime. If you guys haven't already gotten yourself something to eat, use the restroom, freshened your beverage up, now would be a good time to do that. I'm just going to roll a song out for maybe a few minutes just for one song, and then we'll be back.
I know you told your friend you're not okay. And tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. And guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away.
Yeah, I'm about to fade away, cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Got a buildup of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into this place. You wanna love me? Well then baby I have a taste. All the highs and the lows, no you'll never be the same. I don't really wanna hurt you but I can't control the pain. If you're sticking by my side maybe we could be okay. Okay, maybe you could be the change I need today. I promise that I've never felt this way. I really hope that you will choose to stay through all the pain.
I know you told your friend you're not okay. And tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. And guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away. As you fade away.
Like nothing I felt, my mind overwhelms. I think that I'm broken, but I hope you can't help. I know I'm not perfect, but some days I feel far more worthless. Baby, you make me feel nervous. If I still have you, I have purpose. It's all worth it.
I know you told your friend you're not okay. And tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. I guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away. As you fade away. Try to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray.
All right. SoFlo Ma, I just want to make sure that was you behind the chat and not some troll. Yeah, music's relaxing. Yeah, I just wanted to give everybody a break. I was actually behind. I filled up my coffee cup, but I wanted to make sure nobody, didn't leave there, had a chance to walk away and get whatever they needed to get. So anyways, that's just really it. So I am sitting here. Sorry, I'm going through some stuff right now. And I know that I believe I only got a few more minutes here, and then I'm going to take off, and I'm just going to put the stream back up for you guys to watch the Alex Murdaugh trial. But there was somebody that told me that they got some information in here. Let's just see what we got over here in our messages. Okay, let's see what we got here. All right, let's get this up. So this is some of the stuff that, let's see if I can pull this over. I can't because then I'll drop that down. So some of this evidence that was collected included shot shell wad located on the floor of the feed room, one cartridge case, S&B 300 AAC black on the gravel between the overhang and the kennel, one cartridge S&B on gravel between overhang and kennel, one cartridge S&B where gravel meets grass between the overhang and the kennel, one cartridge SAB on the dirt near the female's right body, one cartridge SNB on the dirt near the female's right side. So it looks like two of them. Tire impressions consistent with the dog caretaker's vehicle. Some matter in the grass between the gravel and the female. That's so sad. I don't want to say the type of matter, but I'm sure you guys can do your deductive reasoning and figure it out. Possible bullet strike in the gravel between the overhang and the kennel with metal fragments recovered. Gunshot residue, GSR kit from Richard Murdaugh. They collected a white t-shirt, which I find funny because this man does not look like the white t-shirt guy. He looks like the button-up shirt guy. You know, he puts the white t-shirt is almost like a bra for him, right? It's an undergarment. The white t-shirt is not something that a Murdaugh, a man like that, would be wearing. And it almost seemed to be staged. Like if I have a white shirt, they can't see that I have blood on me. You know, the white shirt really does stand out for me. I'm sorry, it just does. Just my opinion. Absolutely no factual basis for this. Just, you know, as I'm processing this and thinking about, you know, how Alec is thinking at this time, putting my law firm hat on, you know, I'm going to commit a crime. I have all this legal knowledge. What am I going to do with it? You know, that's the preparation. You know, that's the stuff that they don't teach you in school, you know, is the way you're supposed to act, what you're supposed to do. They just know that if you do this, this is what this means. If you do that, this is what this means. So as an attorney, you're going to try to stop, you know, those objections or worry box items. And with him having this white shirt on, it would definitely protect him from it showing any blood. The problem is he's saying all these things he's doing. You know, his best bet at this point would have been saying, I saw them like this. I'm an attorney. I knew not to touch a thing. I didn't touch a damn thing. But he didn't. He wanted to show he rendered aid to them or attempted to render aid to them. And that really screwed up his entire defense because where's the blood? You rendered aid on people that had that there was a plethora amount of blood around them. How did you not step in it with your shoes? How did you not get it on your knees when you were trying to take the pulse and doing this and doing that? You know, how did this happen? So he really kind of screwed up by trying not to screw up, by trying to make everything too perfect. That in and of itself is very damaging to him, in my opinion. So they have the white t-shirt. They have a pair of green shorts. Those are the khaki short type shorts they were looking for. A pair of yellow, red, and white tennis shoes. A Nike tennis shoes. One fired bullet near tire impression in dirt. 10 two-fired 12-gauge shotgun shells. 10 two-fired. So that's the I guess the brand or the type of, but there's only two of them. Fired 12-gauge gauge shotgun shells. One fired bullet from dog bedding. So one fired bullet from dog bedding. So there was a fired bullet laying on one of the dog's bedding. One buckshot pellet from the table storage room window. Bernelli model super black Eagle 3 semi-automatic 12 gauge with one unfired shot shell. 5 fired 300 blackout cartridges. So they found 5 cartridges. 48 birdshot pellets from the left shoulder and head. Oh my goodness, from Paul. So it just splattered throughout his body. One piece of plastic from shoulder and head of Paul. One combination wad from left axilla of Paul. Scene diagram. So we don't have the scene diagram, but that is pretty much the collection of evidence that they got from there. Again, this is going to be very damning. I mean, you got all the guns from in and around the Murdaugh home. You've got 3 people that live there. 2 of them are deceased. One is still standing saying, I didn't do it, but I did all these things, like try to turn my son's body over. The phone fell out. I just laid it on his back, but I didn't step in any blood. I didn't, get any blood on my person or my hands. I checked his pulse, even though he's in a pool of blood, but managed to do it so carefully and surgically that I did not get blood anywhere on my person. It's just, it is painting. Anybody with a, critical thinking can say that in and of itself does not make sense. And you heard it from his own mouth that he did try to render aid, not only to his son, Paul, but also his wife, Maggie. One of the first responders talked about the head injury of Maggie and it being so large that he could see inside. And so my question is why would Alec be checking for pulse when there's a missing on one and one that you remember that, what is it? The one with Goldie Hawn and they were, what was it? No, it wasn't Bewitched. It was a Hocus Pocus. Was it Hocus Pocus? No, I'm thinking of a different one. Oh, I can't remember. But remember they could never die. And one of them, they got in a fight and there was the hole in her, but she was still talking and everything. It was, I can't remember the name of the movie. But it was with Goldie Hawn and I want to say Bette Midler and Nicole Kidman for some reason. Maybe it was Hocus, but I don't remember what it was. But they were like witches. They lived. You couldn't kill them. And anyways, that just reminded me of what kind of it sounds awful, but that it reminds me of the description that kind of one of the first responders said about Maggie and everything up here. So if they were in that degree of a condition, why would he be checking their pulse is my question. It just doesn't seem, it seems like he would have known that they were past that point. So death becomes her. Yes, that is it. Thank you, Amy. Thank you so much. Yes, death becomes her. That's the movie. And that just kind of reminded me of that first responder, Meryl Streep, Bruce Willis. Yeah. That's it, Mystified. Yeah. And so that's just really what I kind of foresee whenever I'm listening to this, one of the first responders describing the injuries. It was that paramedic. Remember the paramedic that was up there yesterday? He was one of the last people that were interviewed or questioned as a witness for the prosecutor. He had been an EMT and a paramedic and has been doing this stuff since like 1981. By the way, I was only 3 years old by 1981 or 2 years old at the time. So he's been doing this kind of work for 41 years. Talk about a darn good witness there, right? And he talked about that he never even checked their pulse because when he looked at them, he could tell they were beyond, there was no sustainability to life. Their injuries were injuries that would not sustain life. So he didn't even really touch them. And I thought that was funny, not funny, but interesting, that we're hearing that Paul, oh, thank you, Maria, that Paul would have, or excuse me, Alec would have not come to that same reasoning when he came up on the scene. I mean, we are hearing about the graphic nature of his boy Paul, and his boy Paul seemed to have gotten the brunt of this. Do I think that this was a retaliation against Mallory Beach? No, and here's why. Because Mallory Beach's family was going after the Murdaugh for financial gain. With Paul dead, it stopped that. Now, nothing was going to bring their daughter back. But for them to have to pay them seems to be more punishment than, say, offing Paul. You know, it was an accident. Yes, people are, upset about the accident, but let's be honest. I mean, Mallory Beach was with him. Mallory Beach was under the influence of alcohol herself. Mallory Beach was out there partying right next to Paul. Mallory Beach contributed to her own death. Let's be honest. He was behind the wheel. Now, I'm not victim shaming. I'm just putting reality and facts together for you. So for the family to be able to sue somebody and get at least financial, a financial award. I don't want to say a reward or award because that's not what it is, but making them pay financially would be more suited for that family than going and killing them and now being without the girl, without the money, and without the person that being held responsible that hurt her. So that doesn't make sense to me, because if that was the case, they wouldn't even have filed the lawsuit to begin with, in my opinion. Mortal wounds. Yeah. Yeah. They were beyond being saved. Even if they were alive at the time, there would not be, gain. Yeah. So I try to be cautious with my words, because sometimes when you're here and like this, none of this stuff is scripted. We don't have teleprompters here at the Bull and Betty channel. So, sometimes I get stumped on words as I'm trying to explain things, because again, this is an unscripted show, and I would never script this show. I would never take the personality away from this show. His son smirked. That grips might, I don't know how, but I don't think he smirked. I think it's nervous reaction. Sometimes I do that when I get frustrated. I'm like, right? So I don't know if that is really the, but I did focus when the cameras did pan to Buster. I can tell you, it looks like this is very hard for him to watch. I'm thinking that for the first time, he's probably seeing the reality of his mom and his brother. I think due to his family name and his family, he doesn't look like he wants to be there. I have to be honest. I don't think Buster wants to be there. I don't think he wants to be there supporting his dad, not supporting his dad. I just don't think he wants to be there. I think this is beyond something he should be exposed to. And especially because, I mean, he's a grown person. It's not that he's a kid, but this is his mom and his brother, and his dad is on trial. I really don't think he should be there. I think this is too much for him. I'm sure he's already having nightmares and having problems emotionally with all of this. And I don't think that this is beneficial to him. I don't know if it wasn't for the defense attorney and his father begging him to be there, I don't think he would be. I think the absence of him there would be too profound for him not to be there. But I think that's unfair to that boy. I really do. I think it's unfair to him because he's missing his mom and his dad, or mom and his brother. And dad's on trial. So do I think Alex Murdaugh was capable of something like this? Absolutely. This watching what we've already seen so far, the prosecution, it looks like it's it's laying a great foundation. And that's what we need them to do, is lay a great foundation for this conviction. And how they're doing that is bringing all this little tidbits of information. So when you're doing a case like this, a murder trial, you have to start from ground zero. All right, it's almost time for me to leave. So you have to build this case. So you got to act like these people, which they don't. They're jurors. They know nothing about this case. They have heard, if you have a juror, you want the person not to have any knowledge of this case. And what you have to do is explain this to them piece by piece. You've got to set it in such a way that it takes it, and you build all this evidence, so that at the end of all of this evidence being entered into the case, into this trial, when they go back to preview it, it gives the stepping stones from point A to point B conviction. And you have to be very strategic. That's why I'm listening to all these objections, because they could enter a key piece of evidence into this matter, and the defense objects and argues it, and it's thrown out. And now that building block, that piece that is required to get you from point A to point B is now missing. There's a major missing link in that, where you can't build your case to get it to beyond a reasonable doubt. So I'm paying very close attention to how they're setting this case up throughout this. And so far, they are doing a great job. A great job. The only thing I would say is that, they do have their evidence. They already have it, indexed and everything in theirs, but they're not as quick to, they know where they're going with this. That evidence should be already out of those boxes. They shouldn't be taking a few minutes to go through their box to get the evidence out, like the judge did, made everybody stand up, right? In that courtroom, except Alex. Alex is, again, he's privileged. He doesn't have to do what everybody else does. So we have that. But they're doing a good job so far. Hey, Justice for All, it's nice to see you. We're just watching the trial live for those that would like to watch it here on the Bullhorn Betty channel and get the commentary. I'll throw, in breaks, or when it silences down, I'll put some commentary out there. Some commentary out there for everybody. But it's nice to see you, love bug. I got a luncheon, and then on my way back from my luncheon, I'll try to call you, Justice, because I wanted to talk to you about something anyways. But with that, guys, I'm just going to go ahead. I've got to clean up a little bit for my lunch, and I will see you guys back here probably around 3:30 or 4. But we're just going to go ahead and have this up. If you guys want to stay here and watch it, stay here and watch it. For those that are coming in, please don't forget to remind everybody to like this segment, because right now we're already going on 6 hours. Yes, I have been working that long. I have been listening. I've been taking notes. I've been trying to make sure I had the proper commentary, the proper preview of this case, what I see so far from a legal perspective. Again, I'm not law enforcement. We'll leave that to Chris McDonough and Duty Ron. My expertise is as a paralegal in law firms and being the senior discovery paralegal, right? So I understand discovery. Discovery, guys, for those that don't understand what discovery is, it's the evidence, okay? It's the evidence. It's previewing the evidence. It's looking at the evidence. It's finding flaws in the evidence. That's my expertise. So, this stuff is the stuff I understand inside and out. That's why I was letting you guys know, because, nobody realized, why is this person up there? She's just up there for buccal. You have to authenticate that. They can't just submit the buccal swabs into evidence. They've got to show that these are the buccal swabs that were taken from this person, and they have to be up there to testify that they are the buccal swabs that they took. So they're authenticated, and now we have authenticated evidence in the record. If this lady wasn't there, And they could not prove that these were the buccal swabs of Paul and Maggie. And she wasn't there to authenticate that those are the ones she took. They wouldn't even be admissible in this court hearing. Yeah. So some of these people are just for authentication purposes only, to get the evidence onto the record. And the only way you can do that is have the person up there that did this. And you always hear them say, well, how do you know this is the ones? And then they explain, because these are my initials. My initials are on the tape. I dated it. This is in my handwriting. So you're hearing them identify these things, authenticate these things. And then after authentication, they are entered into evidence with or without objection. So they're always saying, do you have an objection to this? And the defense will say, no objection, right? So then it's entered into evidence. So those are the types of things many people don't understand is going on here, because that Delilah lady just seemed like all she was there. She didn't really have any relevant information to provide to the prosecution or the defense, other than authenticating that the buccal swabs were the ones that actually were admitted into evidence. That's pretty much, she was fairly quick. They tried to ask her questions, but she just wasn't there for it. She wasn't able to provide any information for the prosecuting or the defense related to the scene at the time, only to get those buccal swabs in, which they were able to be admitted into evidence. They were the buccal swabs of Paul and Maggie. I'm a little sketchy because she's talking about doing the cheek swabs. We heard the condition of Paul, and I guess I'm unclear. I mean, I guess he must have had something still there, because they were able to get a buccal swab off of him. But just hearing this, that poor boy. I mean, even Maggie, that poor woman, but it seemed like Paul got the brunt of it. He really did. And that just kind of solidifies just how truly angry Alex was with Paul about this whole entire matter. And it's just sad. I'm not live again. We're all at 6.5 hours, Robin. I'm not live again. We're still rolling from this morning. Girl, where you been? We know you've been working. I'm just teasing. I couldn't imagine the horror scene. Oh, it was awful. And thank God he was, to be honest with you, Alec at least took one thing off of his family's plate, and that was the identification, because it sounds like he identified them already as being the people. So he was the next of kin to make that identification. At least his son or his brothers or her sister didn't have to make that identification. Yeah, we just been rolling through it. I'm actually going to be getting off here. And I'm not getting off. We're going to still be rolling live. I'm just not going to be here for this next segment of live when you guys come back from the lunch break. The lunch break is up in another 13 minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and pan back over to the wall. I'm going to unmute this so you guys can hear it when it comes back on. But I'm going to step out for lunch. If you guys want to stick around, stick around. If not, and just remember, when this case is over, we're not shutting this live down. We're just pushing on through. We're going to be talking about other cases, and we are going to talk about what we thought of today. So you guys are going to want to stick around for that commentary after this. If we have to be up until 10 o'clock tonight on the same live, guess what? We're going to be up until 10 o'clock at night. Your only requirement is to make sure everybody is hitting the like button as they come in. As many of you guys know, we have haters out there that don't even watch this channel that likes to give us grief and problems. So the only way we can deal with hate and evil is show love and kindness. So when you're hitting that like button, you're showing love and kindness. So I do appreciate that. So don't forget to do that. Super important. 13-minute warning. Thank you, B. Betty. Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and flip over to this. The sound is the screen is unmuted. You will hear it when it comes back on. I'm muting myself now, and I'm going to lunch, and I will see you guys back in a couple hours.
You may now be seated.
You may bring the jury.
The jury is present.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Your Honor. All right, Agent Worley. I think we left off talking about some items in the feed room.
That's right.
That being items 17 and 14. I think in this baggie that you had cut open earlier, item 14 is in that bag.
Yes.
And item 14 is the pellets from the feed room floor that you collected.
Yes, that's right.
And how do you know that that item contains those pellets?
It's my handwriting on the envelope and the description of what I collected with the date, time, and my initials. And my initials and the date on the seal tape.
And does that item appear to have been opened or tampered with since you collected it?
It was opened by I believe, the firearms examiner.
Okay. And then item 17.
Yes.
This time our over State's Exhibit 20, the pellets from the feed room floor, and State's Exhibit 18, the swabs from the door of the feed room into evidence.
Says the defense.
Sorry, no objection.
You're admitted.
All right, Agent Worley, let's move on to Maggie. Did you have a chance to observe her body?
I did.
And where was it located?
She was just past the workshop overhang near the doghouse.
When you first got out there, could you see her body or was it covered?
It was covered with a pink sheet.
I'm going to show you states 52, states exhibit 50, states 48, and states 47. You could take a look at those and tell us what in general they just depict.
These were photos of Maggie, the way she appeared when we arrived on scene, still covered with the pink sheet.
And are those true and accurate depictions of the crime scene where Maggie Murdaugh was found when you were out there?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer states exhibits 52, 50, 48, and 47 into evidence.
Your Honor, we don't have any objections to these, but I think we need to go through this process, at least on 2 of them, to have them submitted under seal and a placeholder put in effect. Am I wrong about that?
This time we'll move states 52 through 48 and 47 into evidence.
Says the defense.
No objection.
Get it?
And I don't have an objection to either, and number, whatever that is.
Your Honor, we will seal states exhibit 50 due to its graphic nature and prepare that placeholder.
Get it?
Agent Worley, this is states exhibit 47. If you could kind of describe that to the jury.
It's a photo showing Maggie's body lying on the ground with the sheriff's office canopy over her, looking toward the overhang for the workshop. And you can see the kennels off to the right.
And these pictures are kind of hard to see on the screen. Is Paul's body also in that shot?
You can sort of see the pink sheet that's over him, yes.
Like over in front of the feed room door?
Right.
And then Maggie's is in front of this ATV.
Yes, that's right.
And states exhibit 48.
That's looking from a different angle of Maggie, the doghouse in the background, the workshop overhang, and the ATVs to the right.
And then states exhibit 52.
That was after Maggie's body was removed from the area.
This is states 50 submitted under seal.
Different angle of Maggie's body, I believe still covered by the pink sheet.
When you observed Maggie's body, where was she actually, what wounds did you observe?
She was lying face down Her both arms bent at the elbow. Her right arm was bent toward her face. Her left arm was bent underneath her body. Her legs were straight out behind her.
This time I'll publish State Defendants Exhibit 2, which is under seal. Is that how her body appeared to be on the scene?
Yes, that is.
Now, when the body was moved, did you notice anything?
We located another cartridge case on the ground, approximately where her right knee had been.
So she was laying on top of a shell case.
That's right.
All right. And did you collect that item?
Yes, we marked it as marker 7, photographed it, and collected it.
And what, do you recall what kind of round that was?
It was a 300 blackout.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at this baggie, and if you can, remove item 7.
No objection, Your Honor.
Agent for release takes exhibit 68, item 7, the 300 blackout recovered under the knee of Maggie Murdaugh. How do you know that is that?
This is my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it. My initials and the date on the seal tape.
And I'm going to show, this time I would move state's exhibit, not 80, excuse me, 68 into evidence.
Submitted without objection.
I'm going to show you state's exhibit 61. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes,
And is that a, what is that a picture of?
it is item 7, cartridge case, located at marker 7 before we collected it.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of that casing at the crime scene?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move state's exhibit 61 into evidence.
See, is that what you just showed me? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. No objection.
Submitted.
And this is the shell casing here, shell case.
Yes, it is.
And this is a picture of it is located at the crime scene, correct?
That's right.
Now, did you collect some other shell cases while you were out there?
Yes, we did.
And if we're looking in some of these pictures, you see the little yellow placards there. I don't know if we can see them that well on the screen here. What do each of those placards indicate?
Those are the evidence markers that the sheriff's office placed on cartridge cases that were on scene. Markers 3, 4, and 5 were all the same 300 blackout cartridge cases.
So how many blackout cases did we recover from the scene?
I believe it was 5.
And did you collect the cases that were at the scene?
Yes, I did.
And that would be items 2 through 6?
2 through 7, yes.
2 through 7. And we already have items 7 up there. So do you have items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 there?
Two, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
And what are items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6?
They are all cartridge cases, head stamped SNB 300, AAC, BLK, collected from markers 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
And in this case, does the item number correspond with the case with where the marker was?
It does, yes.
And can you take a look at these pictures? That's going to be State's Exhibit 60, 62, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, and 54, and also 53. And can you tell us in general what we see in those pictures?
These photos show each of those markers 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and before we collected the evidence. And also marker 13.
And are those true and accurate depictions of where 300 blackout shell cases were on the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer State's Exhibits 62, 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54, and 53 into evidence.
Show them to the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
They're admitted without objection.
Worley, these jail cases that were collected, did you collect them and put them in these little envelopes?
Yes, I did.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
Agent Worley, I'm going to get you to take a look at these cases one more time. This being now marked as State's Exhibit 63. You could tell the jury what that is.
This is a cartridge case, 300 blackout from marker 2.
And how do you know this is the 300 blackout cartridge case that you collected from marker 2?
That's my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it, and my initials on the seal.
What about for State's 64?
The 300 blackout cartridge case that I collected from marker 3. It's my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it, and my initials on the seal.
State's Exhibit 65.
Cartridge case collected from marker 4, 300 blackout. Has my handwriting with the date, time, and initials when I collected it, and the initials, my initials on the seal.
66.
It's the 300 blackout cartridge case from marker 5. It's my handwriting, my date, time, and initials, and my initials on the seal.
And then State's 67.
The 300 blackout cartridge case from marker 6. It's my handwriting on the envelope with the date, time, and initials when I collected it, my initials on the seal.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move State 63 through 67 into evidence.
No objection.
They're admitted.
And Agent Worley, what did you do with these cases once they were collected on the scene?
I sealed them in those coin envelopes that are in there with them. I transported them to the lab at SLED.
And when you got them to the lab at SLED, what did you do?
I transferred most of the evidence from the scene to one of the crime scene lieutenants, Lieutenant Todd Shank.
And does he take those items and put them in some sort of secure location, or what happens to them?
He would have logged them into our database and transferred them wherever they were going in the lab for analysis.
Right, I'm going to turn your attention now to what's previously been admitted at State's Exhibit 49, which I believe is admitted under seal. Now, if we take a look at this picture, you can see those yellow placards. Placard 2, I believe, would correspond with item 2, which has been marked as State 63.
Yes, that's right.
And State's Exhibit 53 here. What are we looking at here?
That's that cartridge case at marker 2 before we collected it.
And State's Exhibit 54.
That's a close-up of the same cartridge case at marker 2.
Oops, where's that page? Okay, so marker 2. All right, then we'll move to State's Exhibit 55.
So markers 3 and 4, the cartridge cases at those markers before I collected them.
Okay, and I don't know if the jury can see those cases there. Agent Worley, Your Honor, may I have permission for Agent Worley to step down and point those 2 cases out to the jurors on this TV here?
Yes.
Right here is the one at marker 3, and then the one at marker 4 right here.
And while you're here, Agent Corley will put up State's Exhibit 58. And in that picture, if you could point out any items of interest for us.
These are the cartridge cases at markers 5 and 6.
And
Not sure if I can see the one at 5. One at marker 6 is right here.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 59 is a close-up there of
Yes, this is the cartridge case at marker 5.
All right, Agent Corley, if you can take your seat, please. Thank you. State's Exhibit 66.
Yes.
And then let's go back here to State's Exhibit 58. Also in that picture, does it look like we might have some brain matter and some hair in that picture?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 56.
It's the cartridge case at marker 3 before I collected it.
And then State's Exhibit 64 is the actual shell case that was collected.
That's right.
State's Exhibit 57.
That's the cartridge case at marker 4 before I collected it.
And State's Exhibit 65.
Yes,
So that's the actual case that was collected.
it is.
And then finally here we have State's Exhibit 60.
That's the cartridge case at marker 6 before I collected it.
And white is also in that picture.
It's possible brain matter.
And State's Exhibit 67.
Yes, that's the same cartridge case.
That's the cartridge case that was collected.
Right.
Now, also, was there some kind of defect or something in the gravel that y'all inspected?
Yes, at marker 13 that the sheriff's office had placed, there was a disturbance in the gravel area that we dug into that area. We presumed it was a bullet strike where a bullet had hit, so we dug into that area.
And did you find anything when you were looking?
Yes, we found several metal fragments.
And Agent Worley, what did you just remove from this baggie from the crime lab?
These are the metal fragments that I collected from in the ground at marker 13.
And how do you know those are the metal fragments you collected?
They look familiar. It's my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it, and my initials on the seal.
Thank you. Agent Worley, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize that picture?
I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of bullet fragments at the crime scene?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move State's Exhibit 62 into evidence.
Okay.
You admit it?
And also for ID purposes only, State's Exhibit 102, the bullet fragments.
Okay.
It's admitted for ID only.
And Agent Worley, State's Exhibit 62. You could tell the jury what is on that placard there.
Those are the metal fragments that we collected from the ground at marker 13.
All right, so what else did you see around Maggie's body while you were investigating the scene?
There was in the doghouse, the side that was facing her, there was appeared to be a bullet defect in the side of the doghouse.
Okay. Was there an ATV parked under that shed?
Yes, there were two.
Did you notice anything about the ATV?
There's appeared to be suspected biological material on the front of the ATV, sort of low down on the front of it.
And where was that ATV in relation to Maggie's body?
I believe it was off near her left side.
I showed you State's Exhibit 49. Would that be the ATV?
Yes, that's it.
Okay. And on the front of that on the ATV, there appeared to be tissues, you said?
Yes.
Right now, you mentioned the doghouse. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 75, 74, and 73. How do you recognize those pictures?
These show the front of the doghouse and then a projectile that we collected from a dog bed that was inside the doghouse.
Are those true and accurate depictions?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time I would move State's Exhibit 75, 74, and 73 into evidence. Along with Exhibit 72. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Agent Worley, State's Exhibit 72. If you could tell the jury where that doghouse you were talking about is that in that picture?
It is. It's more in the background of that picture.
And again, these pictures are kind of hard to see here. It would be in this area right here that I'm pointing to?
Yes, that's it.
And State's Exhibit 73.
That's the front of the doghouse.
Okay, then State's Exhibits 74.
That was the projectile that was in the bedding of that dog bed that we recovered.
And then State's Exhibit 75.
And that is the projectile that we collected from the dog bed.
projectile may be in this bag you have here. Is that item 12?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And how do you know item 12 is that projectile?
It's my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it, and my initials on the seal.
Do you know anything else about that projectile besides that it's the one that you collected from the doghouse?
No.
The state would move the item number 12, State's Exhibit 76, into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
And Agent Worley, this would be State's Exhibit 76.
Yes, that's it.
Round collected from the doghouse.
That's right.
All right, now, after you had went out to the crime scene, did you make a diagram to kind of, piece together the evidence where you could see everything and how it kind of relates to each other?
I did. On scene, I do a rough sketch showing where evidence was located, where the victims were located. I take measurements to show where things are in relation to each other.
And when you made that diagram, is it to any kind of scale?
No.
Your Honor, this time the state removes State's Exhibit 77 into evidence.
No objection.
Submitted.
Permission to publish. Okay, Agent Worley, is this the diagram that you created after being out there on the crime scene?
That's the final diagram I created with a computer, yes.
Your Honor, may Agent Worley step down to kind of go through the diagram with the jurors? Thank you. All right, Agent Worley, if you could just kind of walk the jurors through the crime scene using this diagram here.
We have Maggie's body here, Paul just outside of the feed room.
You have to
Markers,
speak up a little bit.
marker 1 and markers 9 and 10 inside the feed room. Then we had markers 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 underneath her right knee. 8 tire impressions in the dirt underneath this overhang. Marker 12 was suspected biological material. And then marker 13 where we dug the metal fragments out of the gravel.
Okay, thank you, Agent Worley. Now, you just mentioned some tire impressions being here at item 8. What do you know about those?
They went straight through where the overhang was, went from one end to the other.
Did you do any kind of analysis on those tire impressions?
We photographed them with examination quality photographs on scene. I never had any, test impressions of any tires to compare them to do actual comparison in a report, no.
And why was that? Why didn't you do any analysis on the tire impressions?
We concluded basically the gentleman who took care of the dogs, I forget his name, He parked there regularly, and his tires were consistent with the design of the impressions that were there in the dirt.
So you essentially, they figured out who the tire impressions were.
Right.
And it wasn't necessary for you to do any analysis there.
Yes.
Were you aware of any other tire impressions on the scene that you analyzed?
No.
As far as tire impressions in wet grass go, how would you analyze those?
All I would be able to do with that would be photograph it. That's not going to leave any kind of design characteristics from the tread of the tire in the grass. So I can't really do an analysis, a tire analysis of tire impressions like that.
Right, while you were on the scene, did you receive any items of evidence from Colvin County Sheriff's Office, Barnadoe?
Yes, I did.
And what was that item?
I took custody of a GSR kit, a gunshot residue kit that was collected from Alex Murdaugh.
Your Honor, this time you would move to the next case, Exhibit 13, the GSR kit that Agent Worley collected from Colvin County Sheriff's Office, Barnadoe.
Okay.
Get it?
Okay. Also, in the course of your investigation, did you gather some items of evidence from SLED agent Katie McAllister?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and when did you collect those items from her?
On June 9th.
And what were those items?
Can I refer to my notes? I took custody of 3 shotguns, a rifle, fired and unfired ammunition, and empty boxes of ammunition.
And what did you do with those items when you took custody?
I transported them to the lab at SLED and submitted them to the lab.
And all of this would, of course, be recorded on a chain of custody sheet.
That's right, yes.
All right, moving on. All right, really, before we move on, the shotguns you collected, would those have been items 30, 31, 32, 33?
Yes.
Okay, and then you collected item 34, which was a 30-round magazine containing 300 blackout cartridges.
Actually, 33 was the night vision scope on the rifle,
Okay,
and 34 was the rifle.
okay. All right, and then what other items did you collect? With the numbers, please.
Okay. Items 35, 36, 37, 38, and 39, 5 cartridge cases, head stamped S&B 300 AAC BLK that were collected from the ground at side entrance door.
And then did you collect item 40 from Katie McAllister?
Yes.
Okay, and what was item 40?
That was an unfired cartridge, head stamped S&B 300 AAC BLK, collected from a Remington 20 gauge shotgun shell box from shelving near gun storage rack.
And then item 45?
45 was an empty 20-round box of S&B 300 AAC BLK full metal jacket ammunition collected from the gun storage room.
And then items 46, 47, and 48.
Those were 3 empty ammunition boxes collected from the trash.
And then, I'm sorry, what did you say that you did once you received those items from Agent McAllister?
I transported those to the lab at SLED and submitted them to the lab.
Did you test fire or do anything with any of that evidence that you collected?
No, I didn't do any of that.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the Chevy Suburban that was on scene the night of the murders. Did you observe that vehicle when you got to the scene?
I did.
So I'll stand for a moment.
You still wanting to do that one? Or you still want to do that one?
From the jury, what is the problem with the projector? Blurry?
Your Honor, With the overhead light on the L now, I think we'll be able to see better. Without that light on, there was a shadow. It was difficult to see.
All right, thank you.
I think over the weekend, we were doing like good so that the lights came down.
May it please the court, Your Honor? Okay, Agent Worley, if you don't mind taking a look at State's Exhibits 104, 96, 97, 99, and 93. Okay. Or exhibits 93, 99, 97, and 96, true and accurate depictions of the Chevy Suburban.
Yes, they are.
And State's 104, is that a true and accurate depiction of some ammunition that you located?
In the other vehicle, yes.
That was located in a white F-250?
That's right.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move State's Exhibits 104, 96, 97, 99, and 93 into evidence. We would also state Exhibit 95 for ID purposes. Agent Worley, if you could open that up and tell us what kind of shell casing or shotgun or shot shell is that item 50?
Can I get scissors?
What happened to our scissors?
I think they're gone.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's good.
Okay, so what is State's mark for ID is State's Exhibit 95,
It's a 16 gauge shot shell, unfired.
a 16 gauge shot shell.
That's right.
Okay. Now I think when it was collected, it was marked as a 12 gauge shot shell.
That's right.
So what happened there?
I just made a mistake. I wrote 12 gauge instead of 16 gauge. It's clearly a 16 gauge.
Okay, and that is the shot shell that was collected from the floorboard of the Chevy, the back floorboard of the Chevy Suburban.
That's right.
Okay, and like you said, it is a 16 gauge instead of a 12 gauge.
That's right.
And it was just marked incorrectly.
Yes.
At this time, the state would move State's Exhibit 95 into evidence.
No objection.
As
Submitted
well,
without objection.
thank you, Honor. The state would also move State's Exhibits 83 into evidence. And if Agent
It's admitted.
Agent Worley, if you could take a look at State's Exhibit 83. to show you State's Exhibit 93. All right. If you could tell the jurors what's in State's Exhibit 93.
That's looking at the scene, the back of the Chevy Suburban there toward the right side.
And what side of the screen did you say the Suburban's on?
The right side.
And the Suburban was on the scene when you arrived, is that right?
Yes.
Now, when did you actually process that vehicle?
The vehicle was towed from the scene the morning of the 8th, and then we returned on the 9th to process the vehicle.
So on the scene that night, was that vehicle even searched to your knowledge?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. And so when you went to search it, what did you do?
We document it with photographs outside, inside, search for any evidentiary value items. If we locate them, we photograph them and collect them.
And what did you locate in the rear floorboard of that vehicle?
The 16 gauge shot shell was on the rear driver's side floorboard of the Suburban.
That would be State's Exhibit 97
Yes, that's right.
and 96.
Yes.
Did you also process the vehicle to see if there was any blood in there?
We did.
Okay, and how did you do that?
We first looked at the vehicle with an alternate light source, see if we can see any indications of any blood in the vehicle. We followed that with a couple of different chemical procedures.
So did you swab some areas in that vehicle?
We did.
Okay, and what areas was that?
I can refer to my notes again. There were 10 areas total. There's the lock, unlock buttons on the driver's door, the driver's door armrest, the driver's side running board below the driver's door, the driver's floorboard, the front edge of the driver's seat, steering wheel, center of the driver's seat back, the front passenger door above the armrest, front passenger seat bottom, and the front passenger seat back.
And State's Exhibit 83 is the actual swabs that you took from that vehicle.
Yes, those are.
And were those swabs presumptive for blood?
Yes, they were.
Were those swabs presumptive for blood?
Yes, they were.
And State's Exhibit 99 is where?
That's the steering wheel of the Suburban.
Later on, what did you do with those swabs that you collected?
I packaged them in separate envelopes, sealed the envelopes, labeled it with the description of what was inside the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it, and I sealed it. And then we transferred them to the lab at SLED.
And would you have submitted those to the lab for further analysis for blood?
Yes, that's right.
Later on, did you have another occasion to go back and process the Suburban?
I did, yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about that?
I returned at a later date to retrieve the seat belt from the driver's side of the vehicle.
Okay. And why did you want to retrieve the seat belt?
For additional trace and DNA testing.
Okay. And when you retrieved that seat belt, what did you do with it?
It was removed from the vehicle, included the strap, the buckle, the receiver, and then there were some hardware components that we couldn't separate from the seatbelt itself. I packaged it, I believe, in a paper bag to transport it back to the lab at SLED. It would have been packaged additionally inside of a box at the lab and submitted for testing.
So you removed the whole entire seatbelt?
Yes.
All right, Agent Worley, State's Exhibit 100, which is a little heavier than you would think for a seatbelt here. Can you tell us if that is the seatbelt you collected?
You want me to open it?
Yes.
All the way.
gentlemen have to go to the jury room for a break. We will not discuss it.
Lay down, be seated.
May bring the jury.
The jury is present.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay, Curly, we left off with that seatbelt. Were you able to open it up so we can show the jury? Okay, so if you could tell us, I mean, what we have there.
The entire seat belt, the strap, the receiver, the buckle.
Kind of stretch it out.
Where it was mounted on the side of the vehicle.
Okay, so that was all removed and submitted to the lab for testing. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Your Honor, this case removes case exhibit 100 into evidence.
Your Honor, I thought we agreed to mark these for ID until the person that did any analysis on it testifies. Did I?
Mark for identification at this time.
And if you'll turn your attention to the screen there, when you can set that seatbelt down. Y'all also, in addition to doing a search on the Chevy Suburban, you did a search on the white 250 truck. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 104. Were those 300 blackouts found in the truck?
Yes,
Okay. And do you remember where you collected those from?
I believe the center console.
And State's Exhibit 103. Can you tell us, is that the 300 blackouts that we're seeing on the screen there that were collected?
Yes,
And how do you know those are the blackouts you collected?
it's my handwriting on the box with the date and time and initials when I collected it. My initials on the seal tape on the box.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibit 103 into evidence.
I'm sorry, which?
It's the 300 blackouts that were found in the white F-250 that are projected on the screen.
That's the white 250 Paul's truck left on the side of the road?
Yes.
Okay, no objection.
They're admitted.
Did y'all also process another vehicle, Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes?
Yes, we did.
Were any items of evidentiary value collected from that vehicle?
The only items we collected were 2 sets of swabs from the interior and 2 sets of swabs from the exterior door releases of the driver's door.
Did you attend the autopsies of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh?
I did.
And did you collect any items during the autopsy?
I did.
And what were those?
I can refer to my notes. There were items that were collected during the autopsy that were transferred to me via chain of custody forms. From Maggie, I got clothes, fingernail clippings, projectile fragments. And from Paul, I also got his clothes, fingernail clippings, shotgun pellets, and wadding fragment from left shoulder and head, plastic wadding from left axilla or armpit.
And when you collected those items, what did you do with them?
I transported them to the lab at SLED and submitted them to the lab for analysis.
Agent Worley, I'm going to show you items 66 through 69. Marks. Takes exhibits 112, 111, 110, and 107. Are those items you collected from the autopsy?
Yes, items I took custody of at autopsy.
And what items are those?
The shotgun pellets and wadding fragment from left shoulder and head. The plastic wadding from left axilla.
Would it help you to open that bag up?
And the projectile fragments from Maggie.
Okay, so if we'll take those items out one by one. Okay, so what is that item there?
This is item 66. Yeah, 66.
Okay, and what is that actually?
That is the projectile fragments that were collected from Maggie at autopsy.
Okay, and how do you know that?
That's how it's labeled.
Okay. We'll mark item 66 as State's Exhibit 112. Okay, what else do we have?
The item 69, plastic wadding from left axilla collected from Paul's autopsy.
We'll mark that item as State's Exhibit 111.
And then I also have the item 6768, shotgun pellets and wadding fragment from left shoulder and head collected from Paul's autopsy.
State's Exhibit 110 for the shotgun pellets from Paul's autopsy. Okay. Is there anything else in that bag?
There are 2 in this.
Pardon me?
It's labeled with 67 and 68, the pellets and the wadding fragment.
Okay, so the pellets and the wadding fragment are both State's Exhibit 110 from Paul Murdaugh, correct?
Sure.
Okay, and what else did you collect here? We got items 70 and 71.
'70 is the left-hand fingernail clippings from Maggie. 71 is the right-hand fingernail clippings from Maggie.
Okay. And those are marked as State's Exhibit 251. And what is that item?
This is a metal fragment that was collected. It was caught on the dress that I collected from Maggie's autopsy. I collected this metal fragment at the lab at SLED.
So you removed that metal fragment from the dress after the autopsy yourself?
Right.
We'll mark that as State's Exhibit 109.
And you continue to lock the 2 doors.
I apologize, Your Honor. Sorry.
Item 72 is the left-hand fingernail clippings from Paul's autopsy, and 73 is the right-hand fingernail clippings from Paul's autopsy.
Mark as State's Exhibit 252. Then State's Exhibit 113. What does that appear to be?
This was a shotgun pellet that I found among Paul's clothing once I got the evidence back to the lab.
Thank you. And finally, we have State's Exhibit 36.
This is Paul's shoes. You want me to open?
You can open. Yeah. And those are the shoes that you did the inked impressions of, the footwear, to compare to those bloody prints in the feed room?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state would admit states exhibits 36, 113, 252, 109, 251, 107, 110, 112, and 111 into evidence.
Your Honor, we have no objection to the identification, but without the chain being completed, we would object to admitting them into evidence.
Which of those exhibits did not have any type of analysis done?
You know, I suspect they all did, but I'm sorry.
Yes, Your Honor, I believe they were all analyzed in some way.
Mark for identification.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Agent Worley. Also in this case, we just talked about Paul and Maggie's clothing. Did you analyze the defendant's clothing?
I did.
And I think we said earlier that his clothing was collected from Agent David Owen.
Yes.
And you received that clothing into your custody and submitted it into the SLED lab.
That's right. I took custody of the clothing before we left the scene.
So what kind of testing were you involved in regards to the defendant's clothing?
We processed the t-shirt and the shorts with LCV. It's a presumptive test for blood.
Now, what is LCV?
Leucocrystal violet is a presumptive test. Looks for hemoglobin component of blood.
So what happens when you put it on something?
If it's reacting to the presence of blood, it's a presumptive positive test and it'll turn purple.
Can LCV react to other things besides blood?
It can.
Like what?
Bleach, rust, I think are the main ones.
All right, so when you process the defendant's clothing with the LCV, what did you find?
There were several areas of staining that we had a presumptive positive result, several on the front and a few on the back of the t-shirt.
And what about the shorts?
The shorts, there were a few on the front and back.
So when you got that presumptive test with the LCV, what did you do with the shirt then?
We documented the entire process with photographs, starting from taking it out of the package to before we did anything at all with it. We took photographs of the front, the back, inside and outside. Once we sprayed it with the LCV and saw all the stains that we saw on it, we rephotographed it again with a scale, without a scale first, then with a scale for each stain. Then we laid the shirt flat and labeled each of the stains with a letter and photographed it again with that letter and a scale in the photograph for each of the stains.
And you did that for the shirt and for the pants?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as your analysis goes, after the shirt was processed and shorts were processed with the LCV, did you do any further analysis?
No, I did not.
Okay. And now after something has been sprayed with LCV, what happens to that object?
Over time, any area of the object that came in contact with the LCV will oxidize and the entire thing will be purple.
Okay. So like right now, if you sprayed this paper with LCV, and it didn't turn like purplish blue. Would it eventually turn purplish blue even though there's no blood on this paper?
Yes.
All right. Let's move ahead to the search of Moselle. Was that property eventually searched by yourself and other agents?
It was
And when did that occur?
September 13th, 2021.
And that was several months after the murders took place in June?
That's right.
And what parts of the area or the residence were searched?
We searched the entire residence. The main focus was the gun room on the first floor.
Okay, so could you kind of, I guess, describe the property and the areas that were searched?
There's the main residence, and then also there was a cabin closer to the kennels that faced Moselle Road, and then also the workshop that was located near the kennels.
Okay. And is the residence a fairly large residence?
It is.
Okay. And you searched the entire residence?
Yes.
And you mentioned the focus was on a gun room.
Yes.
Where was that located in the residence?
It's on the first floor.
Did you find any items of interest in the gun room when you searched it?
We did collect several items from the gun room.
Was the workshop area of the residence searched out near the kennels?
Yes, near the kennels, yes.
Agent Worley, I'm going to show you States Exhibits 124, 123, 122, 121, 120, 119, 118, 117, and 116. Could you tell me if those are pictures taken during y'all's search that day?
Yes.
Are those true and accurate depictions of the search of the residence of Moselle and the workshop area?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer States Exhibits 124, 123, 122, 121, 120, 119, 118, 117, and 116 into evidence.
They're admitted.
Agent Worley, is States Exhibit 116 a picture of the gun room there?
Yes, it is.
And States Exhibit 117?
Yes.
It appears to have a pool table and a little workout bike in there.
That's right.
And do you recall whether this door in the picture exits to the outside of the house?
Yes, it does.
States 118, is that the gun rack in that room?
Yes, it is.
Now, when y'all did the search in September, were any of those guns collected that day?
No.
So these are additional guns to the guns that had already been collected by SLED agents.
That's right.
Was there a lot of ammunition in that room?
There was.
Okay, about States 119. Is that a box of ammunition,
Yes, it is.
mixed ammunition?
Right.
In fact, was there, this whole bookcase we're looking at over here, Was that just full of ammunition,
Yes,
an ammunition bookcase?
yes.
State's Exhibit 120.
That was also on that bookshelf.
State's Exhibit 121.
Yes,
That is 300 blackout ammunition from this box
that's right.
on the bookcase.
Yes,
And was some of this ammunition collected?
it was.
And you said you also searched the work shed or hangar out near the kennels?
Yes,
State's Exhibit 122. Is that ammunition that was found in the workshop?
yes, it was in that red bin on the workbench.
Okay. And we see ammunition in a little, like a wire tub and then in this tray.
Yes.
Specifically in Exhibit 123, what types of ammunition was some of the ammunition that was located?
It was one unfired cartridge, head stamped Barnes 300 BLK. It's the one on the left. And then the 4 unfired shot shells, head stamped 12 gauge Federal.
And item 124.
And those were the boxes of 300 blackout ammunition photograph.
And you said y'all collected some of those for evidence purposes?
Not at this one. No.
But some of the ammunition that y'all found was collected for evidence purposes, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you for indulgence, Your Honor.
Stand again while we're in the building. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thanks, Carly. If you could take a look at these items and tell us whether these were collected by you that day. If this was some of that ammunition we were just speaking about.
Want me to open that? Yes, these were all collected the day we did that search.
Okay, and where were they collected from?
From the desk in the living room was the cabin that faced Moselle Road. One cartridge from the Winchester box on the bookshelf in the gunroom, head stamp Barnes 300 BLK. One cartridge collected from the desk in the living room of the cabin. One cartridge head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK from the desk in the living room of the cabin. One cartridge collected from the desk in the living room, head stamped Barnes 300 BLK. One cartridge from the desk in the living room, head stamped Hornady 300 BLK in the cabin. One cartridge collected from the Winchester box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped S&B 300 AAC BLK. One cartridge from Winchester box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK. One cartridge head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK from the bookcase in the gunroom. One cartridge from the Winchester box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK. One cartridge from the Winchester box on the bookshelf in the gunroom, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK. One cartridge from the Winchester box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK. One cartridge from the Winchester box on the bookshelf in the gunroom, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK. And one cartridge case, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK from the bookcase in the gunroom.
And all of those items items 147 through 161, which would be states 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 139, 138, 137, 136, 135, 134, 140, 141, and 142. State will move into evidence at this time.
Okay. Yes, and objection.
All right, and we have some additional cases that were found.
One unfired shot shell from a state box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
That will be states 149,
One unfired shot shell, head stamped 12 gauge federal from red bin on workshop bench.
states 150,
One unfired shot shell, head stamp 12 gauge Federal from the red bin on the workshop bench.
That'll be states 148.
One unfired shot shell from nightstand in Paul's bedroom, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
States 147.
One unfired shot shell from tent box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
That'll be 146.
One unfired shot shell from the state box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
That's 145.
One unfired shot shell, head stamped 12 gauge Federal from the red bin on the workshop bench.
That would be states 144.
And another unfired shot shell, head stamped 12 gauge Federal from the red bin on the workshop bench.
That would be states 143. Your Honor, the state will move these items, exhibits into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
You're admitted without objection.
What else do we have there, Agent Corley?
One cartridge case, head stamped S&B 300 BLK from the Sable and Oak bag in the gunroom.
So this states 126 is from the gun room. Okay.
One cartridge case, head stamped Hornady 300 BLK collected from black Ford F-150 under the driver's seat.
It would be states 127. The state would move states 126 and 127 into evidence. States Exhibit 126, 300 S&B 300 blackout, and 127 is a Hornady 300 blackout. States Exhibit 127 is from the black Ford F-150 under the driver's seat from a search on, let Agent Worley testify here.
that same search that day.
But that would be not Paul's car, not Alex's car. I don't quite understand. Your Honor, I object on the basis of relevance. I don't know why a bullet from nobody's car that's involved in this would be relevant.
You're admitted over objection.
Thank you.
Okay, what other exhibits do we have there?
These are magazines containing ammunition. One of them contains 300 blackout ammunition collected from the shelf in the gunroom. And then the other one is a magazine containing cartridges, 300 blackout cartridges collected from the black Ford F-150.
Okay, so this items kept collected from the black F-150. That truck was searched that day too?
It was, yes.
And where was that truck at?
If I remember correctly, it was in front of the residence.
It was a truck that was on the property?
Yes, it was on the property.
Was it on the property the night of the murders?
It might have been the one that was parked off away from the workshop.
Do you know why that truck was searched that day?
It was on the property, and the search warrant included vehicles.
Okay. And those items were found inside that vehicle?
Yes, one of these was.
Okay. And what is the other one?
That's from the shelf in the gunroom. gun room.
Let's come on from the gun room.
This one.
Okay, so State's Exhibit 152. What did you say that was?
A magazine containing 300 blackout ammunition collected from the shelf in the gun room.
State would move States 152 into evidence.
Okay.
And then we had States 258. What was that?
Cartridge collected from the workshop bench, head stamped Barnes 300 BLK.
Did you collect any other items that day when the property was searched?
I don't believe so.
All right, let's go back a little bit in your testimony when we were referring to the 300 blackout that you collected from Agent McAllister. If you wouldn't mind looking back at your notes. I believe you testified that that was item 34, but that was actually item 33 is the Palmetto State Armory PSA PA-15 multi-rifle with a night scope.
Yes.
That is item 33, the gun.
I have that the night vision scope was 33.
I believe if you'll look closely, you'll see where the gun with the night
Okay,
vision.
yeah, it's the gun with the scope on it, yes.
Is that correct?
That's right.
The gun with the night vision scope being item 33.
Right.
And then to clarify, item 34 would be the 130 round magazine containing the multiple S&B 300 blackout cartridges. Is that right?
Right, it was separated from the gun when I took custody of it, so I logged them in as separate items.
All right, but you did collect those from Katie.
That's right.
All right, and then also going back to the scene, you mentioned a projectile that was found near a tire impression.
Yes. We were setting up to take examination quality photographs of the tire impressions at marker 8. We located another fired projectile that was lying on the ground.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 250. If you'll take a look at that, could you tell us what that is?
And this is that projectile near the tire impression.
Now, the state will move State's Exhibit 250 into evidence.
Okay.
Without objection.
Sorry, Frida B, but you don't tell one of my friends did argue and then be in my chat room. You're not allowed here.
Agent Whirling, I'll have you take a look at mark this as State's Exhibit. You recall collecting the shotgun from Officer Green,
Yes.
or Sergeant Green? When you collected that gun, did you swab it?
I did.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 259. If you could tell us what that exhibit is.
I took 2 swabs of suspected blood from the side of the shotgun and 2 swabs from the muzzle end of the barrel of the shotgun. That was as a precaution when I was unloading the weapon. The 16 gauge shot shell got lodged in the barrel, and Before I placed one of my own dowel rods down the barrel to push it back out, I swabbed the muzzle of the barrel just in case.
You swabbed it just in case what?
I didn't want to contaminate if there was potential evidence in the barrel or in the muzzle end of the barrel before I placed my dowel rod in that end of the barrel.
And the other swab, did it appear there was visible blood on that gun?
Yes, suspected blood, yes.
Okay. And what did you do with those swabs once they were collected?
I packaged them in their envelopes, sealed them, and transported them to the lab.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State's Exhibit 259 into evidence.
Okay.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor. Agent Worley, did you collect some additional items from Agent Croft? I'm going to have you take a look at State's Exhibit 260.
I believe these are the ones I took custody of from Katie McAllister.
Katie McAllister. And Will Marks takes Exhibit 260 for identification purposes only is cartridge cases that Agent Worley took custody of from Katie McAllister. And then also these items 40 through 44, which would be State's Exhibit 212, 254, 255, 256, and 257. For identification purposes only.
Yes.
And what are those?
These are the other items I took custody of from Katie McAllister.
So items collected by Katie McAllister and each of us.
Right.
Your Honor, the state would offer exhibits 260, 212, 254, 255, 256, and 257 for identification purposes only.
Well, I'm not quite sure what they are. If Ms. Gu would come here, we can perhaps have a brief discussion.
They're admitted for identification purposes.
Agent Farley, one more thing. State's Exhibit 261 for identification purposes only. Can you tell us if these are items that you received into your custody?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and how do you know that?
It's my handwriting on this outer packaging.
So there are quite a lot of items in there that you received from, is it Agent Croft or Agent McAllister?
These, I believe, were ones I took custody of from Lieutenant Todd Shank.
Okay.
Let me open them.
But those are items that you took custody of.
That's right. And I logged them in to the lab. I didn't collect them myself. I got them via chain of custody, and then I logged them into the lab.
And that's State's Exhibit 261 for identification purposes only. Any objection?
Identification only.
Yes.
Mark for identification.
Close the doors, just one minute here.
Thank you, Agent Farley. Please answer any questions from the defense.
Cross-examination.
Your Honor, may we approach? I can say it right here. My cross-examination is witness will take several hours. And if
So he's
we
saying
begin
there-
this afternoon, I'm afraid Monday morning, I'm gonna have to go through everything I went through today to ensure.
Looks
that
like they're about to kill it.
continuity there, and no offense to the jury, but I'm not sure I'll remember what I did today on Monday. So I would ask you if we can go ahead and take our weekend break today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will recess for the weekend and resume at 9:30 Monday morning.
9:30 Monday morning, folks. 9.
Please do not
30.
discuss the case.
So we just heard the state wrap up their conclusion for this witness. And obviously she had a lot of information, and I can understand why the defense is saying, hey, can we make, first of all, she came out with a lot of information. They're going to have to figure out how to cross-examine and debunk this witness. And the way it is this was such a powerful witness. This does a lot of damage to the defense case. And granted, they are going to take hours to cross-examine.
Counsel. 9:30 Monday morning, yes.
9:30 Monday morning. I'm going to go ahead and kill this feed because there's not going to be a whole lot that's going to go on between now and then. The jurors are already exiting the courtroom. The defense is needing time to prepare. This witness is very much damaging to their case. Tore this case apart today. No more for today. Is the jury sequestered? No. This is the honor system. They're asked to go back and not talk to anybody about this case. They cannot discuss it in any way. And that is why there are 6 alternate jurors. 6 alternate jurors. There's 18 people on that panel right now. And it's because if somebody does talk to a witness, if it is proven that they will be removed as a juror. The jury, I think, is taking this very, very, very seriously. And they do not want to become or have any legal jeopardy attached to them for violating court orders and possibly being in contempt of court or a number of other things that can happen if they choose to violate. But the sequestering, no, they're not staying in a hotel blocked off from the public. They are able to go home. But at this point, like literally, there's a lot of things going on procedurally I don't agree with. Primarily witnesses, being able to listen to other witnesses. Okay. I don't know what kind of crackpot South Carolina law is, but typically in law, witnesses are on the outside of the door, not on the inside of the door. So I have a problem with all that to begin with. I noticed many of you guys didn't know I left for lunch. I ended up walking off and leaving my cell phone here. I saw Frida be in here talking. You are not, let me get this very clear. First and foremost, you will not sit there and accuse one of my friends of doing something that you did not ask for yourself. Okay, that you were not a willing participant in, and go on another channel and say he did something to you that disgusting when we all know that's not true, right? And then come into my chat room of all places and start talking and communicating. You are not welcome here. Okay? Just because you're a woman and you scream the R word doesn't mean that every other woman believes the bullshit that came out of your mouth first and foremost. Frida B, you will never be allowed back on the Bullhorn Betty channel. You can watch from afar, but as far as I'm concerned, this middle finger is right for you. You did dirty. You did dirty. You did our boy dirty. You know it was a damn lie. I know it was a damn lie because I was on the phone with him. Okay? I know you were wanting it. Give me a... We're not going there. We're not going there. But you're not going to ever be in my chat room. And I'm so sorry that she thought she was comfortable enough to come on Bullhorn Betty's channel and think that I was okay with her being over here socializing. No, I have integrity, baby. And he's still my friend. And you are a lying sack of shit. So take your old ass and move on to a different channel. Go to those cockroach channels because that's where you belong. SoFlo, Mama, were you on by chance? Did you come in here by chance? Because there was somebody in the back chat before I broke for lunch. Frida B, she was in here commentating and hanging out with the people over here on my channel. She's not welcome here. I don't know what she thought. She can take her old hippie ass, the lady that doesn't want anybody knowing her address. Baby, I know who you are. I know your address. Don't make me show up on your front doorstep, but you will never be here in my chat room again. So move on. Go back to Missa and you know, do what you do over there. Do what you do best. Yes, she accused Dolly of R-ing her. Are you kidding me? You wanted him to come to you so you guys could go to the Upchurch concert. You would never have been to the Upchurch concert if it wasn't for him. You both got entirely too intoxicated, and because he pulled your wrench because you were being a freaking loudmouth bitch, you decide to go on her channel and disparage that man that you know doing things you know he would never do. Yeah, ain't happening, babe. You got the wrong freaking chick. You got the wrong chick. And to think that you can come over here and hang out with my people and me, what the F do you think you were doing? I just saw that name. I about came unfreaking glued. You guys have no idea. Thank God. I'm chill right now. Thank God, because there's some things for that old bitch I'd love to do. So without further ado, I'm going to backtrack my frustration here. But how dare you? Like, how effing dare you come onto my channel thinking we buddies? Never again. You're blocked. Don't come ever back here. Ever. You lied. You put a man's name through mud because you got too drunk? Okay. I ain't the one. Take your fucking old ass nasty shit on. What the hell was she thinking? You got some freaking nerve, girl. You got some freaking nerve. You're lucky you're not my best friend. Or my neighbor. You're definitely not my best friend. But you're lucky you're not my neighbor. Take your granny panties down that road. Kick rocks, lady. Kick effing rocks. He took mines. I didn't mad. I laughed, right? Right, exactly. Like she decided to go over on Mrs. Team and concoct this whole R scheme. Oh, he did this to me while I was drunk. Are you kidding me? You're old enough to know better, girlfriend. Don't play me for a fool. Don't play me for a fool. Free to be, MJ. Free to be. Nasty ass old hippie bitch. Probably doesn't even wash her coochie. Coming on my channel after accusing my friend of R-ing her. No. You know it didn't happen. Oh, and then somebody pressed her. Why don't you call law enforcement? Oh, I'm not going to get them involved. Well, of course you're not, because you're a freaking liar. She sure the hell did do him dirty. Listen, I don't care what anybody says. I mean, whether Dolly and I are fighting or not, I have integrity. You ain't coming on my chat. You know, I love Dolly. At the end of the day, he's my friend. You know? But no, he ain't coming over here. This ain't your place, baby. This ain't your place. I will tear your ass up. I will chew you up and spit you out. Don't come over here again. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But no, don't act like we're friends, chick. If I had my phone, you would have been blocked like a little minute ago. Don't ever come to my channel. We are not BFFs. You are not my friend. You do not belong here. Believe that. I almost spit my own coffee out when I saw her name in my chat. Yeah. Like, you know, there are people that are truly R'd, and I sit there and advocate for them. You, my friend, are a lying piece of garbage. Take your hippie ass on, go do those quaaludes that Dolly was telling me and Marissa to do, and chill the F out. But no, don't ever come to this channel again. Me and you, baby, are not effing friends. Are not effing friends. Go suck the knob of Missa. Netflix. Yeah. Right? Go over there. We ain't dealing with it. I got business to do over here, and it has nothing to do with you. I'm sorry. I cannot believe she had the audacity to be in my freaking chat. I'm like, my head just exploded. It just exploded. Old bitch. Hell is she thinking? All right, I'm done with my cussing and spurting and spittering. This. I was just shocked because I left my phone home, and the first minute I come back in here, I see her freaking name all over in the comments. And you're like, what? No, absolutely not. Take your dirty ass on. Oh my God. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. That's just, I'm dumbfounded. Like, seriously? We ain't like that. There was Free to Be in here. She was the one conversating. She's RFEE to be, Free to Be, accused our beloved Dolly, our Turtle King, of R-ing her when they went to the Ryan Upchurch concert. She went on Missa's channel and started just ragging him. And people in the chat were like, why don't you call the law enforcement? Why don't you call this in? She's like, oh, no, it is what it is. That is not an R victim. That's not an R victim. I was R'd. You know what? I was R'd. You know what I did? I got away as quickly as I could. I called 911 and I went straight to the hospital. That is a victim. Don't ever come here and say you are a victim of R when you're not. Because the people that are brutalized. Brutalized. It's not a freaking game. And I'll be damned. I'll be damned. My channel, my rules. You don't like it. You know what? Doesn't even really matter at this point. I just cannot believe she had the audacity to be here. That's my biggest problem. Okay, well, don't come back at all. Bye, Granny T. I don't play. I literally don't play. Call me when you get your panties out of your wad. So, anyways, so that was a great day of of all this stuff. But yeah, you guys have some problem with me. Granny T, you're gone. I don't care if you guys are members or not. I literally don't care. When I'm going off, change the channel. You don't have to tell people to change the channel. You don't have to tell people when the drama's over. I don't care. Get gone. Kick rocks. Literally. Like, I'm done. I cannot believe she was over here. I cannot believe it. So what was everybody's opinion about today? I thought today in the whole process, I thought it was really good. And this particular agent, this particular SLED agent, did an amazing job at, really honing in on a lot of details. And I can see the nervousness from the defense. They've got a lot to overcome. They'll need this weekend to prepare for cross-examination, because she was such a star witness today that I really think this did a lot of damage to the Alex Murdaugh case. I really do. All these witnesses so far, for the prosecution have really laid the foundation for this case and why we all believe Alex Murdaugh is guilty of this crime. Now, granted, we're not even through. We're not even, how did they give the analogy on Law and Crime yesterday? Yesterday was like the first inning out of 9, and I've got to say, like, as we're rolling into the second inning, the prosecution is still hitting these balls out of the park. Oh, you're welcome. You know what? Hey, alcohol does some strange things. I don't know. I was not there. I'm not going to allege whether one thing or the other thing happened. All I know is I don't believe her. I think she lied. I know I have held the hands of our victims. I'm an R victim myself, and I'm sorry she never acted like it. How do you say somebody R'd you and then still be in their chat being their mod for months later until they take your wrench, and then all of a sudden these allegations come up? Give me an effing break. You are a piece of garbage. There's enough women like you in this world. We didn't need another one. So you just go back to your trailer park and I'll be just fine. And for all the people that own trailers, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you. But it's my comfort level when I'm being insulting. Sorry. Today was strong. So L Figs, let's just go down through some of the comments that you guys have. You're welcome, by the way. I love South Africa. I've never been there, but I get a lot of love from South Africa. So virtual hug to all my friends from South Africa and across the world. And yes, it is absolutely my channel, and I'll do whatever I want, and I really don't care. At the end of the day, who has to pay for the consequences that I make here? Me, right? I have to pay for the consequences, but at the end of the day, I have a very strong voice. I speak on the side of truth, and when I think something's BS, I'm going to call it. Don't you ever. I don't care whether I'm fighting with somebody or not. Don't you ever come in when you call somebody out like that in public, and there's literally, you can't produce one receipt, kick rocks. Kick rocks. So going down here, Pat says the defense team and Alex Murdaugh seem to be a little concerned to me today. They seemed they've got splinters in places they shouldn't have splinters right now. I'm sure they're not sitting very comfortably in their seat. I have to be honest with you. Today was a very strong day for me. It really solidified why Alex is in that seat. It really did. Like, I have a funny feeling this is not going to be a slam dunk case. We don't know what the defense is going to throw in the mix. We know at this point they're nervous. We know at this point they're just trying to poke holes in the prosecution's story. They're trying to poke holes in the truth. They're trying to do everything they can. I'm sure that they told their client going into this, they gave him reasonable, not explanation, but reasonable, God, why is my brain not thinking today? Not objectives. I need to go down. You guys probably would. And I just want to tell you guys, like Granny T's been on here for quite some time, but you don't stop coming here and say, I'm going to be back when the drama's over and give me hugs and kisses and leave. Like, just leave. Don't, when I'm this hot, you really don't want to poke the bear, because Granny T just got blocked. And that's a point. Like, don't poke the bear. When I'm this hot and somebody comes in here, you don't want to poke the bear. You don't want to poke the bear. So we got Pebble says, Betty, I sent you a video of AM that Brian put up in 5 parts. Thank you. I'll look at that in just a second. We'll roll through with that in just a second. I think the prosecutor witnesses are strong and gave great testimony. Absolutely. And they did not sway. They were peppered. Like, some of them were insulted, demeaned, condescended, and they kept a calm. They were cool as a cucumber. Clearly seasoned in giving testimony. So they were able to take those insults and blow them off as they were giving their testimony, because, you know, the truth is the truth no matter how you say it. You can be angry when you say it. You can be kind when you say it. But the truth is the truth no matter how you say it. So I really think that this is, and I love the fact that we found out up front that Colton County Sheriff is like, whoa, this is a Murdaugh. We've got a major problem here. We cannot take this case. They saw that conflict of interest and they immediately rectified it by calling in SLED. That was their saving grace. I guarantee if Colton County chose to run this investigation themselves, we would be up against a whole different obstacles. Somebody in that department had the fortitude to know that this is not going to turn out the way it's supposed to turn out. They already knew that there was some major issues here. You know, law enforcement, whether Barney Fife or not, still have brains in their head. And no matter how country you are, doesn't mean you're as stupid as the dirt you walk on. And these people were smart enough to know that there's a conflict of interest here. There is no way they're going to be able to prove their case without undue influence and pressure from that Murdaugh family. They called in SLED, an organization, the State Law Enforcement Division, to handle this case that the Murdaughs don't have the influence over. And that was probably, again, their most saving grace in this whole entire process. Because of that, they could not be intimidated. You got a whole entire state agency that doesn't even care what their name is. They came in and they said, we're going to do this the way we want to do this. And no matter how much that defense team tries to say, oh, you're just the tape guy. Oh, you're just the shoe impression lady. What do you know, right? Well, you know what? They're showing you what they're knowing. And the state is flexing its muscle. So don't expect that. Or don't underestimate that, rather. I am playing to 4 hours and watching him fake cry. Yes, Ann, I agree with you. Fake crying, that is called legal strategy. That is legal strategy 101. You want them to be personal. The problem is he's too busy shaking and bobbing and you know, nobody's like, when you watch that for so many, like I'm watching it today for the first time, because if you remember, I was on the outside of that courtroom when all these, jury selection and everything was going on. I never went into the courtroom. And even over at the Wildlife Center, we only had an audio feed. We weren't physically looking at the jurors as they're answering these questions. But I can honestly tell you that if this was, if they had to watch his body language and his jerking and yanking, that's so distracting. You know, him acting like he's crying. And like I said, there's only one time I saw his face get red, but you know, he's down here doing this. And it's like, dude, really save your crocodile tears, because the graphic nature of what those jurors had to see, if you're not bawling and doubled over, cradling like a baby, I'm sorry, you've got no heart. You've got no soul. You've already sealed your fate. Just quit fake crying. Act like a man. You know, act like a man. You had no problem looking at your wife and son in that condition that day. Why is it so hard for you to look at him again today? Take that garbage elsewhere. How come they didn't search his house until September? They did search the house. If you guys recall from, let's look at this. No, they didn't search his house until September. They searched the house and the outbuildings as well as the property, the 700-acre property, and that was attested to by, and that was earlier. It was the first witness of the day, and her name was Detective Rutland. Detective Rutland is the one that prepared the subpoena, because even the defense said, well, he gave you permission to search the property. Why'd you have to go and get the search warrant? I mean, this is a pretty broad search warrant. And it covered, I wrote it down here. Oh, here it is. It covered 1,700 acre property, the house, the outbuilding. They could seize any type of evidence at the property at 4147 Mazzell. And they even went into the conversation about the property ID number, if you guys remember that. So they didn't wait until September to search the house. They did search the house on the 8th, June or July 8th. Was it June 8th or July 8th? Whatever it was on the 8th, those early morning hours. They did have the properly executed search warrant at that time. And they did search because Detective Rutland said her assignment was to search that 1,700 acre property on her ATV. She kept calling it a UTV, all-terrain vehicle. Okay, well, all-terrain vehicle starts with an A, honey. So she putting UTV in her notes. Am I right about that? Like, it is. I mean, it sounds like it should start with a U, but it starts with an A. He did. I felt it was a legal strategy. I felt that I even noticed that, the attorneys would look at him when he started doing that to kind of gear him to do it or tell him he was doing too much of it. So it was definitely legal strategy that was being used for the tears and the emotion. Do I think he got emotional organically in some of these things? Yes, but I think it was organic in his disgust with himself that he not only did this, but he has been caught doing it. Yeah, he was caught with his hand in the cookie jar. And so I really do think that was, ARV, yeah. Defense lawyers are trying to throw shade on law. Of course they are. I know what you meant. I know, Lady 7-Up, I know you meant ATV. Let me mute this so you guys don't hear me blow my nose, but they had, I think the strongest witnesses that they had was Detective Rutland, and I didn't catch this sled detective's name, but I believe, and she was the foot impression and tire impression expertise lady that went through this entire process. I really do believe she did a great job. I think she was the strongest of all the witnesses today. The other one, like the one I can't pronounce, Cecilia, whatever her name was, the second witness, she was basically only on the stand long enough to authenticate the buccal swabs, which is what they kept calling buccal swabs, but they're buccal swabs. And it's surprising to me that prosecutors don't know what a buccal swab is enough to say buccal swab. And I'm surprised that nobody on that, even the lady that they were examining and that was providing testimony, did not correct them on the buccal swab. But either way, that's neither here nor there. It's grammatical but not technical in anything. So, Maria, you're very welcome. And I'm sorry for coming in here like a bat out of hell when I got back. I just was completely, utterly taken back and just in shock that lady would be in my chat of all chats to be in. I am not the one. Not the one. You don't lie about stuff like that and get my sympathy or my respect. And no, you will not be in this chat. I just lost 2 people today over that incident. Granny T is gone, blocked her. She's more than welcome to email me at bullhornbetty@gmail.com and apologize. I know she did not mean, and she was being very respectful and even gave me the hugs and smiley faces and hearts and stuff. But no, you don't poke the bear when I'm on a roll. I'm serious. That's a good way to get yourself blocked like she was. She's been a great supporter over here on the Bullhorn Betty channel, but you know what? She's been a great supporter. She should know better. Oh my God, Don. You're going to have to send me that at bullhornbetty@gmail.com, bullhornbetty@gmail.com. I'm going to be working on the Casey Johnson case. It's going to take me a little bit. Guys, we've been rolling literally all day. There's not a whole lot. Like I said, we've got crime, law and crime that's getting the majority. Like I want to say, like 33,000 views an hour. It's insane what they're getting on this case. We're getting a small fraction with our community here, but we're going to still roll with this because, again, this is a case that's very interesting, very near and dear to my heart. So the only way we're going to get past that is I'm going to have to start my lives early in the morning so we can talk about the other cases before the trial starts. So we started this morning, I believe, at 7 a.m. or 7:30. We're going to be starting even earlier than that. I'm probably going to start kicking off tomorrow morning around 6:30 so we can get through all the cases like Madalena Kojakari, Casey Johnson, the Idaho 4, Quentin Simon, Leilani Simon, and updates on other cases like Summer Wells and stuff like that. We need to get some updates out. And with this Alex Murdaugh trial, going on, and I want to run it because, to be honest with you, Alex Murdaugh needs to have attention to him because this is a case that just it blows my mind. It blows many of your minds. I want to thank each and every one of you guys that were with me literally all day today. I did miss my school board meeting. I went, but they weren't ready for me. They told me to come back in an hour. I wasn't going to come back in the hour. Like, I just spent my time running out of here to go up there. I was only going to be there for 3 or 4 hours anyways. And almost 1 to 2 hours of those was taken up by another meeting that I couldn't even attend. So I'll have to catch it on replay. But we've been going all day today. We're going on almost 10 hours by the time I'm done with my commentary. Okay, so an update on Leilani. It was an S show yesterday. At the Leilani hearing, I waited and we got in. The judge ruled that we are allowed to record. So whenever the motion for bringing the DFACS case comes in, I'm going to be in that courtroom live streaming that proceeding. However, they may actually be putting in place a pool type of thing where only, just kind of like the Murdaugh case, where only a couple videographers can be recording and only one photographer can be in there at a time. I'm going to try, with the help of a friend, try to get a motion in there so we can be the people that live stream the social media aspect of it. I don't know if it'll work, but it's worth a shot, right? Because at the end of the day, we do have a Supreme Court order that makes social media the public square. It has been determined years ago that social media is the public square, i.e. no different than media. And so therefore we should be treated as such. And if Court TV is going to be able to be pool on one, why can't a social media influencer be pool number 2 so that people can get unobstructed live feed from social media? Like right now, I'm having to pull from Court TV. Other people that are pulling from them get a router and stuff where they can pull the live feed without their icon or logo or anything identifying that feed coming from Court TV. Whereas when we're on social media doing this, we have to use their logo. I shouldn't be forced to use Court TV's logo on my channel. They should not be able to even put their freaking logo on it. They are the pooled videographer. All logos should be removed from their feed, period. They can't claim a copyright. They should not be able to put their logo on my feed. And I'm being forced to see their logo on my feed when I have a right to have that feed unobstructed. So I'm going to be working on trying to figure out how to work through that. But so at the end of the day, we'll see how it works. But I will be in Savannah, Georgia on that motion hearing. So for my friends out there that like to monitor dockets, please monitor the Leilani docket, because they have that motion still left on the books, and they changed the February 13th status hearing. That's going to be moved. Apparently, Judge Stokes has already informed her staff of that. So we'll see how that all goes. Jennifer, Bullhorn Betty, we are all from South Carolina, and my cousin's teenage daughter has been on the Murdaugh's boat, which is scary. They are a Christian family, so I don't know how she ended up on their boat. Because you know what? In all fairness, it's the Murdaughs. Nobody would expect them to be this slimy. They have prestige and power. Nobody expected this. I can guarantee that. Nobody expected this. But this is what we have. And that man made horrible decisions that have affected his entire family to the point that I don't think their family name will ever come away from this horrible stain he put on it. I don't think they're going to survive this. I mean, even the law firm his great-grandfather built over 100 years ago in 1910, for the first time, had the Murdaugh name removed from it. And it's now the Parker Law Group because of his conduct. His family's pictures have been in that very courtroom, that very courthouse that he's being tried in. They had to remove his family's photos off the wall. His great-grandfather and all of his ancestors prior to that and after that have been solicitors of that community. They're all over that entire courthouse. It all had to be removed. He has done nothing but cause pain and suffering to the people around him, including every single one of his family members. So with that, guys, I hope you guys maintain being fearless, because I know the only people that come here are the fearless ones. So I hope that everybody maintains their fearlessness. If you guys see something, an ounce of prevention is worth it. I have to be honest with you. This is just a sad case. There are no winners here. An entire family, a generation of family has been completely devastated by one family member. And I just keep thinking, if somebody would have said something, opened their mouth, all this other stuff, I don't know. I don't know. But anyways, guys, if you ever see anybody, if any of my mods ever see anybody that's been disparaging to a friend of mine that has done something to a person like Frida B has done to Dolly, I want them blocked. I don't want them communicating. This is not your home. We're not your friends. This is not your playground. This is not your sandbox. You need to go ahead and move on. But we have integrity over here. We talk about the truth. We don't throw wild allegations against friends because we're pissed off at something as stupid as having a wrench removed from us. And don't ever tell me you're ARD, because a person that's ARD would have never been back in that chat room, would have never been back on his panel, would have never been his freaking mod for months after the incident. Sorry, we would have called the cops. We would have had all this stuff done above board. We don't lie about people because we're pissed off, and I'm not like that. You can say some pretty crappy things about people, but that's one thing you do not do. You do not throw that R, especially somebody that actually has been and that actually had to live through it. Not once, but twice. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You kick rocks, lady. You need to get God. You need to start praying. I don't care how much of a hippie you are. You need God in your life. Quit smoking the crap, quit drinking the crap, and get your life together, lady. That's all I got to say for that. Everybody else, peace out. I love you. God bless you. And we'll see you here tomorrow to continue this Murdaugh saga. God bless. And until next time, good day.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.